Whether you have an exploding pinata and an evacuation, or you're just protesting the Trump administration's expanded deportation rates, LA continues to be our most flammable city. This weekend's combustion was the very predictable result of a liberal city reliant on an immigrant population colliding with a heavy-handed MAGA migrant trawling operation looking to hit its quota of brown pokeymen. Gotta catch them all. Yes, America. This is where we started.
We gotta get the criminals out first. We gotta get the criminals, the murderers, the drug dealers.
And this is where we are now.
Protests started following ICE raids in a Home Depot parking lot in Paramount, south of the city.
From the worst of the worst to a Home Depot. Geez, ICE, if you need assistance in arresting people, you know, those guys are looking for. So, it's an explosive situation on the cusp of federalism versus states' rights, border control versus process, terrifyingly militarized sweeps versus hard-working people in local communities. The United States versus the Postmates guy who brought you an egg sandwich. It's going to require a deft and firm, experienced and wise. I think you know where I'm going with this. A deft touch from leadership in Washington.
Well, we're gonna have troops everywhere. We're not gonna let this happen to our country. They stick. That's their new thing. And when that happens, I have a little statement. They hit.
Well done, Mr. Churchill. When they spit, we hit. For the love of God, someone protect Hawk Tour Girl. Now, obviously, this is a bit of a change in attitude from Trump, where he's protecting law enforcement from his previous January 6th attitude of, they hit, we don't give a shit. So, yeah, that's, although I'm pretty sure there wasn't. Deport! And then obviously to be sensitive to his partner, he has to be like, you've deported too, right? And then she probably goes, you know, yeah. And then goes into the shower and self-reports. So now, predictably, these non-targeted, much broader deportation efforts in cities that feel very connected to the immigrant population is a tinderbox. And Trump happily lights the fuse. Peaceful protesters mixed with anarchists and vandals pushed back by horseback and tear gas. Nothing could survive the onslaught except the attitude of teenagers. You, Dad! I mean, cops! Luckily, in the midst of all this chaos, there have been no fatalities. Well, human fatalities.
Self-driving car company Waymo said it was suspending service at least 5 hours were.
Should we stop sending the Waymos? You're just sitting around, you know, 4 could be a coincidence. But anyone know coincidence?
It is believed that those Waymos were summoned or booked by the protesters with the intention of then getting them to the location and torching them.
My God. How dare you? How could you use Waymo's innocence and helpful spirit against the Waymo? Imagine for a moment Waymo's disappointment upon realizing it was, as Admiral Akbar might say, a trap.
Communication, language, people take them for granted. Para mí, la comunicación.
Realizing it was, as Admiral Akbar might say, a trap. They got Waymo It is my honor to take you to Hollywood. And what are you doing? My God, no! I'm giving you only 1 star! No! Tell my Roomba I love her! For more on the immigration raids, we go out live to Los Angeles and our very own Jordan Thundra. Jordan! Where do we stand right now with the immigration raids?
Well, the Trump administration does not see these raids as an overreach. They see this as a necessary to confront one of the world's most notorious gangs.
Gangs? And what do they believe these people are what? Tren de Aragua?
Even worse, Casa del Depot.
That's just Home Depot in Spanish.
Si, senor, these are bad hombres.
Jordan, they're just day laborers.
Oh, well, to the uninformed, perhaps, but I've seen some of the pictures of what these folks are capable of. Gruesome depravity. You know what, if anyone at home is watching and there are children in the room, you might want to ask them to leave. Disgusting.
What am I looking at? It's like a stone wall.
You're looking at what was supposed to be a Tuscan-inspired retaining wall. Does that look Tuscan-inspired to you, John?
I mean, looks fine.
John, I didn't pay these guys $40 each for 5. Look at my side patio. Oh.
All right. I mean... Okay.
They're f***ing invasions, John. I mean, are you kidding me? They can't handle full sun. Look at these stairs.
This is getting rid of criminals. But this right now is needlessly provocative in Los Angeles.
You're right. I'm sorry. I lost my head. You know, the American guys quoted me a patio figure that just was... I mean, I'm on basic cable, John. You're right, I can't get behind indiscriminately kicking out blameless workers, especially since I still want to put in a koi pond. But, you know what? You can't expect a compassionate approach to deportation when you got a psycho like Stephen Miller in charge. I mean, that guy just gives me the willies, you know?
Jordan, no, but Stephen Miller is he clicking? Is it Stephen Miller clicking?
Yeah, John, he's clicking, all right? He uses echolocation to hunt his prey. He found me, okay? I should have said his name. I just can't say it again or another Stephen Miller will appear. Damn it! John, it's too late, all right? All right? John, tell my wife I love her. Idea to build a gazebo next to the koi pond. I'm gonna stay away from it. I gotta stay away from the base. Stay away from the base.
Eerie. Very eerie. Now, moving back to the tension, turmoil, and violence coming out of Los Angeles, it's hard to watch an American city torn apart like this. And quite honestly, I was a bit surprised. But even the magosphere is somber and reflective.
It's just like hate to see it. I think America hates to see it.
Most importantly, it's bad for the country.
I think it is important for us to pray, for peace.
Sorry, being told that wasn't about Los Angeles. That was heartbroken that Trump and Elon have gone no contact. That's true. See, for the right now, I guess that's the real national tragedy. Elon Musk has unfollowed cat turd. We must pray for peace. See, the upset in LA is in a blue state, in a blue city, with people that they don't give a f about.
I'm incredibly incredibly happy with President Trump's decision.
Trump is right on target with this. This just screams common sense.
An enormous positive for our country.
It's certainly well-deserved. There was never any consequences. And now the hammer is being dropped.
Do you want to live in Los Angeles, which is mini Mexico?
To be fair, they also have a fantastic Koreatown. But you know, why escalate this shit now? The unrest in LA is predictable outcome of these aggressive tactics. I believe the right refers to federal overreach as "don't tread on me, we the people, cold dead hands," something along those lines. So why is this happening now? What's it meant to distract from? I mean, I can't even remember. What were we even talking about right before the first Waymo went up in flames?
Elon Musk is now accusing Trump of being in the Epstein files.
Oh, right. That's what we were talking about. Which, now, to be fair to Trump, it is ridiculous. I mean, you can't just make wild accusations like that just because Trump and Epstein hung out once or twice, or Trump was in the flight logs, or Epstein called Trump his closest friend, or they went to parties and whispered, you know, I can only assume biblical passages in each other's ear. I'm telling you, Epstein, 2 Corinthians, you gotta check it out. It's f***ing awesome. It's not a crime to be in each other's hearts. And what indication has Trump ever given that there may be things within those Epstein files that may be concerning to him?
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah. I would. Yes, I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. And you don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there.
There's a lot of phony stuff in there. You know, you can put anything in a file, say anything about anybody. By the way, just for the record, asking a 17-year-old masseuse if she's planning on staying in the United States, that's a legitimate question. And the rest of the video is AI. If there's a video. My favorite moment was when the head of the FBI, Cash Patel, found out Elon accused Trump of being on the Epstein list live while podcasting.
Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? I mean, does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside though.
Your home's also your office, and his gym, and their classroom. You need home internet that can...
What the f*** are they doing?
I know my lane in that area.
Not your lane? Are you literally in charge of the Epstein files? I know my lane. I'm just the guy in charge of law enforcement domestically. Conspiracy, crimes, cover-ups. Home Depot parking, overcrowding, you know. But now, because of their personal issues, Musk has threatened to expose Trump. And Trump has threatened to cancel Musk's government contracts. And he's threatened serious consequences to Musk if Musk funds Democratic candidates. It must be hard for the right to see how petty and petulant these two man-babies are, and how they wield their power in vindictive and capricious manners when they don't get exactly their way, and the damage that that behavior causes. And I guess what I would say to the right is, welcome to our f***ing world. Every day. Now you know. Now you know. Congress won't bend the knee, attack. A long-term representative Democrat, attack. A long-term ally that prefers to retain its sovereignty, attack. A small mom-and-pop business just trying to complete an $8 million merger, attacked. You on the right didn't give a shit when Godzilla and Mothra teamed up to destroy the city. You're only mad that now they're fighting each other. Because you just got a taste of their paper-thin, oversensitive, fragile, ego-driven nihilism, or, as you call it,
It's like watching two giants fight. These are two titans.
Two very strong-willed heavyweights. Two big dogs living in close quarters.
Two grown men that are fighting. Two alpha males duking it out.
alpha males? Dude, I don't think we're watching the same fight. You're seeing this. It's actually this. fight wouldn't be this funny.
These are two alpha males who are pissed off, and unfortunately they're unloading on each other.
Depart! 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 To the coach! I'm coming to me! I'm a citizen! I'm a citizen! Wait with me! When we come back, I'll be swapping hot tapes with Stephen A. Smith! Don't go away! No!
Communication, language, people take them for granted. Para mí, la comunicación lo es todo. When I got to West Point, my love for languages became even stronger. The Army isn't always easy, but the challenges allow me to grow and learn about myself, to learn new languages and cultures. There's so much talent in my community that goes unnoticed. Hopefully, I can build that bridge that shows them I did this, y tú también puedes.
Colorado Springs. I'm in Nebraska right now. Should make it to Idaho tomorrow morning. Well, later on today.
I'm doing great. That's a great crowd. How you doing, man? Lovely. It's so nice to see you. Elephant in the room. NBA basketball final. You and I are ride or die New York Knickerbocker fans.
Yes.
Very disappointing. And to have them just end the playoffs there and not continue, I thought was the right move.
Oh, yes. You think after you blow a 17-point lead with over 6 minutes left, 14 with 2:51 left, 9 with 52 seconds left, and you end up losing game 1. I didn't want to admit it to the world at that time, but I knew they were done.
You did know they were done.
I got it.
My son was there in the rafters when Jalen Brunson hit. There was a point. There was probably like a minute and some left. They had a 9-point lead.
Right.
He hit it, and he made the fatal mistake that the Knicks fan. Now he knows that. He did the bye-bye. He did the bye-bye on himself.
Here's the crime. The crime.
Can he be arrested?
The crime. He should. He should. And I'm going to tell you why.
All right, sir.
Because who does the bye-bye? That's Steph Curry. The greatest shooter God has ever created.
Yes.
That guy in the 2009 draft was drafted 7th overall.
Yes, I know.
Who had the 8th pick? It was the Knicks.
And who we take? Who we take? Hill? Who we take? Somebody not even in the league.
Yeah, Jordan. Yeah,
Jordan.
Yes. So my point to you is that if you were that close, yet you're so far, because you missed out on him, you would think you would know better than doing that. That doesn't belong to you. You're a Knick. You're not a Warrior.
Okay, he's just a boy. He's just a boy. He's doing his best.
Children learn at a very young age. You've got to know better. You've got to know better. We cannot have.
I raised him poorly. I made him a Mets fan too. He's got to have some fun.
You did a good job. It's just that when it comes to sports, none of us are perfect.
No, I appreciate that.
Yes,
now, you are into everything now. You've been doing a political commentary. You were on a show where you did a roundtable with the president, Donald
Chris Cuomo, News Nation, Chris Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly. President Trump came on because of Bill O'Reilly. It was an interesting evening, to say the least. He called in for a half hour. He was rambling. I still don't know what he said. I mean, he said a lot. He said a lot, and I brought up HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, asking him about his contribution he was intending to make to them. And he said, I love the black people. The blacks. I love them, Stephen.
He became a Rastafarian?
Something like that. Something like that. Without the dreads. Without the dreads.
The crazy part. Stephen brought up Harvard and what was happening at Harvard.
And he brought up Harlem.
And the president goes, you know, Stephen, Harlem is, it's coming. And I thought, does he think Harvard is in Harlem, or does he just hear Har and just goes, what?
I guess so. I don't have the answer to that question, but it was an interesting experience, to say the least. Sitting there talking to him about it, and you know what? And then they asked him, they said, if there's anything that you think he did wrong, anything that you think you would correct, whatever. He said, honestly, I can't think of anything. I think I've been pretty close to perfect. And I said, that's him. That's the Donald Trump I vote.
Did you know him prior?
I knew him prior to him running for the presidency. I've often told the story. In 2014, he wanted to purchase the NFL's Buffalo Bills.
Right.
The price tag was $1.4 billion.
That's it.
He had, at the time, right. It's over $6 billion now.
Right.
Commanders and all that stuff. But at the time, it was $1.4 billion. My sources tell me he had 1.1. And he said to me, he literally called me in 2014, and he said, Stephen, I'm going to tell you this right now, and this is a quote. If the motherfucker my way, I'm going to get them all back. I'm going to run for president. Those are his exact words. And so the NFL often jokes with me, so it's our fault when I tell them that story. And I said, yeah. I'm saying,
may I
that's
please
the story.
have the close-up, please?
Yes.
People of Buffalo. Give him the game. How is that possible? Now, why did he call you for the purpose of putting together a group?
Essentially, he's putting the word out. He was word out that this doesn't happen. He wanted to do it, and this should happen. I'm Donald Trump. I'm very popular. I'm well known. I'm worth over $1 billion. I should be able to purchase an NFL team if I want it.
Right.
And if I can't get it, it's because they're getting in my way. That was his position. Their position was, You didn't have enough money.
You didn't have enough money.
That was their position.
He was already in what, the USFL or the
That's right. That was years ago. That was in the 80s. But he was looking. This is 2014.
Right.
And that was the last time that I had spoken to him.
Right.
Until that town hall meeting on News Nation.
And as you watch all these things unfold, do you think to yourself, yep, he got us all back?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. How could you not?
Did that.
I mean, because listen, there are things. I don't think anybody. I'm a centrist at heart. I always vote. I usually vote Democrat. The only Republican I've ever voted for was Chris Christie, former governor of New Jersey. Outside of that, I've always voted Democrat. But there's a lot of things that I think can be done differently. I thought the left blew this election more so than him winning it.
Really?
Oh yeah, the left definitely blew it. I thought that the progressive left, the extreme left, really ruined the election for the Democrats. And that's how I think this is true. And I think that because that happened, it positioned him to get away with a lot of things. His position on immigration has been well known. He let you know what he was going to do a lot of times.
He did it on an escalator.
Yeah, how about that?
The most powerful mode of transportation there is.
He doesn't care. And here's the thing about it is, listen, don't be surprised when you see him and you're thinking about pettiness or you're thinking about vengeance or whatever.
Right.
He's viewing it as they tried to put me in prison. They tried to put me behind bars for the rest of my life.
Right.
I'm gonna get them all. And he won't just openly admit it. He'll say stuff like, I wouldn't do that, but I'd have the right to if I wanted to.
Right.
He's letting you know. And the people that he's
also doing it.
Oh, yeah. To a degree, yes, he is. No question about it.
You know, it would be reasonable to say that January 6th was a moment that should have maybe gotten him some legal. You know, that wasn't the happenstance.
I am one of those people who firmly believes it was an insurrection. There's no question about it. I'm not backing up from that. But the reality is that I pay attention to 70+ million people who felt otherwise or did not give a damn. Because what they did, what they said was, we're looking at this country, the state of affairs that exists within this nation, and we're concerned about ourselves. We ain't got time for all that. We don't care whether he's in jail or not. We might care if he's in the White House or not, but we don't care whether he's in jail or not. And if you're the left and you engaged in what the right would say is lawfare, trying to use the courts to keep from having to compete with him, and then you're putting forth some of these policies, whether it's transgender issues or other stuff that they would bring up, you had a lot of people that saying, that's not where our focus should lie. We're not.
Don't you think that's their focus?
You know, who's focused?
The right. Okay. I feel like the right is far more focused on where you go to the bathroom than the left. I feel like the left is a more laissez-faire. Like, you know, look, I think the left is. It's easy to paint the extreme and to create a hyperbolic vision of the left as this woke army. I think it's exaggerated.
Yes, but here's the problem, John.
Yeah.
You can be on national TV every single week doing a phenomenal job.
One day.
I know this. I said every week. I just say one. I know this once. I said every week. I said every week. I didn't say every day. The point is that even though you're pointing that out, when you're running for an election, it's about what's going to win. And they knew that was a strategy that was going to be a winning strategy for them.
But then so is it the left's fault if it's not real?
Because you got to know what works and what doesn't and fight fire with fire. You got to know how to win.
They called them handbutters.
Well, did that work?
No.
Did that work? Exactly. A matter of fact, a lot of people dismissed that argument because they accused the left of engaging in the extreme because you didn't want to compete against them. Think about this. The man rolled down the escalators in 2015, okay? He's dominated the GOP and the Republican Party since that moment in time. Who the hell has done that for the left? It was Hillary's turn in 2016, even though Bernie was gaining traction. In 2020, Representative Clyburn had to come to the rescue in South Carolina in order for Joe Biden to even be relevant. And then obviously with COVID and everything that had transpired and how Trump handled that particular situation,
What makes Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadilla so giant? Crispy fingers, sauce, and melty cheese.
Trump handled that particular situation. It favored the Democrats. Then you get into office. Biden promised to be a transitional president, a one-term president. I'm just here to be as a stopgap to make sure that we can return to normalcy. And then the second he got in and there was no red wave in 2022, he said, hell with that, I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. And then what happened?
Touch the ring, though. Once you touch the ring.
There you go. It's an addiction. It's an addiction, right? And then sure enough, when the red wave didn't happen and the Democrats won more than anybody expected them to in 2022, they let them get away with it. And think about it. You call yourself the left, you call yourself a progressive party, and you are standing up at the State of the Union clapping and chanting 4 more years for a man that was going to be 82. Once the election, once the inauguration date took place, with 4 more years. And then America looked at you and said, have you lost your ever-loving mind? That's what the hell happened. It's very simple. It ain't that damn complicated. It really isn't.
That seems to be a cross purposes, Stephen A. Smith. And let's first take this.
Okay, please.
Let me take.
Yeah, you are doing it. You're doing a very good job.
Because you are saying, you're gonna have me on that show.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on.
What time does it take? Is it only
10 a.m. 10 a.m. 5 days a week, 10 a.m. to noon. You come one day.
Don't grind me down to a
You come one day.
When you talk about, so that's 2 separate things.
Yes,
one is they allowed what people would consider to be a centrist, old guard Democrat to run again for president, and then you say the progressive left wing is the one that didn't. They didn't choose Joe Biden. They don't have the power in that party. Chuck Schumer is out there, writing 8 strongly worded questions to Donald Trump about getting. The progressives are the one going, people in this country want Medicare for all. Do something. They're the ones that have a principled agenda that they are going to put forth, that all of the Democrats have run from under the guise of we have to be moderate and we have to be centrist. But that doesn't appeal to changing the culture and dynamic of how this government should work by the people, for the people, of the people.
That's a great argument, and I don't disagree. What I'm saying to you is that
we're done here.
What I'm saying to you, however, is that the messenger matters. And when you have somebody in their 70s like Bernie at the time, when you have somebody in their late 70s approaching their 80s like Joe Biden,
he could barely get up the stairs.
But the GOP is the one that lives on their tradition, old school ways, not necessarily want things to change. We want free market capitalism. We want closed borders. We want strong national security. This is what they say. And their message is resolute and the same, even though their tactics obviously vary. When you look at the left, there always seems to be something new, at least in the eyes of a lot of people. The Democratic Party looks very, very fragmented. You look at them and you're saying, okay, is it the progressive left? Is it centrist? Who are we vibing with? Who are we flowing with? Who's going to get it done? Who can beat Trump? Because you got to think about the competition. If Trump, and I've often said this too, they saying, why is Trump so popular? Somebody asked me this a few months ago, and I said, let me tell you something. You have certain voters out there, they're looking at you and they say, okay, John Stewart's voting. Well, John Stewart's looking at you and he hears you say, look, you got to fix our economy. We got to control our borders. We got to do a better job of making sure we're taking care of the desolate and the disenfranchised. Think about small businesses throughout this country, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have another candidate that comes along and they say, the hell with them. They ain't worth a damn. They're crooks. They're no good bastards. I can't stand them, and you shouldn't either. The American people who voted for Trump are like, yeah, we love them. That's what we're talking about, because that's how they feel about our elected officials. So they think they have somebody speaking their language that has enough venom, enough hostility, enough disgust with the nation's capital, and they're saying he's not one of them, he's one of us. That's why he's popular, but J.D. Vance might not be. That's why he's popular, but Marco Rubio wasn't. That's why he's popular, but Ted Cruz wasn't, etc.
He's got the touch. He's the charismatic demagogue that can do that. So in
the
your
demagogue
mind,
against the
this
status quo.
may be a one-off. So who inherit? Because he can't constitutionally. And by the way, I don't know if this happens to people when they're talking to you, but all of a sudden I'm talking much faster than I've ever talked in my entire life. And I'm moving my hands, and I'm doing this, and I've never spoken like this in my entire life. And I am scared because I don't know how I'm going to stop. And I keep wanting to say Stephen A. Smith. I want to say your whole name.
That's right. Well, What's happening to me, Stephen? Stephen A. works. You haven't spoken to me enough, because if you spoke to me enough, it'd be Stephen A., not just Stephen A. Smith. That's right.
Do you think I could ever get to the point where it's just Stephen A.?
Yeah, I think after today you will
I'd like that very much.
I think after today you will get there.
I'd like that.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm your brother. You know what I'm saying? So you'll do that.
Listen to this. I do want to ask you this.
Yeah.
Because so your name now, because as you're observing this, you're pushing those buttons. You're the one saying, as Trump had said, yes, it is corrupt. It is, these people our bumps. They don't have your best. And now that has thrust you into that conversation.
Yes.
And the question is that something that appeals to the vanity? Is it something that appeals to your principle, to your morality? Where do you take that interest, and how do you
People think I'm interested in being an elected official. I have no desire to be that. I'd have to give up a lot of money to do that. First of all, I don't want to do that.
I don't know if you know that, but the rules have changed.
You don't. A lot of my money. A lot of my money. See, I earn my money.
Stephen A. Meme Coin would be rolling billions of dollars.
Check this out.
If you were the president,
I feel you on that, but the way I look at it, the money that I have earned working my ass off all of these years, now I would have to curry favor, which means I would be owned, and I ain't having interested in that at all. But having said that,
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out. Build this crossbow tower as fast as possible.
having said that, like I consider you to be and various others, I want to be a major player in terms of a voice and a conduit for change. I want to make sure that people know that the BS has got to stop. Oh yeah, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing that at all. You want to be a hellraiser. You want to make sure you make people uncomfortable and that they're not going to get away with the BS that they've been getting away with, because I believe white, black, and everything in between, society as a whole, by and large, are a lot of great, God-fearing individuals that can get along just fine. I think the politicians in this country have served to divide us and paint us against one another for their own selfish deeds. And I think that they have contributed to the demise of this country. So I don't mind calling them out at all. I don't give a damn who it is. It could be a councilman, it could be a mayor, it could be a governor, it could be a senator, a representative, the president himself. I could care less. Whoever needs to go needs to go. And I'm accountable.
It's been a pleasure. I do have to say, if you had run for president, 3 years ago, when the New York Knickerbockers signed a young point guard named Jalen Brunson, Stephen A. Smith went on television. Might have been ESPN. Sat there and he looked dead in the camera, right in the eyes, and he said to the people of America, white, black, and everything in between, Jalen Brunson ain't the guy.
Okay.
To me, that's an impeachable offense, and I would not have.
Can I respond? First of all, let me say something. The president would never say.
I may never stop talking like this.
I was wrong. Which Jalen Brunson reminds me of, and he reminded me of that night, Game 6, when they beat Boston. He always reminds me of every time he says it. But here's the thing. At that time, Kevin Durant with Kyrie Irving was supposed to be arriving in New York. They had missed out on getting those guys, and they gave us Jalen Brunson. Now I ask you respect. Especially at that particular moment in time. KD as in Kevin Durant with Kyrie Irving, and we are all anticipating them coming to the Garden, okay? And then we find out they go into Brooklyn. They changed their mind at the 11th hour. Kyrie got KD to change it. And we got Jalen Brunson. I'm sorry. What a crime that I felt that way. I don't feel that way now, but at the time, I'm sorry I felt that way. I stand by my position.
Context. And I just want to say to the people, when you turned and you said, and I will tell you, I saw the soul of Stephen A. Smith after dark. And I like what I saw. Stephen A. Smith, to the series.
Shit on niggas and piss on bitches, welcome that. Some more jewelry and bikes, nigga. Black Benzes and white figures. Now I'm out here and I'm looking for more chandeliers and light fixtures. Nah, I don't like niggas. What's wrong with me? I'm alright, nigga, but this 44 turn to Michael Jordan. Now I'm looking the same, take flight.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app is the easiest way to Georgia, Missouri, and Texas, just to name a few. Make sure to support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code MACECAM or STAT to get up to $1,000 in bonus funds with your first deposit. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your hosts, Mace and Cam.
Cam, what's up, man?
Brother, what's good? How you today, bro?
Man, I'm doing good. I was gonna wear my hat, but you know, it didn't go as well as last night, you know.
You ain't got an OKC hat?
I got the blue on.
I knew you was gonna say that. I knew you was gonna say. I knew that for. I knew you was gonna say that. I knew it. I knew that.
You knew that?
Yeah, I already knew it. Figured out one way or another to make it work for you.
And why Stat got on the green then?
The camera money green?
Okay,
I mean, listen, it's only but so many colors. There's many colors that don't mean you the only one that relates your outfits to winning, to some type of winning. Sometimes people just want to put on, people are not before the show, Beth, and they kind of like, where's that OKC blue? Only you. Where's my yellow Indiana yellow? You're the only one who got outfits for everybody, man.
Outfits for everybody is wow. Yeah.
You're the one with them.
How your weekend?
It was, guys, I went to my first WWE match, and they had my feet on the wood, so I was on the floor by the ring.
I see you.
It was tired. Yeah.
They could have hit you with a chair?
They was hitting their heads on the side of the thing. It was scary. My friend was not happy to be there, because she was like, I don't want to see, which is fair. She's like, I don't want to see these sweaty men hitting each other and stuff like that, because that's what it is, but I had a blast. I thought it was super fun.
Like sweaty man.
That's not what I said. That's what she said. I just had a good time. I had a good time. And it was interesting seeing some people kind of like, because I didn't even realize Logan Paul looked like that. It was just a lot of...
Logan Paul Russell?
Yeah, he teamed up with John Cena.
He looked like what?
He was just bigger than what I remember. Because I can tell y'all, I had the whole Disney image of them. I'm like, oh, like, this is real. Well, it's real. You know. Yeah, I had a great time, so thanks for the floor seat. It was fire. So yeah. Okay, so
should have told me I would have put Cameron Savage out.
Yeah.
Would have pulled up.
Yeah.
Would have told my nigga Savage to pull up, my nigga.
Yeah. They ain't ready yet.
They ain't ready.
They don't even know what's in store.
I see, you know, I know Vince McMahon isn't technically in charge, but I know he pulling strings. Triple H is in charge. But the shit that they do as well, it ain't Casanat, it's the other Casanat. Yeah, he was in one of them shits getting thrown around. I said, these niggas know how to pick out who's gonna get them views in a different demographic. You know what I'm saying? I remember Big pause, the nigga Floyd punched the Big Show in the nose and broke his nose and all that shit, man. They know how to pick and choose who's gonna work out who the nigga demographic. Floyd up, get Floyd. Speed, get whoever. They know how to do that. They're very good at marketing.
Quick question for both of y'all, because I know we're gonna wait for Cameron Savage's debut, but like, if you guys had to do a little bit, because I remember, I think it was Travis Scott actually busted Cody Rhodes' eardrum. Would y'all do it, or how are you feeling about that?
I would walk out there with the money and beat them up.
Throwing the money to beat people up?
Yeah, like Ted DiBiase used to do. Go out there with the bag.
$1 million man. So everybody got a price. That was his slogan. Would I do it? I would be like, see, I don't even know. I'm like really WWF. I'm not WWE. I don't know if niggas still got managers. It used to be like Bobby Heenan, Slick, you know, Lou Albino. It used to be managers. If they still got the managers, I'll be the manager, because the manager's the nigga who used to, when the nigga not looking, hit you with the chair, hit you with the cane and slide out the ring. I would be one of them. All that throwing me up against the ropes and all that. Nah. Shout out to my nigga Snoop Dogg. I see Snoop Dogg jump off the top turn one day.
It was like from the side to the side. I was like, dang.
Yo, Snoop climbed to the third rope and jumped off. So I gotta give Snoop credit on that. I don't know about all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could get hurt in WWE.
They were getting. I see the slashes, I see the cuts, I see the blood. Like people say it's fake, but like they're actually in there getting beat up. Like that's why there's a video of me because Johnson. Yes, he's like being dramatic, but he was hurt. He's crawling on the ground. I'm like, damn, I really just watched John Cena get his ass beat. Like that's not something I expected to see. It was him versus Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso. So they have tag team him and Logan Paul and the other two. So we lost.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, if I'm a manager, I would do it. But back to your point, I think wrestling, because I actually had shout out to Smoke Dizzer and West Side Gun. They got their own black wrestling league. They was on Talk with Fleet talking about it. And the thing about it is wrestling is fake. Or I forget the term they use. I don't want to use fake because the wrestling community get mad. It's some type of word that you use that's not fake. The same they still have. But it's more about the outcome of who wins. That's what is already established. But everything else is crazy. I remember start watching it because I remember that it was staged. And years later, I watched it and it just started getting crazy and crazy. It was a match where I forget who the two fighters, one of WrestleManias or SmackDowns or whatever, and it was called the tag match. And they wrestled on tags. And when the fight was over, niggas had tags in their back, walking back to the fucking locker room, the tag match. That hurts. You got 17 tacks in your back, and you fighting on tacks. You gotta be in some type of shape or some type of crazy.
A lot of crazy because they love it. It like feeds off their adrenaline. Because I would never even do Fear Factor. I'm not putting my head in a box full of bugs. Like I'm not doing all that stuff. But some people love it.
Snakes.
Not doing that either. Some people love that though. So shout out to the people who can do it. But I will be watching from this side. That's what I'm. Okay, so Mace, I know you got some colors on, but you know it changes a little bit because we see that the Thunder takes the win.
I was just.
Oh, now it's just a joke.
I'm sticking with Indiana. I'm letting y'all know now, so I don't want no switch up. I'm letting y'all know now. I'm letting y'all know now. Alabama be back next game.
Pick OKC to win and said your hearts were Indiana. So now you said you could change your mind. I'm asking now, have you changed your mind to the team to win being Indiana? I'm just asking. You said that you were subject to change your mind last game. I'm asking.
Talking this stack,
you're talking to a it's not.
Finish stack,
You're talking to a whole.
Okay, you're right. I mean, you know, I'm staying where I'm at.
What is that? You said OKC. You know what? You can pull that out and say it's me. I'm staying where you at? Where exactly are you at?
That didn't know. I'm gonna stick with Indiana.
All right.
Okay. It's stamping out.
I know. Okay, shit, bro.
Forget it.
two answers. It's not enough. But we'll see what happens. I don't know at this point. So Thunder takes the win 123-107 in game 2 versus the Pacers. Mace, regardless of how you're feeling, your team lost. What happened?
Man, when I look at this team, you know, it seemed like they're gonna play game to game. It seemed like it's gonna go from Indiana win the first game, OKC win the second game, Indiana win the third game, OKC win the fourth game. It looked like they're gonna be going back and forth. But what I would say is it comes down to the point guard play, and every time that Halliburton doesn't have like a major game, Indiana is gonna be in trouble. The only way they could beat OKC is if Halliburton is heroic. Other than that, they really don't stand a chance because when you look at the defense that OKC is playing, it's just seeming like it's too much for the entire Indiana Pacers. You got different people showing up, but their numbers are too low to beat this team. You're gonna need like breakout games by Halliburton. Halliburton got to get at least 20 in order for them to win. Siakam got to have like 30 to 40 to win. So it's like they need a whole nother team to beat this team. because the way SGA is playing, it just seemed like he's a little bit better than I even thought he was. I knew he was good, but the way he plays, he's like a throwback player. He's not settling for a bunch of threes. He's going to the rack. Y'all too small. Mid-range game, just making a difference. I kind of knew OKC was going to win. The way they walked in, you saw the outfits they walked in there with. Stat, or do they always dress like that?
I mean, they typically dress.
They came like it was, you know when you wear your good outfit, you came to get crazy, and that's what it looks like. So I'm looking for Indiana to at least go like 6 games.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, boys, when you said Halliburton.
Yeah.
If you look at the box score, it says 17 points, but that he started hitting a few threes towards the end of the game. He had 3 points, but until like the fourth quarter. It's not gonna work for Indiana. Halliburton scoring 3 points in 3 quarters, and then this is what I was talking about with Halliburton. His inconsistency. I said last game he the Halliburton. I agree with y'all and all this other shit, but I think he's a winner when he put in that position. Pause. Like you have to be in the position to hit a heroic shot or a game winner or a buzzer beater or whatever. If they're not in that position, he doesn't have the opportunity to do that. You have to go out and play. And don't get me wrong, you're not just third team All NBA, which he is back-to-back years by being a scrub. He's not a scrub by any stretch of the imagination. But for you and the Pacers to win, you have to spearhead it. Even if it's about getting Siakam going, you're the point guard, I understand, but the beat of the Indiana Pacers goes to his drum. And when he doesn't play good, it's just not going to work. Nobody on the Pacers, even though they play by committee, had 20 points. It looked like OKC were upset with themselves for what happened last game, and they came out and rectified the situation. This could easily be 2-0 if OKC didn't let them come back game one and hit that buzzer beater. Shea rectified himself. He's a walking 30-plus points every single game. And the rest of the team just contributed. It isn't really much to say. J. Will played decent. He had 19, but off the bench, Caruso, 20 points off the bench. Not just that, a major contributor on defense. And they just look like the better team. To be honest with you, it's not a bunch to analyze here. Indiana did what they had to do by stealing home court advantage. Now, I think the series is based upon what happens next day. If OKC win next game, I think this goes 5 and it's over with. But if Indiana wins the next game, then we may have a 7-game series. But it all depends on the next game. But to me, this isn't really much to talk about. What OKC's been doing all season. Tremendous defense, causing turnovers, scoring off the turnovers. Everybody played good. And like I said, you can't stop Shea. His mid-range is just ridiculous. Getting to the basket is ridiculous. His handle's ridiculous. And he just showed why he's MVP. Even game one, he really went off. But the reason why people were talking about Halliburton is because Shea had a chance to close the game. Not necessarily close it, put them up 3, and he missed it. And Halliburton came down the court and hit the game-winning shot. But Shea came and did what the MVP supposed to do. And OKC followed by. OKC followed by.
So now let's kind of discuss viewership. So game one of the Pacers Thunder's NBA Finals averaged a 4.7 rating and 8.91 million viewers on ABC, making it the least watched opener outside of COVID era games. So Mason, your opinion, why do you think that is?
Here it goes again. It's just smaller markets, and when there's smaller markets, you got to do bigger things to get more celebrities involved and things like that in order to make this a more marketable event when you don't have the right teams there. I mean, not that these teams are the wrong team, but when it comes to ratings, when it comes to marketing, when it comes to algorithm, this is not the teams that's flowing through the algorithm. They want to see the Lakers. They want to see the New York Knicks. If this was a New York Knicks game, I think it would have broke the records because that people are fanatics of that type of team. I don't think people, real fans that are really watching OKC are probably in the arena. all the people that watch as Indiana probably came there as well. I don't think they have enough people even in those cities to make the Raiders jump the way they are. Like if you're playing a Los Angeles team, there's people in Sacramento that probably think they're Lakers fans. There's people in Vegas that think they're LA fans. So then you get a bigger viewership than a team like Indiana or a team like OKC. I don't think the people in Nebraska say they're OKC fans.
And you're right. If it was New York or LA, 100%. It's about, and matter of fact, I don't disagree with you at all. I'm actually going to add on to what you said. If it was the Knicks, the Lakers, so on, people would be excited to see this. Boston, yeah, because we sit there. That's why I want to check on something. The Pacers played the Lakers in the championship year 2000. 45 million people watched. One game, 17 million. When I was checking this out, another indicates 45 million Americans watched all apart game 6, 4-2. So the least amount 11 Raiders. I'm looking at them now. Pardon me, y'all. Yeah, average of 17 million people watched. And it's the Pacers, but they're playing the Lakers. You get what I'm saying? So when you have a small market team, two small market teams, it's going to be hard for us to match that. You know, I'm trying to think how to put together, because Mason did a great job of explaining it. Because I was saying we had in the Indian Championship 17 million average with a 46 million maximum view. We had OKC in the championship, but it was against the Heat with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. I don't know the numbers for that, but I'm pretty sure it was crazy because it's LeBron against a young KD at the time. This is part of the NBA's problem too at the same time.
Yep.
Now, when I say the NBA's problem, I'm talking about marketing. You want to keep marketing Steph Curry. You want to keep marketing LeBron James. You want to keep marketing Kevin Durant. And rightfully so. Don't get it fucked up. I'm not saying don't market them, but you're holding on to these people to market the NBA when it's new dogs on the rise. If you see a Tyrese Halliburton 3-4 times a day on your television, commercial-wise, advertising for the NBA, more endorsement deals, etc., you be like, oh, I need to watch this. Why he got a Leeds commercial? Why this nigga doing Allstate? We still doing this whole Allstate commercial. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So that's part of marketing, because what the NBA have done since the 80s, Magic and Bird to Jordan, to Kobe, to Shaq, to LeBron, to D-Wade, they market their superstars. And you do have stars on this team, but you're not marketing them as superstars. You know, LKC had probably the most national games that they had since probably Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant was there. And when I say national games, ESPN, TNT, ABC throughout the season. But you're not marketing individual stars like you do previously. Is it because Shea is from Canada and you don't want to make him the face of the league? Why is he not being marketed as the #1 nigga in the league if he's the MVP? You have to, if y'all gonna market your league or superstars, you're stopping the pattern looking for the face of the league, and you got one right in front of you. But that's, to Mason's point, 100% correct with the small markets, but the NBA is doing a terrible job marketing future players.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to the NBA, they got to do a better job at marketing the newer players. Like
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not just the stars, but like you're saying, the newer stars. Like when Penny came in, even though Jordan and them was there, they put a lot of dollars behind Penny, which allowed the game to keep flowing. I even think back to Grant Hill when he came into the league. He wasn't Jordan and all of those people, but they still put the money behind him. So if Detroit was playing, people are still watching that game. And I think this is something that they could do with the players now. They can't say like, you know, they're getting in trouble. Both of these guys, you know, seem to be clean-cut guys. They're married, and they got the complexion for the protection on the side of them. So there's really no reason. to not, market them.
And then another thing as well is that the thing as well is that bringing up Penny, that was a great example. I don't know what it is, but they're not. Ant-Man is, I give Ant-Man that. As far as outside of NBA endorsements, you don't see a Tyrese Halliburton commercial. I just recently seen the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander commercial, but he's with the other players from OKC in the commercial.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what's up with the endorsements or how they doing it like they used to. Adidas is putting a lot of dollars, it seems like, behind Ant-Man's advertisement, even to the point where they tried to diss me in one of their commercials. It didn't work out for them, but I get it.
I have a question for y'all. That was a good point. When y'all say market newer players, not just superstars, does any players come to mind for you, Mace and Cameron?
Yeah, two we just talked about. Halliburton, we talked about Shea Shea.
Yeah.
Who else? Before it was John Morant, before we was talking about Anthony Edwards, is a few other players. Wemby, you gotta start marketing these players on that level. So when they end up in those type of games, you can have the viewership like Cam talked about. If you're never marketing against a player that's supposed to be good and you heard about his name, you don't really know him, but you're willing to watch that game. Same thing when it's college, when they say it's a big game, they put both of the stars up and they say Friday at 7 p.m. People are only going to watch it if they know that name and that name has been promoted to them. And that's up to the NBA, their staff, and their marketing team to make sure that they're in the promotions and these spaces are constantly reflected. There's things you could do. You could even put them in the B-roll when you're talking about LeBron or different people. I remember when the playoffs used to come on, they would have the person who used to be good. You would see Julius Erving doing a move, then you would see Jordan, then you would see this other person. And it's like they were grooming you to think that these people are the next people. And then you see Grant Hill take off. And you're like, wow, they trying to say he's the next one. And that's the way you can do it. It's the way you still have LeBron out there. But this is stuff y'all gotta pay us for, man. We can't all y'all work
for real.
You could still have Steph out there, and you could, have SGA, and that's a good commercial right there.
I think Curry, he couldn't have said it no better. That was a great take. But as far as the question, who's that?
Yeah.
All the names Mace just said.
Jalen Brunson, and they got to put some respect on it. I'm really going to go there. You got to put some respect on Jalen Brunson's name.
Like, for instance, right? I was thinking about this, right? And I don't know his situation as far as sneakers are concerned. Because he's wearing Kobe's.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Conference Finals. And I'm like, I don't know if he signed to Nike or not signed to Nike or who he signed to, but if you are a smart sneaker person, the Jalen Brunsons would have been ready.
Yeah.
They would have been ready. First of all, he's from New York. He's second team not from New York, but he plays for New York. He's second team All-NBA. They already going crazy about him. His jersey, I believe, at one point in time throughout the season that just passed, it's the second Southern jersey in the NBA, and you don't have a sneaker ready for this nigga? New York alone, every nigga that would buy 3 pair of Jalen Brunsons alone. So this is what I'm talking about as far as endorsements and advertisement. Where's your agents at? And Mace, right, we can't keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see season start to Jalen Brunsons. then save this nigga. And when the Jalen Brunsons come out, they're gonna act like we've been prepping that. For Jalen Brunson not to have a signature shoe, and like I said, I may be mistaken, it's crazy, but if he does, that's even more shame on you for I'm not knowing about it because I love sneakers. And secondly, if they don't, y'all are bugging, but this is all the stuff with endorsements. I remember Converse had Larry Bird, Magic Johnson on standby. Motherfucking Jordan, nigga, I got on Jordans now. Tim Duncan had a dope ass shoe. Everybody who's good has a shoe. So, I don't know, man. Like I said, Mason, I don't really have too much more to say because uncharacteristically, Mason's on point today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way he was wearing the orange Kobe, so they might need to make him an orange sneaker. Like,
So just
don't just go white and blue, but go orange.
Just to add to that, because this was announced about 2 weeks ago. So he has the Nike Kobe 6, the Statue of Liberties, which are supposed to drop holiday 2025. So there's not an exact date for it or much detail.
Nah, but that's bad marketing. If he's at the finals, this is where you showcase the sneakers. It's like New York, the sneakers. So by the summer, everybody would have them. When you think of Jalen Brunson, he's more relatable to young guards coming up than anybody because he looked like the regular person that's walking down the street. Braids, you know, certain height. He fits right in with everybody else.
Add on what you say, he's not tall, he's not athletic. You don't have to jump out the gym. He's one of the people like Steph Curry said, and I'm not saying he's Steph Curry, but he's one of them players to be like, I can make it.
Yeah.
If you're a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? And to add on two things real quick, I definitely respect the tribute to Kobe Bryant, where his sneakers 100%. Kobe's a legend. But I need mine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kobe had his turn, God bless the day. Like mama, love mama. But if I'm Jalen Brunson, ID's cool for the playoffs, I got you. We wasn't ready. I need mine. Don't put me under the umbrella. If you got me under two umbrellas and it ain't raining, you got me under Kobe, then Nike.
Yeah.
You did the tribute to Kobe. Let me get mine.
You need to be with Jordan.
I don't even want to be with Jordan. See, that's the thing about too. Don't get me fucked up. Jordan brand too. Jordan got Zion, Melo had some dope shits with Jordan. But see, think about this. I bought the Melos. Melo shits was looking like Jordans, just in Denver colors. I had the other.
What about the Westbrooks?
I need mine. I need mine, yo. I respect everything everybody was doing. I don't want to be under Jordan umbrella, even though I know Jordan umbrella, that's another thing. Jordan umbrella is separate from Nike. But I don't be liking the designs. I like Melo shits because this shit was looking like the Jordans.
Like Jordan, just baby blue.
Exactly. I need mine, yo. I'm second team All NBA. I'm leading the #1 market, maybe even outside of LA in New York City, and I'm the man. I need mine. Right now, to be honest with you, the way the Knicks look this season, if niggas had Karl Anthony Towns, they would go buy the Karl Anthony Towns, and niggas don't even and niggas don't even usually buy big men sneakers like that. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Shaq's maybe. Tim Duncan, the Mulan joints,
Shaq sneakers was fire with the palm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would say him and Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan's just still fine. But if Karl Anthony Towns has shoes, the New Yorkers alone would buy them, generated close to $1 billion throughout the playoff. Yorkers alone would buy them, generated close to $1 billion throughout the playoff.
Well, like Mason Camp said, they accept consultations down from this, down to the signature shoes, down to the NBA correspondents being at the game for the younger players. Clearly, y'all need a little work, and it's okay to ask for help. They're here to help, so make sure y'all do that. But we gotta look forward to Game 3, which is on Wednesday. Obviously, Pacers versus Thunder. Underdog has Halliburton at 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Do you have higher or lower base?
This is tricky right here because he should, but I'm gonna say he won't. I'm going lower.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Mason, man. He's very streaky. Can he do it? Absolutely. Is he gonna do it? I don't know, but I'm gonna go with lower because, like I said, today he has 17, but I ain't checked assists, but them last 12 points was during bum time. It was trash time. The assists possibly, I have no idea with Halliburton. He's so streaky, but I'm gonna agree with Mason, go low.
Okay, SGA's at 9.5 first quarter points. Do you have higher or lower, Cam?
Low.
And Chet is at 8.5 rebounds. Do you have higher or lower base?
Going higher. Yeah, think they're going to come out with a purpose to get that game back, and that's going to be necessary for them to get the game back.
This is a tricky one. Chet fucked the ticket up, Cold Cam last night. Fucked the ticket up with this same shit right here. 8.5 rebounds. You had 6 rebounds.
Yeah, the nigga's 7 feet. He should have 8 rebounds.
Damn, that Cold Cam, everything was good until Chet ain't get the 8 rebounds. You can't bet on that again with you, because you're not. It's just, I can't do it too. Fuck my ticket up, man. People count on me, nigga. You know, people count on me to get this right. And you not out here. You laughing, mother. Niggas called me this morning. Listen, I called my nigga Nick from Underdog because niggas was hitting me talking about, yo, Cam Picks ain't up. Niggas was texting me. I've been on the road. I'm gotta be like 90% during the playoffs. At least it's something close. I'm gonna get the numbers. But he fucked the ticket up last night. I see he's not aggressive with the rebounds. Just a nigga for a rebound. I watched it. If the rebound come in, he's 7 foot. He's going to get it. Is he going to get the rebound? Come on, low.
Too much Balenciaga.
Possibly.
Okay, make sure y'all download the Underdog app and you can make your picks too. We're actually going to go to break. When we return, we will discuss DB3, the Davis brothers, and the fights this past weekend.
She calls thinking about toxic. 4 years and counting. Got you feeling like an option. Maybe I'm my own problem, babe. She tired of hearing I don't know. My stubborn in me won't fall. Dealing with this thing called trust. But she really thinking about being free.
Welcome back. So there's a couple fights this weekend. There's a lot to unpack. So we'll start with this first part. So the highly anticipated Keyshawn Davis fight versus Edwin De Los Santos was called off after Keyshawn missed weight by 4.3 pounds. He came in at 139 and was supposed to come in at 135. They stripped him of his WBO title. So before we even get into things that happened backstage, their comments, all that stuff, Mace, what is your opinion on him missing weight?
Initially, I think he came in 139.4.3, so it was some extra pause weight there that it's just unprofessional to come in like this. I remember we had him here up at the show, definitely a fan of his boxing style. You know, he's definitely action-packed, but this is unprofessional, you know. And when you don't come in, the first fight is making the weight, you don't make the weight, I mean, you lost the first fight, you know, and him losing the belt as a result of not making the weight is just crazy. You got somebody like Bo Mack that's your trainer. It's just not a good look all around for the people that are standing by you. The 2 young guys that's managing him, that's doing a phenomenal job. Everybody did their big one. Pause. We here in VA for the grand opening. This is supposed to be the grand opening of DB3, and for the leader, the head guy, not to do his part, pause, is just a real black eye for the sport, a black eye for the team, and a black eye for the company. And as a leader, you just got to be better. You know, leaders can't take that kind of risk with everybody's checking everybody's livelihood, because everybody lost money that night.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some information about this. I think my personal opinion was this, is that the kid he was going to fight is a tough kid. It wasn't like he was no walkover, and I'm not saying Keyshawn wasn't the one, but I think Keyshawn was like, I'd rather give up. You know, sometimes they work it out. I don't know the exact details about this particular contract with him coming in overweight. But I think this was part of his plan, saying, fuck the belt, I just want to whip his ass, and we going to fight anyway. And homeboy said, nah, not today, we're not going to do that one. And sometimes people train and they travel and they get there and they be like, all this shit I did the last 8 weeks, because the training camp is mainly 2 months, 8 weeks. And they prepare and they say, fuck it, we already here, let's fight. I think that he was banking on that. Because there's no way that you know, if weigh-in is Friday, and you know Monday you're not gonna make weight.
Yeah.
You know that for a fact. Or you could do everything you can to try and make weight, but if you're not to that point, you're gonna drain yourself for us, and then you're not gonna be at full strength for the fight. I don't know this for a fact. I just think that Keyshawn was banking on the nigga saying, fuck it, you overweight, let's fight anyway. And niggas saying, nah, but this is what happens when those fights. So basically, when niggas come overweight, most of the time, come in overweight, most of the time the promoter is both fighters' promoter. This particular fight, it was 2 different promoters. Keyshawn's promoter is Tom Rank, and the other fighter's promoter is Bob Arum. I think that Bob Arum told, Tom Rank is Bob Arum. Al Heyman. I think Al Heyman told him, nah, fuck them niggas, man. Let's get up out here. Yeah, go to, act like you forgot, son. Go to the car. I got the jet waiting on you. Grab the belt. I'll work the money out later because we're going to get some chicken and get up out of there. So I think this was calculated, and I don't know this for a fact, but I think Keyshawn calculated this. I don't think he cared about the belt. He never talked about him trying to unify or anything else. Because at the fight, he was sitting there ringside eating more. Like he didn't give a fuck. Yeah, on purpose, murder style. Popcorn, chicken, or just eating everything. So it ain't like he gave a fuck. So I think this was calculated, but it just backfired.
Yeah, and I think after people saw the Ryan Garcia and the Devin Haney fight, people are like, man, them little 3 pounds matter. We're not letting you get away with that. And especially he came in 4 pounds heavier. He probably thought like, man, this nigga trying to come in a whole nother weight class.
That's what it is, 100%. You're at 140, that's a whole nother weight class.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously there's more to the story, which just kind of completely flipped. So Keyshawn's brother, Kelvin Davis, lost for the first time by majority decision to his opponent, Nahir. Keyshawn and his older brother, Keon, then teamed up to jump Nahir backstage, and they had to be escorted by security. So the reason I say jump is they're claiming that they didn't jump him, they just headbutted him, but the opponent Nahir is saying that they jumped him. All depends on what your definition of being jumped is.
You headbutting them? That's crazy.
Depends on what your definition of jumping is. So, but there was a confirmed altercation, there's videos, all of that. So, how do you feel about the way they handled their brother's loss? Because they didn't involve the 2 of them. They, the opponent Nahir was celebrating backstage. They heard it, they went inside and, put hands on him.
I think it's very unprofessional, but just think about if you walk past the room killer, nigga's like, yeah, I got that nigga, yo. I was gonna knock that nigga out, and he talking crazy about you as you walking past.
I had to deal with that at the verses. I conducted myself like a professional. I just kept walking. And that might have been worse than that. That was an ass whooping. So yeah, dude, you have to control yourself.
Yeah, you
man.
gotta control yourself. Yeah, cause he walking past here, and niggas, I smoked that nigga in his backyard and all that. And niggas heard it, niggas said a word. Niggas said, I wish I see them niggas walking past. I tell them niggas they pay. You tell them niggas to their pay? I tell a nigga mother to them niggas. And then niggas heard it. They said, what? We going in there. Not that that was right, but I understand. Like Chris Rock said. They went in there and then they headbutted them. That's UFC. You can't be doing that. Come on. You guys are supposed to be creating a company, creating a brand. You got people working hard for you guys. You can't be doing that.
FB, Jonathan, what up?
You gotta let the goons do that if you was gonna do that.
Well, listen, to your point, what you just said, the truth was niggas be acting like niggas said something they did. Like niggas said my mother. Nobody said your mother, bro. You hearing shit, man. You bugging, my nigga.
That's when a nigga just want a problem with you.
Absolutely, 100%. You gotta think, let's lay the scenario out for the Davis brothers. There's 3 brothers. The first brother couldn't fight.
Yeah.
Because he's overweight. Second brother won. Third brother lose. So 2 brothers took an L. and now you right next door celebrating. They upset. I actually seen the interview. What's the young man's name? That one fight.
Albright.
No, here. Yeah.
Yeah, Albright.
Yeah.
I seen him afterwards. I seen his press conference afterwards. What he did confirm was that they were next door. This from out his mouth verbatim. They were next door celebrating, and then they must have heard them. They came in. He didn't say that they jumped him. He said Keyshawn got in his face, grabbed him his shirt, and headbutted him. And then they all broke it up. After that, the security came and everything else. And what he said was, it was unprofessional, but he felt better when the brother that he beat came and apologized, and Terrence Crawford came in his locker room and said, pardon them for their unprofessionalism. And he was more hyped that he got a picture with Terrence Crawford than anything else. So, like I said, I don't know if he's trying to downplay it or not, but he said that was the only thing that happened, that Keyshawn pulled him in and headbutted him. But he was super cool about it, super professional about it. I seen a lot of boxers, and not boxers, boxing analysts, Tim Bradley, former boxer, Teofimo. A lot of people had different perspectives. Teofimo's perspective was, you got to pray for Keyshawn. He went through a bad weekend. He made weight, this, that, and the third. Tim Bradley said he's not a Keyshawn fan anymore. He's not fucking with him. He's not supporting him. He's taking his fandom over to Abdul Mason, and that's where he's going to start supporting from there. So you have the mixed emotions throughout the boxing community, to where some people, boxers like Teofimo are more sympathetic, and then you have older boxers who's now analysts, former boxers, saying, nah, I ain't fucking with niggas, you don't do no shit like that. But to me, what makes it worse is that first of all, it's very unprofessional no matter what. But what makes it worse is that you did it in your hometown, so it seems like you're bullying. Now, if I'm a boxer that wants to fight Keyshawn,
I want to go to VA.
Exactly. I'm not coming to VA to fight you, because y'all niggas running reckless down there. You and your brothers and whoever you running around with, y'all running reckless, and I don't want to be a part of that. So if we're going to fight, it could be in Atlanta. I'm not coming to fight you in Virginia. I'm just saying for protocol, so I'd say, like, to me, you ruined that with that situation for me to come to your hometown and fight. It was kind of sad because they sold, I believe, 10,000 tickets. 2,000 people want their money back when they found out he couldn't fight. Another 2,000 couldn't get their money back. Whatever it is, it seemed like if you would have made weight, and especially if you would have won, it would have been a great future till you got primetime Vegas ready for you to find a home to fight there in Norfolk.
Yeah, and the day before that, he was with the mayor of Virginia. He was talking about how great he is as a person, all of this stuff. At least they were showing it on camera.
Yeah, listen.
And he was doing stuff in the community, so it takes so long to build a reputation. It only takes like 5 minutes to ruin it.
Yeah, it's a saying I used to say about that. It takes a lifetime to build your reputation, 2 seconds to ruin it. I don't got the exact wording, but you're 100% correct. Let's think about this. You got Michael Vick there. Allen Iverson came out. Pusha T was supposed to bring you out to the ring.
Yeah.
All these people from this great community down there, the 7 cities, I believe it's called, Newport, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all that surrounding area, were there to support. And now it's like, oh well, tell them niggas come wherever we gonna fight at. I don't know if that's a fact. It depends on who next opponent. Sometimes niggas need money and take the chance when they want to take the chance at. But I get it. I wouldn't go.
Yeah, and who knows? Next fight, he could have had Pharrell make his Louis Vuitton and shorts and all that. So he could blow a lot of money with that.
Right.
It's definitely a big shoulda, coulda, woulda situation that just turned sour quick. Because even when we did interview him when he was up here, he was talking about how important Virginia meant to him and family at that. So that's why I'm like, I'm not fully surprised, but you can't let your emotions get that much ahead of you where you're willing to kind of like ruin the good thing that you got going on. Because he was, it's like he's that next up thing type of thing. So the fact that it changed that quick is frustrating. And then obviously for his fans, they're disappointed because they're having expectations for you that you're not able to meet. And it's like, how do we know that you can then meet those expectations for the next time? So it's a lot to kind of rebuild at that point, and I don't really know exactly what he could do.
Yeah, and even with that, if you need the consultation, we can help. We know what you need to do next. You got to embrace what just happened. And if anybody does this again, the same thing gonna happen. That you take that approach, now you become the Mike Tyson of boxing. I don't know if you want to take that route, but that's the route to take, you know. Listen. You know, listen. Play with my family, that's what's gonna happen, man. Watch your mouth. Ain't nobody safe, you know. You could go with that'll be your best bet right now, because trying to be very apologetic is going to change your psyche as a boxer. I don't think boxers are really need to be nice guys. You know what I'm saying? You're in a combat sport. It's not like when I saw Mike Tyson become really, you know, like a really good person. I think that messed him up as a boxer. As sad as it sounds. You need your boxers to be aggressive. You don't need your boxers to be good citizens, you know. Now, they don't pay them for that. They pay you to put hands on people. That's what you get paid to do. You're already crazy. You're like Killer said, he wouldn't get paid to get punched in the face. So the mere fact that you guys train to get punched in the face is crazy. So ain't no need of you trying to walk out there and be what I think, you know.
No, I totally agree with that take. My uncle said he's a world champion boxing trainer. He said the two craziest occupations in the world is boxing and a firefighter.
Yeah. Like, who's running the on the 19th floor. Man, look at that cat up there, man. He got 9 lives. He got 8 now. He got 8 now.
Think about it, you running into a burning building. Larry's son is a firefighter. Larry's son showed me some shit. I said,
yeah, like they had his face covered, all that, running in there.
And then there's shit you gotta see about people. About being a
kid go get him, you know, a cat.
Yeah, but I'm saying people that don't. His son, Larry's son, was showing me some shit. And I'm like, you a ill nigga, my nigga. Like that shit is tough to watch because some people die. Some people come out with 53 burns on them, and you gotta see all that and still have no emotion. I mean, of course, have compassion, but you have a job to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. You get the cat, but if it's
Call the cat.
you go in and get the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's like, yo, you walking in the 900 degrees.
Yeah.
But we do appreciate you guys for your service.
Absolutely.
Let's make that clear, because it's a dangerous job and y'all save lives every day.
Sorry, Steph. Shout out to first responders. Absolutely, 100%.
So I know the theme of this episode has basically been consultations, because y'all have been giving out help and advice throughout most of the episode. But now I gotta ask, because you know he goes by the businessman. What would be your advice to the businessman?
He was standing on business. That's what he was doing. He was standing on business. And the mere fact that he said he grabbed him and then headbutted him lets you know that he still understands that his hands are illegal to put on people. So he did try to take a different approach. But, you know, if you got your family there, you don't want to be fighting when your family is there and stuff like that. And being that you was in your hometown, it just was a poor look. Even though the other stuff, I'm just saying that a joking matter, but you know, now you gotta embrace it. Because if you run around on an apology tour, then you're gonna have to be more mild-mannered, and I don't know how that's gonna play into your boxing style.
I don't know his personality that well. Y'all guys, I wasn't here when he came up for the interview, so I actually missed it. I don't really know his personality.
He's a tough guy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing being a great boxer, but is he like, nigga, I fuck niggas up? No.
Actually, no. That was the one question I asked him. I was like, you're very calm and collected. Like, you're not as flashy. He's like, I just kind of be chilling, like, because that's what he said.
Yes, and for him to headbutt a nigga is kind of like out of character.
But see, that's why I was asking about his personality, because from what you're saying, for him to apologize wouldn't be wrong. If you're an old school, let's use a DMX. DMX ain't apologizing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It depends on your personality.
Move them niggas out of the back row so I don't have to headbutt.
Yeah, DMX is y'all niggas put the locker room next to mine. What the fuck you would do that for? Him blaming them for putting niggas by niggas. Like, so that's why I was asking his personality, because if he had that type of personality, like, why the fuck would niggas put niggas by me? He paused, knowing you beat my brother. Even if he's there before the fight, don't have him there after the fight. How about that? Like, that's why I was wondering where his personality is before I give him.
He's like a cool tough. It's still tough though, because he's more like, oh, you want to fight?
Yeah.
Let's fight then.
Yeah.
You know, one of them.
Right. I don't know his personality, but marketing, I'm gonna run with it like Murder says. you know, because that'll get, look, it's always, look, I don't care what nobody say. It's always room for a bad guy. I don't know if you're a real bad guy like that, but it's always room for a bad guy. I was telling the nigga son that I was going to the Garden if the Knicks made the championship, and I was hoping to get booed. I wanted to do Hulkamania like this. Walking there with the OKC. I wanted to get booed. Because you paying attention to what I got going on. It's always room for a bad guy.
Yeah.
And niggas like bad guys. Let's think, I don't know how far y'all go back to wrestling, right? And I didn't even really watch this already. They were talking about The Rock. He was a legacy superstar actor, right? The Rock came into wrestling as a bad guy. He was such a good bad guy that he turned into a good guy because they loved the nigga so much as a bad guy. The niggas was like, nah, this my nigga. Now he 2-3 years later, he was a good guy. Not even because he was that good of a bad guy. It's always room.
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out. Build this crossbow tower as fast as possible. I don't need...
That's actually a good point.
Good thing you said bad guy, not bad boy.
I wasn't slamming up, bro. I said, yo, man, you really up to your credit, man. You really the chosen one, man. Me and Sue was saying you're the chosen one, man. Lone went to jail, stop my nigga Lone. Biggie dead, Craig Mack dead. G Delt went to jail. Damn, Martin, you got the instincts.
Rose Leroy.
Yeah, the lineup of jail and death over there. You got out of there, man. You got out of there just in time, man. That shit crazy over there. Where Total at? Asking for a friend.
I just spoke to them the other day.
Oh, 112 good?
Yeah.
Alright, y'all got out of there. That's good, man. Glad y'all made it out. What about dirty money? Who's in dirty money? Or?
Yeah.
I just remember the name. I don't even know who was really in dirty money. That was two girls.
Real quick to Cam's point, because I only get time sometimes to ask you questions. When you hear the term chosen one, how do you feel about that?
He's just playing, but
no, I'm not really.
It's not really
not
a joke, yeah.
I wish it was shit besides Bad Boy that we can't really talk about, but I'm just saying, you know how to navigate yourself to be like, nah, it's time to slide. I know that's a blessing though.
Yes.
Like I'm like that's what I'm saying. They think I think I'm joking. I really am serious about that. That you are really looked after over God, I believe, because you get out of a lot of situations right when you don't need to be in situations.
yeah, it's just like intuition. I think like growing up like the way I did, even like before I got to New York, so many things happened. I feel like that was a gift given to me just to protect myself.
Listen, let me tell you one thing. Listen, like May's got security now. You running around security, but we was talking. I was asking him one time. I said, "Yo," we was talking about after Biggie got killed and how, like, nobody from Bad Boy bust their gun when Biggie got shot, and the gang. You know, I'm not going to talk too much, but he was telling me how the gangs was in the hotel and so on and so forth, and he maneuvered his way to get out of that situation because everybody that he came with there to LA had left out. He was the only one there. So you got Biggie passed away, security not busting their hammer, Puff get on the private jet, everybody going, and Mace figured his way to get out of here. So we was talking about, he said, Cam, that's why you just see me run around with nobody sometimes. Ain't nobody do shit. I'm better off by myself. It's funny, but not funny.
Yeah, when they go, you know, you by yourself, everybody trying to make it home.
Yeah.
Especially niggas crying behind cars. I just want to go home. I just want to be home.
Right. But that's why I'm me saying that you're the chosen one. That's what I meant by that.
Yeah, what do you do if you're security crying behind the car? I just want my blanket. I want your blanket. Nigga, we gotta get out of here. I done seen too much. Niggas can't tell me nothing. That's all the niggas be talking tough. I said, man, just say it. I done seen all that. Niggas said he wanna just go home.
Oh,
and
shit.
be on this blanket. You're like, what?
What are you there for security? I just want my blanket.
This glass on the floor. Niggas is behind us. I'm never gonna be in this position.
I just want to go home and
I just want to be under my blanket. Niggas, you're like, wow.
Oh shit.
Oh, we gotta get out of here. God, you get me out of here. I'm never fooling with you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I asked you a question.
I love music.
Come on, let's head to the giant
Oh, man.
What was your reaction?
You know me. That's why I'm here. That's why I don't go nowhere with you.
But I know I'm trying to picture your face on the accent to make it to license. Come on. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh man. That.
Sorry about that.
That was great. That was great.
Oh shit.
Like, I know you said he was joking, but that's why I asked, because it don't really be jokes. Like,
if my security holding me down in Cali, is somebody, the #1 rapper in the world can kill you tomorrow. Not to laugh at bigger than all, but nigga telling you I just need to want to go home. And the second top artist in the world, which is Mace, about to be #1. Nigga said, that's what I'm saying. I wonder his face, because I'm like, if y'all let niggas do that to Pig, I'll stand a chance.
Oh man.
Oh man. Sorry.
Oh man.
well, it's always a blessing being up here with y'all. You already know that is all the time that we have for today. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, it is what it is.
I didn't play very well. The reason why she won is because I didn't play well. She didn't play so fantastic. It's because I was bad. I made many mistakes. Many mistakes I made.
She won the match not because she played incredible, just because I made all of those mistakes.
That is the reason. Because, you know, I'm usually very good. I should have won. But I didn't play well because she didn't play fantastic. That is why I didn't win. This is coming out of the mouth of Marina Sabalenka. Sabalenka, I think I got it right. Sabalenka. I didn't like that statement. She was talking about Coco Gauff, who beat her in the French Open, and congratulations to Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff has been kicking. She's been through it. She's been playing when she was really young. You know what I mean? She's like a prodigy, man, in tennis, man. We're real proud of her, man. And she won her first French Open, which is a big match, which is not easy to win, and she won that. And, you know, she was being a sore loser, man. That interview she had, I was like, yo, that's some hater. The way you say that. Oh, she only played because I make mistakes. What do you mean? No, you made mistakes because she was beating you. And by the way, I saw both of their interviews. They were playing in tough conditions. The weather was up, so they were both, you know, they were both struggling. But Coco Gauff won. Period. And she had a strategy. And then Sabalenka says, well, if she would have played Iga or some other tennis player, she would have won the what?
If Iga would win me another day, I think she would go out today and she would get the win.
And Coco Gauff's like, I don't think so, because I beat Iga in straight set. What are you talking about?
No, like to Iga or anything, but I played her and I won in straight set. So, yeah, I don't think that's a fair thing to say.
Hold everything. Guess what? I have another showtime. 6 p.m., guys, for my hour special at the Apollo Theater. 6 p.m. Tickets are open now. You can get tickets right now at the Apollo, June 12th, the 6 p.m. show. The 9 p.m., I think it's sold out. But 6 p.m., you can get tickets right now. She wanted to say that, but Coco Gauff has so much class. She's so cool. She's so dope. She knows the time. She knows what time it is. They wait to get a rise out of her, but it didn't work. And this girl, Belinda's like, I can't believe I lost the little black girl. I mean, I don't know if it's racial, but let's keep it 100. This is tennis. This is white male dominated, white woman dominated, and you know, you got to give shout out to the Williams sisters who changed the game, who were able to pave the way for someone like Coco Gauff. You know, there's Sloane Stevens, and there's a whole bunch of other black women. And you know, back in the day, you had Althea Gibson. Althea Gibson was the first black person to win Wimbledon, man. Then you had Arthur Ashe, right? You had Arthur Ashe won Wimbledon. And then you have, oh, you know what? In fact, Lacoste, you know the little alligator Lacoste? That's from the French player named René Lacoste. That's where it was named after. He was a French black player. There was also Yannick Noah. Yeah, his son was, remember Noah? That played for the Bulls? Yes. So anyway, I just wanted to throw you a little history, but congratulations to Gauff and Belinda. Belinda's an amazing tennis player, dope as hell, but you a sore loser. You look like a hater. There was some subtext that you couldn't believe you got beat by a black girl. Listen, let's stop all this you can't believe. We here. Plain and simple, we here. And your last name is Belinda, because when you Belinda, you're lost, all right? You got your, no, I don't know if you got your, but goddamn it, you got beat, all right?
Zaxby's giant chicken finger.
Alright, one day I was on YouTube and I came across a video called Is This the Average Male Fantasy by a woman called Shoe on Head. But in the video, she brings up a post from Twitter that talks about the average male fantasy. And it uses a clip from Jose, the Tiger and the Fish, the movie, as the example. You know, because the movie's a romance movie about a disabled girl and a boy just helping her out, I guess. I haven't watched the movie myself, but I have read about it. Now, apparently on that post, people are commenting things like this. Wholesome fantasy and fantasizing a disabled girl for him to control. What? I didn't see that in the movie description. Now she goes on to show that there are more comments like this that say, always vulnerable, always happy, always needs you, pretty perverted. His fantasy is that she becomes permanently disabled and helplessly dependent on him, but can still make a sandwich. Sounds about right. Man, someone is projecting hard. And it continues. This one states, the average male fantasy equals girlfriend with no agency who's completely physically dependent on you and forced to blanket subservient and compliance. sounds about right. You males are weird for fetishizing physically disabled women. Now, after finishing this video, it really got me thinking, what the hell are people on Twitter smoking? You know, sometimes I think I'm crazy, but then I actually look, watch, and see how people act and, you know, respond to things and their opinions. And I realize, I'm actually the same one. That's not right. That's not logical. Now, Ricky, I haven't even watched the movie, but I can read. You know, I'm a black man that actually has the skill of reading. Now, I'm being sarcastic, haha. But no, I can also see. And all I see here is a cute, innocent romance anime story. Now, I know anime is known for its fan service and the sexualization of women and men, but this is not that. These comments had me perplexed. Everybody on Twitter must be smoking that stuff, and I wasn't invited to the party. There are people in those comments that actually think it's weird for an adult man to have a physical relationship with a disabled woman. I'm confused, because me using my 2 cents, I thought that most people generally want to find true love, even if they are disabled. And if they're consenting adults, which Josie is, she's 24, so they should be able to make that decision for themselves. This isn't weird, this is wholesome. Everyone wants love, blind, deaf, or crippled. And the young man here is a 22-year-old college student, meanwhile she's 24. And from what I've seen and read about, he's only really helping her around. She's not overly sexualized either, she's just cute. Oh, but apparently if she's cute and she's an anime girl, she looks like a child. Give me a break. Ultimately, the author decides whether it's a child or not the viewer. It's a very simple concept. The one who creates the story creates all the rules. Anyway, after watching the video, I got curious. So I went on Twitter to find more comments related to this post, and I found things like this. Apparently, this person thinks that average male fantasy is having a childlike girlfriend who cannot fend for herself or take care of herself. Nah, you just want an anime, and she didn't even spell the word right, it's inanimate, child sex doll. So apparently, viewer, according to this feminist, and yes, it is a feminist, gotta check the page. Apparently, she's what they call a radical feminist. Shocker there, right? This feminist apparently thinks that you as a man wanting a loving relationship is weird because she feels you only want that relationship to have someone to control. You know, some of you may think he's a pervert, but of course, I don't give a fuck. Think what you want. There is nothing weird about a man wanting wholesome, true love. In fact, if most men got what this kid got in this story, they're probably a lot less perverts. If they're both consenting adults, it shouldn't matter if she's disabled or not. Everyone wants love. No one wants to die alone. We are human beings. We are meant as man and woman to get together and do to ultimately get freaky and reproduce. Everything that lives has to reproduce or multiply in some way. There's a fact that cannot be denied. And I don't care if she's disabled. If you're horny enough, you want to find a way. Now, I actually did some research on this. I wanted to find out if a woman who had a spinal cord injury, or, you know, more or less someone who couldn't use her legs anymore, could still get the job done. You know, get busy! I'm not perfect, I swear. I'm just a curious person. There's a reason my inner voice is a cat, people, and life has not killed me yet, so I must roll. Now, I found... Now, I found that people who have a spinal cord injury do not lose their sexual desire and can still have a rewarding sex life. Having intercourse after a spinal injury is a lot like having intercourse for the first time all over again. People who approach intercourse with an open mind and a willingness to experiment to find out what works and does not work after their injury tend to have the most success and reported satisfaction. I don't understand what that means. You just gotta get a little creative. I can do that. I got an A+ in art class in creativity. My teacher told me I had to stop drawing tickle biggie stuff, but the class loved it. The teacher's just being a little hater. Anyway, I also read that many parts of your body can feel good and provide a pleasant sexual response, and these parts are called the erogenous zones. Oh, we never get somewhere. If you don't understand what this means, you're basically taking the party upstream, if you know what I mean. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Use your imagination. Now, I also read that some people have reported heightened sensitivity in areas where they can still feel. Oh, crap, that's a pro. Also, some people report increased ability to achieve through the use of vibration. Well, some of you disabled girls out there are some freaks. Y'all can't fool me, I know what y'all be doing. Y'all be going to Toys R Us, but don't be getting no toys. Sensational. Now, with that being said, I think when a person who's blind, crippled, can't hear, can't jump, can't get off the short bus by themselves, tragic. Hold up, what's my point? Oh yes, should be able to get the D. Now I check around because I know in the Claymore video I did say that the Claymore was having that little cut disability, whatever it was called, was nasty. But it was only because I thought it was nasty was the reason that I wouldn't touch a Claymore. Don't look at me like that, I know Claire's hot, but I have standards. And Claire does not meet them. Anyway, there are women in fiction that I would say I am down bad for. As a kid, there was a zombie movie I saw as a 9-year-old kid. I really shouldn't be watching this movie. It was an R-rated movie. But she was so hot. And she had a cool gun leg. That's badass, man. It was a movie called Planet Terror. But trust me, as a 9-year-old kid, I was not terrified at all of this movie. All I remember is this chick. In the movie, she's apparently a go-go dancer named Cherry Darling, who loses her leg in a zombie apocalypse and gains a machine gun appendage. And the actor who plays her is named Rose McGowan. And yes, she does eventually get laid in this movie, and as a 9-year-old kid, I saw everything. Oh yeah, shots were fired, but it wasn't from that machine gun. Anyway, the next one I gotta mention is Toph Bayfong from Legend of Korra. Now, not Child Toph. You know, she's adorable. I prefer the improved version. Hey, not that one. I said the improved version. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You want something else that's rock hard and you can be in? Damn night. Shut up, I have a type. Anyway, if you didn't already know this, Toph Bayfong was born blind, but calling her disabled is like calling the Hulk the weakest. And apparently, after the formation of Republic City, Toph was placed at the head of its law enforcement and became the city's first chief of police. Girl went from thug life to I have a life now. Respectable, we all gotta grow up sometime. But she didn't want to grow up. She grew up. Apparently, sometime before 120 AG, Toph met a man named Kanto, whom he has a daughter with, named Lynn. The relationship didn't work out. However, 6 years later, she had another daughter with an unnamed man named Suyin. And you know, I'm somewhat speculating that that unnamed man could be Sokka, but you know, that's just a theory of mine. Anyway, Toph went from bending metal to apparently bending over. And you know what? I'm not even mad at it. She raised our generation of badasses. I think Lynn became a Republic officer, and her other daughter, Su Yin, became a rebel, and both became masters of earthbending in their own right. I enjoyed this character as a kid, so knowing that she got a satisfying ending at the very least is just satisfying for me. And I mean, seriously, half the time the show had to remind me that she wasn't.
Guys, Nick here with Nick's Ranking Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, Antonio Burke has officially confirmed we will be seeing him compete next weekend in the Dubai Pro. Now, I think this is going to be a very good lineup for Antonio to do. We saw him win the Legion Sports Festival. Let's be honest, it was an okay lineup, but it wasn't super deep. It wasn't, I would say it wasn't a great lineup. When it comes to the ability to really challenge Tonio, I feel like Tonio kind of stood way above the rest. I mean, he's a top 10 Olympian, and he brought a significantly improved version of his physique. He clearly had added some size. He brought the same, trademark conditioning. I think it was a relatively easy win for him, and I think it'll be good to see him in a lineup like Dubai. They've got some bigger names, some more established veterans, and I think a little bit more of a challenge for Tonio. Potentially, unfortunately, guys that we might not get to see him face at the Olympia this year. Nathan Diasha will be there, and we don't really know if he's going to be able to compete at the Olympia and travel to the States. He's had a lot of trouble with it the past few years. If he qualifies, we might not see him there. Beirut Tabani, we just talked about a couple of videos ago. This new travel ban probably going to impact Beirut. Probably going to make it even harder for him to get his visa, which he hasn't been able to get for the past several years. Nexzilla might not even qualify for the Olympics, so we might not get the opportunity to see him against Antonio Burke. I still don't think we know for sure if William Bonac is doing the show or not. He hasn't actually directly confirmed it. I actually was able to talk to Martin and confirm that he is not doing Dubai Pro. He said the rumors that are out there are not true. He has no idea where they came from, but he's not doing Dubai, so Martin will not be in this lineup. He said his sole focus at this point is just prepping for the Olympics. But again, I do think this will be a really good lineup for Tonio and a really challenging lineup for him to win. And I really like the comparison. I've been seeing it more and more. The comparison of the type of physique that Tonio has to like a Dexter Jackson physique. I really like that comparison. I think it's really apt because Tonio is just very complete. He's got, he's never going to be the biggest guy on stage. He comes in 212, he's a little bit shorter. And he's got these really round, 3D muscle bellies. He comes in really good shape. He's very complete. He's very balanced. And his physique does kind of resemble like a prime Dexter Jackson. And I'm curious to see how this new version of his physique does against elite level guys, against Olympia caliber guys. Because, like I said, he was clearly improved for the Legion. 15 pounds heavier, I believe, than the last time we saw him on stage. And like I said, I think that was kind of an easy win for him. So I want to see how he does when he's actually challenged with some of these guys like Beirut, Nathan, Nexzilla. Well, let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. He is already qualified for the Olympia after winning Legion. Do you think he'll be back in the top 10 at the Olympia? right, this is the latest update from Nathan Diasha. And it looks, based on this update, like Nathan is really bringing it to his quads. It's insanely separated, a lot of detail. He looks very full at this point. He had a little bit of Christmas tree going on in his little back in the back foot. When he hit the abs and thighs in this update, his abs really separated. This looks to be a very good version of Nathan. And again, this is kind of the thing that I really enjoy about the Dubai show. It's kind of turning out to be the show where we get to see these guys that we otherwise might not get to see at the bigger shows throughout the year. You know, the Arnold and the Olympia, two biggest shows, and then now the Pittsburgh Pro. You've got all these massive shows that have, you know, the bigger prize money in bodybuilding. They're all really based here in the U.S. So if you can't get to the U.S., there's still like a certain group of elite level bodybuilders that aren't going to be able to do those shows. And Nathan is one of those guys. Beirut is one of those guys. So the fact that we get this Dubai show, where they get the opportunity to win $140,000 prize money, and that seems to draw these guys to Dubai, I think this is shaping up to be a really good annual show for the guys that maybe it's harder for or unlikely for them to get to the States to do a show throughout the year. And I think what makes it interesting, with especially Tonio jumping in this lineup, is Nathan is not qualified for the Olympics yet. Beirut is not qualified for the Olympics yet. Exilla, obviously, is not qualified for the Olympics yet. Tonio Burton is. So if he does manage to come in and win this show, he would be taking away all of those guys' shot at a qualification to the Olympics. I'm sure we'll probably see Nathan and Beirut continue to compete where they can try to get the qualification elsewhere if they don't win Dubai. But that's kind of what makes this lineup interesting to me.
Small.
Is Tonio being already qualified, going in against, you know, really the best guys in this lineup are not yet qualified. So not only is there a good amount of prize money involved here, but the stakes are pretty high here too for everybody that's likely going to be in that first call out. All right, now next up in the news, I want to talk about the competitor list for this weekend's Impro Classic in Spain. And this is kind of interesting. This is, I think if you're a sauce for rock, another really cool moment. So let's go over this list here. A lot of names that I'm not super familiar with, and I'm sure maybe you guys aren't as well. A lot of guys from overseas in this one. Starting with Giolo Albi, Alexander Vodanov, Kasozi Brian Drago, Steph Rugging, Angel Calderon Frias coming back to open bodybuilding for this one, Dennis Friedrich, Sas Harati, Antoine Locke, Justin Musial, Claudio Sergio, and Kamal Topologlu. Okay, so I think the cool thing here is that Sas is competing for the 6th time in 2025. He just won his Olympia qualification. Obviously, this was one of the bigger stories of the week this past weekend at the Toronto Pro. But apparently, he's going to continue to compete going into the Spain show. So I think had Sauce not won the Toronto, this was like maybe his backup plan. And I think looking at this lineup, he's probably going to win this one too. I mean, a lot of these names I haven't even heard before, so I would say that Sauce is by far the favorite going into this one. It's cool that he's still doing it. I just have a tremendous amount of respect for the guys that are like Sauce that compete multiple times per year, not just once at the Olympia or once to qualify for the Olympia and then the Olympia. I like guys that are like legitimate professional bodybuilders and they're competing to make their living. I mean, between these 6 shows, I'd say Sauce has probably made a pretty good annual salary amount from the 6 shows that he's done, well, 6 including this one. Just from the prize money of those shows, I'm sure he's had a pretty nice payday. And I would say looking at this list, it's probably going to be who would challenge Sauce the most. Probably going to be between him and Angel. I mean, Angel has won an open bodybuilding show before. He's qualified for both the open and 212 Olympias before. This is the latest physique update from Angel. He's a guy that he brings really good conditioning. He's just a little bit more short and compact. Yeah, I think this is going to be another Sauce mixture here. But I think it's even sweeter for Sauce going into this show, having just beaten Regan, instead of the reverse scenario, where if this were like Sauce's backup to qualify for the Olympia, coming into this off of loss to Regan, I think it makes it even cooler. It doesn't really matter if you win this or not, even though I think you like it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below about this lineup. guys think in the comments down below. Now, next up in the news, we got a new physique update from Vito. But the interesting part of this update was the
As we speak, police have arrested a suspect in the deadly Las Vegas Strip shooting. Just moments ago, they announced the arrest of Manuel Ruiz in connection to the double homicide. This happened Sunday, just before 11 p.m. local time, right there near the Bellagio Hotel's iconic fountain. A live stream actually captures the moment when gunshots ring out and it sent tourists running in terror. We should warn you that some of the images here are disturbing. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now. Sam, what do we know about the suspect?
So we know there was a manhunt that was going on Morgan for about 11 hours until 5 or 10 minutes ago. We found out from police in the area that Manuel Ruiz, 41 years old, turned himself in, walked into the police station. He has been detained. He now, according to police, faces 2 different charges: open murder with a deadly weapon, 2 of them. What that means is they're not specifying the degree of homicide, first degree, second degree manslaughter. It's going to be up to a jury to decide that. But there was a live streamed video of a murder that was perpetuated on Las Vegas Boulevard, the middle of the Strip, as you said, the Bellagio, which is one of his just landmark places in Las Vegas. And you're watching in real time on YouTube as a murder is executed. And you actually got a very good look at his face in that video. I'm not sure if it was in the portion of the clip that we showed, but police clearly were able to identify who they were looking for. They also added, Morgan, that there was a history online with some sort of social media, a feud between him and one of the victims. There were 2 victims in this case.
I mean, the fact that it was live streamed is what I think is just kind of like head scratching in 2025. And also shows you, though, what a key piece of the investigation something like that is, right?
It must have helped investigators, but ironically, it was not necessarily what led to this man's arrest. It was the fact that he had turned himself in, but I also think...
Kamari Scarra's live on the Strip with what we've learned so far. Kamari.
Ozzy, a suspect is now in custody in connection to that double homicide that happened just here on the Las Vegas Strip.
Here's what I'm thinking, though. I believe that people who drive electric cars feel like they're better than everybody else. You know what I'm talking about? They get to park up close, get your little fucking little blue shit on your parking space. You get your little sticker so you can ride in the HOV lane by yourself. You get your little rebate, get your little prissy ass. And then I bought one. Yeah, and I was right. Them motherfuckers dope. Fuck y'all. I get it. There you go. Fuck y'all. I get it. I know why certain people ain't ready for an electric car. Everybody ain't ready for an electric car. Everybody's not ready for that responsibility. You want to know if you're ready or not? Pull your phone out. See how much battery you got. your shit at 14%, nigga. You need to stick with a hybrid. Stuck in San Bernardino somewhere trying to plug your shit in looking like a crackhead. Come on, baby. Let me just plug my shit in. I need like 40 miles, baby. I'm just getting 40 miles. Plug my shit in, People be looking at you all crazy. They'll be at the light. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when people look at me crazy when I'm at the light. They pull up things. Like I'm in a fucking spaceship. I don't like when people try to race me. I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, they don't say let's race, but everybody here been first in line at the light, and somebody pull up next to you, you can tell they want some smoke. You know what I'm talking about? They put that hand up there on the thing and they look at you. What's up, nigga? You know what I'm saying? They don't say it, but you can hear them in their fucking brain. What up, nigga? You know what I mean? Say it. Then the light turned green, right? Then I blow his ass away. Yeah, oh, hell yeah. The cold part is, you don't even hear me pull off. I can hear her behind me struggling. I'm in a HOV lane hauling ass. Man, his ass up. I hate when I beat people in a race and I get up next to them at the light and they don't want to pull all the way up. They stay back there in my back wheel. Like, nah, fam, get on up here so I can look at you. That's my trophy, bitch. Seems like I should be up on some of this technology, you know what I mean? But I'm not. I'm not up on, like, some of the technology I ain't ready for. I don't like it. I believe that there should be an age limit to the self-checkout line at the grocery store. Yeah, you goddamn right. I believe if you can't send somebody a cash app, you shouldn't be responsible for checking out your goddamn groceries. Goddamn right. I can't stand being in line. There'd be one goddamn machine open and a fucking old dude go up there and he got fucking 3 things and he trying to rub the eggs on the goddamn screen. Like, come on, Eugene, let's go, fam. I don't like the whole self-checkout situation, man. They make it weird, right? They make it self-checkout, but then they got a motherfucker that work there that kind of supervise you. Like, nigga, I don't work here. You trying to rush me? Nigga, I don't know what I'm doing. This is your equipment, man. Nigga walking around hitting me with how many bags you need? Like, nigga, I don't know. I ain't scanned nothing yet. You the grocer, nigga, tell me how much. I'm a fucking comedian, bro. I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, I'm gonna give you 2, but if you need some more, shit. Well, how much a bag? He said 10 cents. I said, well, nigga, give me 47 bags. Bags for everybody. You act like I'm broke, nigga. Everybody in the... Attention, bonds. Everybody in the store today. Nigga, I'm a legend in Northridge. That's that nigga that bought me some bags. I spent $4.70. I still got 62 bags left. Greatest investment I ever made in my life.
Can you tell which app is a trap?
Hey, this girl look amazing. Yeah, how you doing? You so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
What's your name? I'm London.
I'm Danny.
Danny? Likewise. You from Miami?
I just moved here, yeah.
Okay, me too. From where?
Jersey.
I'm from New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
How long you been here?
I've been here for like 8 months.
Okay, you like it?
Yeah, I love it, honestly.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe.
I mean, look at the weather.
It's hot as but I'm not gonna lie. So, your day's going good?
Yeah, so good.
For sure, for sure. What you got planned for the day, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm going to my friend's house and then I'm going to go to the gym.
Okay. Well, I ain't mean to just walk up on you. You know, I like what I see, so I figure I'd speak.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Maybe we should get to know each other.
I don't know. I just moved here, so I'm like just trying to be like,
yeah.
You know, like.
I mean, I ain't looking for nothing serious. I'm saying like maybe we just connect. You know what I mean? Maybe I can take you on sometime or something.
Okay.
All right, what's your number? You stay around here?
I live up north, but yeah, I come down here a lot.
Okay, cool. Your friend stay around here that you was walking over there?
Yeah.
Okay, well you ain't gotta walk. I know we just meeting and everything, but I could take you if you want.
Oh no, it's okay. The weather's nice. It's hot, but I can take you.
You sure?
Yeah.
It's like 100 degrees though.
I know it is really hot, but it's okay. Don't worry about it.
But look, I ain't gonna bother you, but I'm just saying if you want to ride, I can give you a ride. It's up to you.
Well, it's just literally down the block, so.
I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's move my car right here.
Thank you.
No problem. I was coming out my people, so they stay right here.
Oh, okay. These houses are so beautiful, right?
I know, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. For sure. I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
It took me 9 years to realize this crazy detail about Moana. So, at the beginning of the film, we see the ocean choose Moana for a quest to return a little green rock. And when she asks for help later on, the same ocean tosses her into a brutal storm for some unknown reason. But after rewatching the movie again, I think I figured out why. For starters, right after the storm, Moana wakes up on Maui's island. But something is different. I mean, she can push a giant stone statue and fight ships full of murderous coconut pirates with ease. And what's even more crazy is that she seems to be able to manipulate actual gods now. So something weird is clearly clearly going on here. And here's the thing. About halfway through the movie, Maui tells the story of how he became a demigod. In short, he was saved by the gods after being tossed into the ocean as a baby. But notice how it sounds suspiciously similar to what the ocean did to Moana. That's when I started to realize, back when Moana asked the ocean for help, there was a good reason it tossed her into the storm. She would have never been able to complete her quest if she was just a human. So the ocean helped by drowning her and turning her into a demigod. That's also why she was able to enter the realm of monsters when no mortal could. And that's why it took me 9 years to realize this crazy.
She did.
All right, I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't crazy. I don't need no psychiatrist. And if you ever tell anybody I've been in here, I'll fucking kill you. I am. I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, you know, Joe told me that no matter where you come from, you know what I'm saying, or what color your skin is, we all pretty much do the same things in life. Raise our kids, make love from time to time, and wash. Speaking of which, I learned that white people don't use washcloths. You know that? I'm serious. There's one bar of soap in the house. Every time I use it, somebody else's pubic hair was in it, so I use the clothes. Why you guys gonna put the wrong bar of soap in your butt and all this? I need to wash my face and my feet. All right, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, you gotta do the foot tap. A little faster. Damn, I shit don't go that fast. There you go. What we doing? What's the degrees? What's the degrees? 86 degrees. Oh, so yeah, man, the new weatherman. Jim will be out of business after August 3rd, so I'm practicing the weatherman. As you can see, I'm in Harlem, New York. What up, Harlem? I love y'all. You know, but my shit don't go that fast up here. But anyway, I just want to say, after August 3rd, I'm going to be the new weatherman. If I ain't going to be it, Kiss is going to fill in, or we're going to have to do this shit together.
Ask me why I still jump, sprint, and give my body a reason to stay strong. Somewhere in our 30s, most of us stop jumping and sprinting, but that has to change. Explosive movements aren't just for athletes. You don't have to strive to be attractive.
Another 5 miles an hour. Oh my goodness.
How you doing? I like your hair. Shane. That's too much. Why not? That's what I mean. Oh, okay. Put you in the rest or something? Let me get your grounded. I'm gonna hold you up too much. Why not? You interested in something? It's cool. How am I been, alright? I'll chase you. Not even all that.
All right, Wyoming, baby. Wyoming.
Now she walking back. You say you got somewhere to be, right? So why you walking back then?
453 miles in Nebraska.
Now that's what she got to say. Now what's up? What's up?
You gotta try. I thought you were just,
I do anything?
I'm just saying, I see that you got me quiet.
Okay, so what?
I was just trying to
Sit down. Sit down where?
I
So
think
does-
you're on that offer.
What offer? What offer?
You trying to get my Instagram? You trying to get my offer?
I mean, yeah, well, see, look, you doing too much. Like, you about to break my mirror. Yeah, but like what'd you say though?
I was trying to take you up on that offer.
Nah, I'm good. Nah, you got a minute, right? You got somewhere to be, right?
If you was a better contender, I'll take you up.
Nah, I'm good now. I don't do like the little, you know, I ain't doing that. Nah, I'm good on that.
I'm not good on nothing. You were just trying to talk to me now.
I mean, yeah, I would, but you said you wasn't interested though, right?
Okay, I wasn't interested then. Now
Okay, then, so why someone talk to you now then?
because now I'm in your face giving you a chance.
You give me a chance? I don't want a chance.
You want the chance possible.
Nah, I'm good on that though. You have a nice day. You're wasting my time, to be honest.
How am I wasting your time and you giving me a
Because
conversation?
what you mean, like, give me a chance now?
What do you mean? At first I wasn't interested. Now I'm trying to chop it up with you. You wouldn't even want to just walk away.
What you mean, anything? I'm not just anything though. You know what I'm saying? Oh, anything. So I can walk? You got a car, right? Okay then. So you making it seem like I don't got like me walking. You making it seem like I don't have a car, so I'm walking. So I can't walk? Somebody can't walk now?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying what it looks like.
What it look like? Oh, okay, so I was walking. So we gotta walk to the cars though, right?
Okay. Like, now you can be mad at me because I made that assumption.
Nah, I'm just saying that we gotta walk to the cars, right? So you gotta make it make sense though. People don't just like disappear in their car, they gotta walk to the car. At least I'm walking and I ain't got a car though. Yeah. Yeah. So why should I get another chance though? Nah, I'm good. I am good on that. I mean, why you say that? Is you worth my time though? Is you worth my time? I'll figure out something. I don't like playing games. I'll figure out. Nah, I'm trying to. But nah, it's like playing games though. Please, I'll figure all that out inside. Okay, you know. I got you. Yeah. Oh, okay. What's your name though? Say it again. Oh, okay. Your whole energy changed though now. So I can just have my car, now everything changed. Now I can call you wherever I want. And now you smiling now. You want to talk to me now.
Sounds like bullshit.
Now, in the world of cars that probably should have been built in the first place, this is one of the ones. If you know, you know. 240 horsepower may not seem like a lot to y'all, but in the early 2000s, for a car like this that looks completely unassuming, right? To have as much horsepower, almost as much horsepower as a New Edge Mustang, that was unheard of. And this is a hood classic. This is one of the ones, bro. Everybody in the hood had one of these. Every blue-collar worker, every white-collar criminal, everybody had one of these. This thing nastier than a homeless schizophrenic's thong under a microscope. So in the early 90s, Dodge thought it was a good idea to rebadge the Mitsubishi 3000 GT VR4. They called it the Dodge Stealth. Both of them had all-wheel drive. Both of them had the twin-turbo V6. They had four-wheel steering, all of it. It was the same car through and through. Nasty. Both the Dodge Stealth RT and its Mitsubishi counterpart are worth the average series in 2025. These are not the type of vehicles you want to sleep on at a light, bro. In the right hands, these are monsters. Another sleeper is the E55 AMG. You would look at this and assume it's just every other compressor V6 powered sedan from Mercedes-Benz in the early 2000s. You would be terribly wrong. Until you pop the hood and you'll find an M113K, a twin screw supercharged 5.4 liter dual overhead cam V8, making 469 horsepower and 500 plus pound-feet of torque. There's more kick in this motherfucker than the Diablo sauce at Taco Bell. Something about nastier than your wife's search history. Don't believe me? Go to X videos on her phone and tap history in the corner. This 1990 Celica GT is the epitome of clean. And it got me thinking, like, not only are people missing how things used to be, they miss simplicity. And I think that's why a lot of these cars at the lot aren't selling like they actually could be, because let's face it, when you go to the lot, you buy an overcomplicated piece of machinery. Like, you can't change your radio like the back in the day, just the turn of a knob. No. You get into a whole car accident trying to change your radio in like a 2025 Cadillac Escalade.
From every interior is also well taken care of.
You gotta love these untouched JDM icons. You'll never see like nowadays. Everything has to be on top. The most spacious wide body. $10,000 worth of 3-piece wheels. I might be undershooting. Like a kilometer 20 hours doing the year this car came out. He was probably doing blow at a damn freaking slick rig concert. A lot of y'all think y'all slick. Y'all had Jerry curls and finger waves in high school. I gotta give it a good 10 out of 10 for how clean it is. Dope must have been good in the early 2000s because Ford was like, hold my beer, watch this shit. We finna throw a Mach 1 4.6 in a Panther body. We're gonna call it a muscle sedan. Ford's idea behind built parts being. That's exactly what I mean. You got a Crown Victoria sport interior, Crown Victoria tail lights, Grand Marquis front cap, Mach 1 Mustang 4.6. They was better off going with like a Terminator Cobra Supercharger 4.6, but it's neither here or there. Beautiful part about this car is everything that Ford did or every other car company did in the early 2000s was very unpredictable and unexpected. Now you expect them to come out with some crossover. You expect them to come out with some car that bears a legendary naming moniker, you know, but don't actually be anything close to the original car. No, the Marauder was its own thing. There was nothing else like it.
Your cousin Helen just meant the boy of her dreams. I'm sure she's got him on a tight leash. You'll get there. Oh.
Fake! This is my baby daddy. He's so fake. You doing an interview with him? Okay. Tell him to create a child support. Because he knows he's late. That's your business. You should leave. You really doing interviews out here with these hoes? Okay. You going to hell. This is not even your baby. Kid.
Yo, I was not expecting that, guys. Like, homie was really out there, you know, grinding for content, maybe earning a few dollars here and there. You know what time it is. You know, I know how it is to be, you know, grinding for content. Totally. But that last one, bro. She throws some stuff. Not only was she not paying child support, he was paying it anyway, or somewhat paying it. But she gonna hit you with some hot stuff. That hot stuff that's not even your girl. That's not even your baby. I don't know, man. I don't know if you should be mad or reluctant that you actually got this on camera. I don't know, man. What do you guys think?
We're beginning to pool eating each other out, bro. In front of I got pictures of. So it's a wrap, man. Alright? And then I'm here to do a legitimate investigation about that, and she wants to just do what she wants to do. That's not how it works. It's a wrap, man. I'm a really nice guy and I can do things easy, but if you won't talk to me at least, you know, I mean, there's little kids. That's not cool, man. I mean, was there anybody else before? Just kids. Kids? I got several witnesses.
Man, this is an easy way for you to find out that your girl is cheating. And not only that, cheating and catching a charge while she's doing it, brother. I think you should just be happy that this came about while you was gone, dude, and just move on. Just move on, bro.
You want to know why I can't do talking stages nowadays? Because you're not about to text me good morning after just getting cracked. Nah, I ain't going for that. You're not about to have your back blown out. Then you finna text me the next day like, good morning. I'm so tired. I wonder why you just bouncing on some meat the whole night. And now you trying to come at me? Nah, I can't do it no more. That's dead.
Crazy thing is, a lot of people this day and age like texting. Texting is just, you know, a foundation of so many relationships right now. But back in the day, with real people, more mature people, they need conversation to get things going. When you don't feed them that real valuable, wholesome conversation nightly, daily, from time to time, like they know something's up and they don't got time for it, especially grown ass folks.
I gotta delete Facebook. Yeah, I gotta delete Facebook. Why I just got on there and some post tell myself, if you know you're finna eat coochie when you get home, why would you stop and get a bag of hot fries? It wasn't lying though. Red 40 all in the cracks. You know what I'm saying? Red 40 all in the cracks. What you was finna do? I gotta delete that up on my
I don't know how to deal with this one. There's really good reaction to this one. This one's just straight laughing, son. This is just straight laughing. Like, why would you go get a sack of crawfish and go eat someone out an hour later, bro? You know that's not gonna work out for you. Why would you go get some atomic wings and you know you about to go down and it's going down and you know it's not right? But yeah, just on to the next book.
Sandstorms engulf every inch of the city. Humans build their last barriers to try to survive this desolation. They must get out of their shelters to find supplies. That's when the search squad notices.
What you doing?
What's up?
Where you at? You got me on speakerphone? Okay. I just called to tell you good night.
Yeah, fuck you.
Damn!
That's a beef I don't want to be. I don't want to be beefing with no female with some kids, bro. I would hate to let that do it. I would hate to let that take control of me, man. It's just not cool. And I know sometimes things get heated, you got these arguments, but real beef, real hate. Like, let's just watch this next clip.
Bro, I've been sitting in this car for about 2 hours now because I refuse to go inside and be with my wife. Like, I hate her that much. The only reason why I put her is because I'm broke and I don't have nowhere else to go. Like, I can't afford to rent on my own, and she makes more money than me. So, I mean, if I was to get a job tomorrow, I'd be gone just like that. With a woman I really want, but I can't afford the woman I want, so I have to settle for her, literally. If we're being honest, I think I'm doing her a favor because she got low self-esteem anyway, and she bad built, so she should be lucky that I'm with her, if that makes sense. So I don't feel guilty about it, but I mean, you know, some gotta give because I can't keep doing this.
That's fucked up.
Like, I could be with somebody I really want, but I refuse to do more, you know? I'm kind of comfortable with being nothing.
Say, bro, I'm gonna just go ahead and say it like this, bro. You can't be with the person you really want to be with because you consider yourself broke, but you're not getting enough money, so therefore you can't really do it. So you can't sit here and tell us that you can go and be with someone that you really want to be with because you can't do it, dog. What's the real reason? The real reason why those 2 hours you sat in that car, you could have been doing something else to get yourself together, man. Because right now it don't seem like it, right? And right now you blaming, you know, the relationship on why you broke right now. I just don't get it, man. Get you some drive and go out there and get it. Because right now she's taking care of you, and instead of you being grateful and being like, hey man, she holding me down right now as a good woman, you misinterpreting that right now. Like, you really are. So like, I would say, hey, you might want to just rethink the whole situation. I'm not saying that you're all the way wrong, but I'm really thinking that the direction on this, you might want to rethink it.
That's my balls, That's my balls. I'm already so niggas balls. They keep calling me they balls. I don't know what the hell they mean. Niggas in my DM saying I'm they balls. Nigga, I'm the whole basketball court at this point. I don't even know. No, nigga, I'm the whole dicks. I'm the dick. I'm the dick sporting good. How many balls I got? I'm just a ball. I'm testicle.
So what y'all don't know is balls is a new key term for someone that's cold, like your little fine stuff. Basically, that's your choice, the woman that you really want. They call them balls now. It's like an acronym. You know, DDG said it, but I forgot exactly what it stands for. Maybe y'all know what it is, and y'all can just put it in the comments. But yeah, we got a new term on our hands. So.
This is why I need a man. This is the only reason why I need a man. Just left Home Depot. Gotta say, not too bad.
So I don't get it, dude. So you went to Home Depot, but
you really want. They call it balls now. It's like an acronym. You know, DDG said it, but I forgot exactly what it stands for. Maybe y'all know what it is. Y'all can just put it in the comments. But yeah, we got a new term on our hands. So.
This is why I need a man. This is the only reason why I need a man. Just left Home Depot. Gotta say, not too bad.
So I don't get it, dude. So you went to Home Depot, but you said this is the reason why you need a man to go to Home Depot? Y'all already know how I feel about that.
Bro, why am I having a whole conversation with ChatGPT? T. And now I see what you guys are talking about. Now I see why some of you guys use this as therapy, because never have I felt so validated like this thing just made me feel. This is gonna sound so weird, but I'm just at a point in life where human interaction is just not doing it for me. Like, it's exhausting. And I never thought that an app would just understand exactly where I'm at mentally. I am so amazed right now.
Bro, y'all just understand, even Plankton dated a computer. Even Plankton from SpongeBob was married to a computer, bro. He already knew. He put us on. He warned us early in the game, and they said Plankton was crazy.
Unspoken rule, you should know. If you meet a girl and she has a nose piercing, run.
Yeah, that boy Will said, man, girls with nose piercing are the worst. Y'all should run away. I don't know how true that is, but y'all let me know. Did you ever have a successful relationship or anything with a girl with nose rings? Does it get worse as she has more nose rings? I need to know. Leave your thoughts in the comments.
6-pack or dad bod? Dad bod. Definitely a 6-pack.
So 3 years ago, 6-pack, but now dad bod. Definitely a 6-pack.
I'll go with the 6-pack. In my opinion, it kind of reflects like training and discipline. I don't think you have to have 6-pack.
Dad bod.
Probably gonna have to go with dad bod, but he can't have too much of a gut. If he has too much of a tummy, then I'm gonna have to pass. So definitely dad bod, but fit dad. We like fit dads over here.
Ooh, dad bods for the win. Guys, y'all not out the game, bro. I just feel like it's a different type of, you playing with a different type of customer at this point, man. When you're in your 30s and you got the dad bod, bro. See, when you're in your 20s, you might need the 6-pack, but when you're in your 30s, 40s, dad bods, you good. You good to go, bro. You ain't got to worry about going to the gyms 20 hours a week, man. You can be good with the 6-pack at home. You just don't, as long as you're a little bit active throughout the week, you're good. That's what the woman is saying.
Oh, your money fit.
You ain't gonna buy me these shoes?
I'm not buying
You got me this kind of mold in, you ain't gonna buy me these shoes. I told you it's all I had.
I just bought you your birthday outfit. Why do I have to buy your shoes too?
I'll tell me which one do I want, bro. You ain't got the money for it.
You ain't got the money for it? That's you, yeah. Pick your change up. There you go. You're gonna need it. You the ones got these hard working men running to the back, getting the shoes out and shit. You ain't even got it. I just bought your her birthday outfit. That outfit just cost damn near $200. You can't buy your own shoes? So that's all you got? Well, I don't know what you want me to do, because I ain't got it.
Bring it all into this mall. Come on, bro.
So you mad at me because I'm not buying your birthday shoes?
Yeah.
Oh.
You got shit, bro. Got this man bringing out all these shoes and you ain't got no money, bro. Like, frankly, bro, stop playing with me.
So it's my fault because I ain't got no money? Or is it your fault because you ain't got no money?
This is tough to see. You can hear the hurt and pain in his eyes, dog. Just get you, just work up and get your own shoes and also get your girlfriend too.
Because y'all be so quick to call these men who actually trying, not the deadbeat ones, who's actually trying to take care of their kids and do right by their kids. Y'all be so busy giving them a hard time and making their life miserable, but they can financially and mentally provide for these kids. If they take all of the government assistance away from you, can you do the same without the help? And the answer for a lot of women is no. You can't sustain your livelihood without the government's assistance. So instead of you acknowledging that, allowing this man to help you raise your children or your child outside of finance, outside from the financial aspect of it, allowing him to help raise a child, not provide financially for the child, help raise the child. You rather do it all by yourself because of what? What, you gonna get some extra brownie points for it?
Yeah, honey really spitting on this one, man. There's a lot of guys that get shut down from having access to their kids because of what? They can't afford to pay child support, or, you know, they're not paying enough child support, or they can't buy shoes this time, they can't buy school uniforms this time. Meanwhile, they gotta take care of the kids, what their obligation is, and the ability to live at home without the assistance. And since the kid is with the mom, she qualifies for all the assistance. So she's not really stressing like a man would. So I feel this is tough for a lot of you guys, man. Really wish if you're in a situation that, you know, you find some peace. And that's crazy. You can be a part of that life, you know.
Baby, and once you've done something to that man, just hand him over this way. When he come home, you arguing. When he wake up, you arguing. No food being cooked. No bath water being run. No pussy being given. Every anniversary is about you. Every time I go out, the meal's gotta be $300 and better. You're being fucking ungrateful. You're complaining. Valentine's Day is always about you. Father's Day gotta be about you. You're fucking selfish. You think about yourself. Hello? You're not considerate. You're not feminine. You're always being aggressive. You're always on your fucking back. You always want to be out every Friday. You want to do single girl activities. Just give him this way. Send him over this way. There's a lot of good women that stay in the house, go out moderately, dress moderately, that want to be wives. Pack yourself up, mama. It's okay. You don't got to be in a relationship. But you ain't about to keep the good niggas from being in one. Oh, and then after I get him, don't worry about him. Because we're going to be in the house, cuddling up. He's going to be eating a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle. And I'm going to be on my fucking knees, bitch. Bye.
Bro, just imagine if you, once you really lock in on yourself and you really focus on yourself, and you come to the fact to realize, bro, this woman not for you, like she really not for you. Meaning she don't want you, she not really meant for you. There's always gonna be someone else out there looking for you since you're a good guy.
Look at this. Just look. If this had come out a few years earlier, plumbers would have been out of a job by now. I'm telling you one last time, in our home, no matter what drain is clogged,
Forget what you thought you knew about sleepers. This isn't your dad's cushy Lexus. This is the Lexus SC, aka the Toyota Soarer, a car that's quietly packing Supra DNA, but dressed like it's headed to a 5-star brunch. Today, we're peeling back the leather and luxury to show you why this elegant coupe is one of the most overlooked beasts in JDM history. You want two JZ-powered twin turbos, rear-wheel drive greatness. It's all here, just hidden behind a Lexus badge and wood trim. This is the Supra's refined sibling. And if you're broke smart and just a little classy, you need to know about it. In the 90s, Toyota didn't just make reliable grocery getters and million-mile Camrys. They were engineering gods, creating platforms so advanced they'd rival anything out of Germany. And while the world was gawking at the Mark IV Supra, Toyota quietly slipped something special into the luxury lane. Enter the Soarer. Originally built for Japan, the Soarer was Toyota's experimental lab on wheels. They'd throw cutting-edge tech in it before putting it in any other car. We're talking early touchscreen interfaces, LED digital dashes, and a suspension system that whispered to the road like a secret. Let's fast forward to the late 80s. The Z20 generation Soarer wasn't just a coupe, it was Toyota, quietly flexing its engineering muscles underneath that sleek squared-off silhouette. It shared the exact same chassis and drivetrain layout as the A70 Supra rear-wheel drive, inline-6 built to cruise or rip. But here's the twist. While the Supra looked sporty, the Soarer wore a tailored suit, sharp lines, hidden headlights, executive presence. It was the car for the guy who wanted Supra performance, without the boy racer image, and Toyota didn't stop there. This was the first mass-produced Toyota to come with factory air suspension. Not just some gimmick to look cool at a car meet, this was adaptive comfort way ahead of its time. You could glide over bumps like you were floating, or firm it up when you hit the mountain roads. Luxury with a real performance edge. Now let's talk. Power under the hood sat the 7M GTE, a turbocharged 3, all inline 6. From the factory, it made around 230 horsepower and 240 pound-foot of torque. Not mind-blowing by today's numbers, but for the late 80s, that was serious muscle, especially when you realized how smooth it pulled through the revs. It was a torque monster down low, and it loved a little boost. And because it shared DNA with the Supra aftermarket, support was wide open. Slap on a bigger turbo, a front-mount intercooler, maybe a standalone ECU, and suddenly you've got a highway missile wrapped in luxury. But here's the thing, Japan taxed vehicles based on engine size. The 3.6 pushed the Soarer into a higher bracket and made it expensive. So not many people bought them with that low production. That's what makes it cool today. It's rare, it's slept on, and while everyone's chasing Supras, you could be cruising in the real hidden gem. Now comes the global invasion. Toyota knew Americans wanted luxury, but wouldn't vibe with a name like Soarer. So they created Lexus, and with it came the SC300 and SC400. This wasn't just a rebadge, it was the evolution. The Z30 Soarer refined, re-engineered, and given two amazing looks. First, the SC300, 30L, JZE. Yes, that 2JZ, no turbo, but built strong, a blank canvas for turbo dreams. Then the SC400, 40L, V8, 11UZ, FE, so smooth. Toyota ran this motor in a refined, high revving, and still sounds. These weren't just luxury coupes. They were performance machines in business suits. But Japan got the real treasure. The JZZ30. A 2.5-liter inline-6 twin turbocharged from the factory. This engine wasn't just a warm-up act for the 2JZZ. It was the rev-happy younger brother, spinning higher, weighing less, and still built to take. From the factory, it made around 276 horsepower and 268 pound-foot of torque, thanks to Japan's infamous gentleman's agreement. But the truth, these cars dyno way higher than that, and tuners. They've pushed the 1JZ GTE past 800 horsepower on stock internals. Read that again. Stock internals. No forged pistons. No fancy rods. Just Toyota over-engineering at its finest. And now, over 25 years later, these AZ30 Soarers are finally 100% street legal in the U.S. You can legally own a twin-turbo JDM monster. No import loopholes, no sketchy titles. And here's the kicker. Nobody suspects it until you put your foot down. That is peak stealth wealth. So, what makes the Soarer special isn't just its speed, it's the balance. It can gap a Mustang and still keep your seat warm with buttery leather and auto climate. It had cruise control while Supra guys were adjusting their manual AC knobs. This wasn't a boy racer's toy. This was a gentleman's rocket ship. Quiet, confident, deadly fast, and nobody saw it coming. So here's the real question. Why aren't more people building these? Because they're looking at it, and that's your chance to shine. SC300 budget, 2JZ build, SC400 V8 swap, Monster, JDM, Soarer, twin-turbo tuner, green parts, shared with the Super suspension. Compatible engine builds fully mapped by the community. It's like owning a Supra without the clout tax, just pure potential. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. The Lexus SC430. Yeah, that one. Look, we love Lexus, seriously. They've made some absolute legends over the years, but the SC430, that was a miss soft suspension, heavy body, no manual, no edge. It handled like a yacht and kind of looked like one too. Some folks say it resembled a jelly bean. Others say it was the automotive equivalent of a mom going to brunch. Either way, it wasn't the follow-up the Soarer deserved. So yeah, we don't talk about that one. Moving on, let's the real legends. Here's the truth. The Soarer is the Supra in a tuxedo. If the Supra flexes and car beats, the Soarer glides and gaps, and disappears. With zero noise, prices are rising. But right now, this might be the best hidden gem in JDM history. Power, comfort, and heritage. For the price of a used Civic. Don't sleep on it. Drive it. So, what do you think? Drop a comment if you've seen one of these in the wild. Or better, if you own one. Hit that like button if this changed how you see Lexus and subscribe. Because next video we're going deep on the Mazda Speed 6, a turbo AWD sleeper most people forgot even existed. Till then, drive fast, stay classy, and never judge a car by its badge.
Welcome back to our path to finding the perfect car. In this episode, we have a beautiful Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG from 2006. A lot of people will argue that this is the realest, purest AMG ever produced, while others refer to it as a godfather. This is actually the car that started our series here on YouTube where we review cars. A lot of you guys have probably already seen this one, but unfortunately we had to make a new YouTube channel, so therefore we figured we might as well just make a new episode because we've become a lot better at the reviews, and I've also had this one for longer because yes, this is my personal E55 AMG, and I have a little bit of
better inputs, so to speak, about this particular vehicle. So why on earth did I decide to buy myself an E55 AMG W211? The story actually begins back in 2005 in Los Angeles, California, where I was visiting my cousin, and her actually bought one of these, brand new. And as soon as I got there, he said, drop your luggage and don't do anything else than to get into my car, and then I'm going to take you for a ride. That resulted in me being 12 years old, realizing that I want one. The E55 AMG came with a supercharged V8 and was produced between 2003 and 2006. They continued producing the AMG W211 after 2006, but they renamed it to E63, gave it a facelift, and used the same engine that can be found in the C63 and without the supercharger. One of the many reasons why you probably only saw lawyers and doctors driving around in these back in the day was because the base MSRP was around $85,000. This one in particular, again, is a 2006, and it is fully loaded. I don't unfortunately have the MSRP, but I assume it's around $100,000, which was a lot back then. But the good thing about these is you can find a decent one anywhere between $8,000 and $15,000 US dollars here in America today. Under the hood of this car, we have a 5.4 liter supercharged V8 that was producing 469 horsepower and 700 newton meters of torque when it came out in 2003. That made this car the fastest production saloon that you could buy. This one in particular has got a few modifications done to it, such as a 77mm supercharger pulley, DTK tune, both for the TCU and the ECU, heat exchanger, long tube headers, and an X-pipe. And with these modifications, this car should be making around 600 horsepower. Within the first month of ownership of this E55, the notorious air suspension system failed on me and left me stranded on the side of the road as the front right was sagging. I could have probably just replaced the sensor, but I thought to myself that I don't want to be stuck on the side of the road ever again, so I ordered myself some BC coilovers, so that's what's on this particular car. And I know a lot of you guys will argue that it ruins the drivability and the comfort of this car, which I can agree with to an extent, but I also don't want to be left stranded ever again, since it is notorious.
So we'll talk about prices, we'll talk about how much it actually took to get to this point. So this project started very early in 2021. Copart actually reached out to me and they wanted me to build a vehicle with them for the Hoonigan Project Cars channel. So I figured, you know what, we actually need a pickup truck really bad. And I'm so glad we actually chose the Toyota Tundra because it is an absolute workhorse and it's something we use every single day here at the shop for productions, for off-road chasing, for towing, for whatever. Single day here at the shop for productions, for off-road chasing, for towing, for whatever. With that said, my goal with this project was to actually build like Raptor Tundra because actually competitor, they had the TRD Pro, but didn't hold a candle to what the Raptor actually did for that generation, right? So this is a 2018, I found it on Copart, and I bid on it, and I ended up getting it for $25,000. After fees, it actually came exactly out to $26,572 out the door. I did have to get it shipped from the East Coast. It was actually a New York, New Jersey vehicle. So that cost a couple $1,000s, but we won't talk about how much labor cost. We'll just talk about how much everything costs in terms of materials to build this vehicle. I figured it would be a good idea to start off with a salvage vehicle because to cut up a perfectly good truck doesn't really make sense, especially if it's something that is worth a lot of money. At the time, I don't know if you guys remember, this was mid-shutdown. There were basically no pickup trucks for sale. Every single truck was so expensive. It was just so overly priced. So honestly, I had to go this route. There pretty much was no other way for me to get a low mileage truck for a decent price. This did have a lot of front end damage. It was a salvage truck and it actually had a really bad front end incident and it looked like it got hit in the rear pretty bad too. It actually made sense for me to cut this up because it was in a pretty dire state to begin with. A lot of parts of the front end, some of the frame, some of the subframe actually looked really bad. It was a terrible repair, but it was a running, driving truck, luckily, when we actually got it. It only had about 25,000 miles, so it was a really good starting point for this build. I'll just go ahead and talk about the biggest mod that we've done to the Tundra. And I think this is honestly something that every Tundra owner of this generation should consider. This is the brand new Magnum 2650 from Magnuson Superchargers. It is a 2.6 liter supercharger, and this is a big upgrade from their 1.9 liter TVS 1900, which was actually the one that they developed for Toyota. It was the TRD supercharger that you can actually get from the dealership. So why did we upgrade to the 2650? Well, the old one was essentially pushing 7 psi, and because it's smaller displacement, it had a small pulley already, and it was already maxed out in terms of how much power you could actually get out of it. On the 2650, it's using what the Magnuson Supercharger guys have been using for the GM LS platforms. The biggest advantage of the 2.6 liter supercharger is that it's using the bigger Eaton rotors that move more air, use less power to move, and you can turn the supercharger at a slower speed, which lowers the heat and intake air temperatures by a lot. The new unit also incorporates a dual charge air cooler, which also helps with intake air temperatures. So the cool thing about this is if you already have the 1900 or a TRD supercharger on any of your 5.7 liter Toyotas, you can just pay for the upgrade kit because you've already dropped the gas tank to upgrade the fuel pump,
you already have pretty much all the accessories, including the upgraded injectors. What's cool about this unit is it actually comes with Magnuson's own airbox. So the reason why Magnuson actually had to make their own airbox is because the inlet into the supercharger and the mass airflow sensor is too small. So they actually had to make a bigger diameter one, which allows for the mass airflow sensor to read within its range, because it's just so much more air going in. So if you use the smaller diameter intake, then the speed of the air is just too fast because it's just pulling in so much more air. So it's really cool. It actually takes in fresh air from the fender, just like the stock intake, and it is so cool that it actually runs a gain-in drop-in element that's included in the kit. This kit will run you $8,095 if you don't have anything else. It will be cheaper if you're upgrading from the 1900.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you right here in America. And now
if you're upgrading from the 1900. A couple other things I want to talk about. We run Pennzoil Ultra Platinum 5W20 on this, especially because it's for seduction. The stock vehicle makes 380 horsepower to the crank, and with the Magnuson Supercharger it makes 490 real horsepower with the 37-inch tires and all of that. A couple other things I want to talk about that we have under the hood. We have a CSF all-aluminum radiator that's $425. We changed all the hoses to HPS. That's $225 for the whole kit. This is really, really cool. So SDHQ makes this secondary air pump intake relocation kit. And the reason why is because when you actually build this for off-road and you remove the fender liners, the stock place where it's actually taking in fresh air is really bad. It's actually in the wheel well, so it basically gets caked up and a bunch of dust gets into it. So then this is really cool. They have this kit that's $400 that allows you to relocate the air pump intake. One other big thing that we love to do on all of our project vehicles is installing anti-gravity batteries. This one they don't actually sell anymore. It's a little older. It's $900, but all of their batteries are so nice in that they're very light. And if for whatever reason we accidentally leave the lights on or whatever, we can just restart it with a push of a button. We have a couple other things along with it. We have the Melee Designs battery box, which is $160, and we have an SDHQ battery kit, which is really trick. It's a bunch of CNC parts that allow for us to run a bunch of accessories. This came with an air horn and a couple other things that we'll talk about later that requires all of those power inputs. That's $140 for that kit. I think that's pretty much it for the engine bay. We'll talk about the outside. The most obvious thing is that it is wide body. So it has ADV fiberglass front fenders and rear fenders. They are 9 inches wider than stock, and also they are 2 inches taller, and they actually allow for the 37-inch tires to fit pretty good without hitting the actual fenders. In the rear, they actually molded the fenders that they sell right now on their website off of this truck because for whatever reason, nobody actually wanted a 6.5-foot bedside wide body. Everybody just did the 5.5-foot wide body. So if you guys purchase these over fenders from ADV, they were actually molded off of this very truck. The price is $750 for the pair for the front and $900 for the pair for the rear. They actually do have one that actually has a TRD bed stamp if you want to go with that look. was very, very damaged, and we actually needed to paint the bedsides, the fenders. We needed to paint this entire side of the vehicle because it was pretty damaged. The doors, there was a bunch of dings, and of course the frame needed to be fixed and straightened out. I actually did have to take it to a body shop for that, and that cost me $10,500. We'll go ahead and finish up on the outside of the vehicle. I did put in Baja Design's S8 light bar. I think it's really dumb for there to be a fake vent right there. So the fact that Baja Designs makes a perfect 40-inch LED light bar, it fits here perfectly. We actually did use an SDHQ mount, which costs $100. The light bar cost $1,100, and the fog lights, which are also made by Baja Designs, are really cool. They fit in the OEM location, and they were $430. Onto the back, because we are using this for productions, and we're actually using this a lot to chase off-road racing, we need a little bit of security. We got a bed cover from Amazon for $1,300. One more small thing in the bed of the truck, I actually got these really trick aluminum tie downs from my buddy Keith Charbonnier. He actually makes these, and these are $300. For the wheels, we actually went with real bead locks, not bead looks. I know a lot of people like the bead look, but I actually wanted functionality because we will be airing these down, and we have been for serious off-roading, so we don't actually get stuck. We actually went with fuel off-road wheels. These are their Zephyr style wheels, and they are 17 by 9. They come in many different sizes and also bolt patterns. And of course, because this is a Tundra, we had to go with the 5x150 bolt pattern. It's cool because not a lot of people make wheels for this bolt pattern for whatever reason. These are -15 offset, and they are a little heavier. They're 38 pounds each, but they can definitely take abuse because we have been pushing this truck quite a bit since we put it together. The wheels for 5 came out to $1,880. For
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming.
put it together. The wheels for 5 came out to $1,880. For tires, we went with BFG. Normally we run Yokohama tires because they support us with all of our builds, but of course during the shutdown nobody had tires, and honestly these were one of the few tires that were in stock in the entire country. So these are actually the BFG Mud Terrain KM3s, and these are actually what they run in Baja on their race vehicles, and these are really, really, really good. They're very sticky. We've used it pretty much since we built the truck, and it's pretty much about time to change tires. The tires, 5 in total, came out to $24.45. We went with a full set of Hawk Performance slotted rotors and also their light truck pads. That came out to $770. I've been a big fan of King Shocks ever since I worked with them on the FJ project, so we definitely needed to go with King Shocks for this truck. So for the front, we did 3-inch remote front coilovers. They actually have finned remote reservoirs to keep them cool when we're doing heavy off-road. Those are $3,207. The rear bypass shocks also have finned reservoirs for cooling, and they're also fully adjustable. These are $3,000. We went with Hamburg Racing Kinetic Billet Uniball upper control arms because they actually make a lot of stuff for Toyotas, and they're race proven. They actually race Toyotas in the Baja 1000, so I figured it'd be good to partner with them. It's such a nice arm, and it really does increase the travel. This is $1,600. I actually got the entire suspension kit from Hamburg, and they actually installed it in their Huntington Beach office. But they actually softer than stock, which allows for the travel. So much more travel and so much more droop, but they're very, very useful for any Tundra that's planning on doing any serious off-roading. The Deaver Springs came out to $1,150. A couple other things on the outside. We went with SDHQ rock sliders because they're actually super beefy. They attach to the frame and they run pretty much the entire length of the cab and also a little bit into the bed area, but it actually works as a step as well. So they just are so cool. SDHQ is located in Arizona. They're really good friends of ours, and they make everything in-house in the US. They of course sell a lot of other parts, but they make so many amazing parts for Toyotas and of course for other manufacturers as well. Alright, so we'll talk about the interior now a little bit. The main feature of the interior is the VR bespoke steering wheel. This was $900. What you actually do is you send them your stock core, or they can just provide you with a brand new steering wheel. But my main complaint on this generation Toyota Tundra was how plastic feeling the stock steering wheel was. Essentially it was a one-piece molded plastic, but this is really nice, very beefy. Leather is super nice, the stitching is super cool. They have this 12 o'clock stripe, but this is well worth $900. Other things that we did WeatherTech mats because we take this off-roading so much. The WeatherTech mats help so much, front and rear. So these actually cover the entire back side here. Because we don't have this little box, they actually have a specific one just for this layout. And because we don't have the crew cab, we just have like the extended cab, it actually covers it really nice. It gives it really good production. We also got the WeatherTech rain guards. These are great if you want to just leave the windows a little open and it's raining, and that way the interior doesn't get wet. It's very JDM, it looks super cool. The WeatherTech mats and rain guards came out to $310 total. We do run Type S dash cams front and rear. We're just going into the boonies, we're going out into the wild, and of course when we're towing and we're just driving in traffic, it's always safe to protect yourself with Type S dash cams. These are 4K, and you can actually connect them to your phone if you need to. Those are $340 for two. The last thing I did was a TRD shift knob that is $100, and then I actually blacked out all the badges. So we got all new badges on the side of the vehicle, on the door, and of course on the back, 4x4 here. All of that came out to $100.
Here I am, failed fifth chaperone.
Before preventing migraine when you lift up, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine when you lift her.
So now we have the truck lifted on our bed pack lift at our shop. That way we can actually check out underneath it. We'll go ahead and talk about our airlift kit. Because we actually use this for off-road chasing as well as towing, we need to be able to level it out when we're actually towing other vehicles. This pretty much is attached to a trailer most of its life, because anytime we need to move any of the cars that we're shooting, or my drift car, or the GR86, whatever, we're going back and forth between tracks all the time. So we actually have the airlift wireless air system, and that actually just sits underneath the bumper right there. It's $800. The load lifter 5000 bags that we actually have on it are $500, and the cups that they sit in are $60. We have to have the cups because it needs to sit in something when it's actually pumped up. Underneath the Tundra, you can actually fit a 35-inch spare, and We have a Yokohama XAT with a KMC spare wheel. That's $532 for the Yokohama and $341 for the KMC wheel. What we have here is the SDHQ traction bar kit, and this actually doesn't let the rear end swing around when it's under load. So under acceleration, a lot of times these will have really bad wheel hop, and this will minimize the wheel hop as much as possible. That was $1,430. Just small other things that we got from SDHQ. They have these really neat ABS guards. So when you're actually off-roading and rocks are getting kicked up and you're hitting bushes and you're hitting sticks and stones or whatever, they'll actually damage the ABS sensor here. So they actually make just this aluminum cover that's CNC. That's $100. Last thing underneath here are the SDHQ stainless steel brake lines. This definitely improves brake feel quite a bit. So you can see these actually attach to the rear pumpkin, and it goes to the hard lines, to the brakes. And then the front ones are pretty traditional. They have enough length for the extra suspension travel, and they just improve brake pedal feel by a lot. This kit is $225. On the front, we actually have a real TRD skid plate. This actually came with the vehicle. Last but not least is the MagnaFlow Street exhaust. I actually went with this catback exhaust because it's actually wider than the other ones that they have. They have one that is a dual exit. This is just a single exit. And you get the same amount of gains, but it is wider. And this was $1,000, but it actually helps also because that way there's not a clearance issue on the other side of the car. Then we just have to worry about the exhaust on one side. I actually do off-road this quite a bit, and I actually rock roll with this. So to hit a rock or a boulder or whatever, it's pretty easy to crush this. That's why it's better just to have one. But I love this exhaust, and I run MagnaFlow on pretty much all of my cars. One of my favorite things about this truck is the huge gas tank. It actually holds 38 gallons, so it actually allows us to drive quite far just on one fill. I've gotten almost 500 miles. All said and done, all in, including the costs for labor for the body work, was $74,626. In the end of the day, was it worth it? Well, for the same price around that generation Raptor, potentially could be about that price, maybe a little more. It is 2 inches narrower than the Raptor of the...
We take care of a lot of things at Tires Plus, like brakes, alignments, and oil changes. But before we do anything with your vehicle, we take care of you.
Before we get started, we want to let you know that the Platinums are a little bit different than any other Sequoia. You might even find some of these items on the limited model.
Hi guys, we've got our 2018 Tundra Platinum squeezed into the HPC dyno cell. We're going to take a look at our TBS 2650 Supercharger, the design, development and the all-important performance comparison over the stock car. Designed specifically for the Toyota 3UR FV V8 found in popular platforms like this Tundra, the Land Cruiser 200 series in certain regions, and the luxury Lexus LX 570, we have developed a number of kit variants to meet the needs of positive displacement boost across the entire 5.7 model family. Our TVS 2650 Supercharger kit utilises an Eaton Twin Vorticen Series 2650 rotating assembly, which is 40% larger than the earlier 1900, delivering greater efficiency and airflow potential. Thermal control is managed efficiently with the inclusion of high-density twin intercooler coils in the manifold, integrated with a front-mount heat exchanger to reduce inlet air temps and greatly enhance the performance potential in all climates. Like all our systems, an important design feature is the integrated supercharger bypass system, which relieves boost under light load conditions, reducing drive loss and improving fuel economy. Harrop superchargers are renowned for their OEM level of finish and ease of installation. Our engineers accomplished this again with superior engine bay integration, retaining all factory ancillaries, including air conditioning and power steering. For standard installations, the supercharger drive pulley supplied is 85mm and utilising the factory 8PK front-end accessory drive assembly. Replacement high-flow injectors are available and a larger capacity fuel pump, as well as plug-in wiring looms for all necessary engine sensors, including inlet air temperature to mass airflow, throttle loom extension, and intercooler pump looms. Performance comparisons are always the key measure of interest. So before we fitted our new supercharger system, we ran our bone stock 2018 Tundra on our Dynapack dyno at 6,000 RPM, achieving gains of more than 50% over stock performance. Optional smaller supercharger drive pulleys are available for more airflow and higher performance targets on upgraded engine packages and alternative fuel systems. To realise the performance potential of the TVS 2650 for race applications, we have the option for upgraded secondary fuel rails to enable 16 injectors to maximise the fuel delivery potential. Now available globally, the performance potential of your 5.7 Toyota V8 never looked so good, with industry-leading supercharger technology. Learn more at harrop.com.au and subscribe to Harrop TV for all of our content as released.
Hey guys, what's up? It's on Autotopia LA. We are still here at LS Fest, beautiful Bowling Green, Kentucky. Thanks to Holly for bringing us out here. Thanks to the Bowling Green Visitors Bureau for bringing us out here. We met Chuck. We had some other shoots lined up, and those have fallen through, and we went into search. You know, we literally 5 minutes before we saw you drive by. I'm not kidding, dude. We went, we better find something else to shoot, you know. And you came rolling by, and we all just went like, yeah. Kid, go chase him down, man. And so, you know, thanks for taking the time. Yeah, man. I appreciate it, man. I gotta say, this is probably the most radical BMW I've definitely that we've ever shot, probably that I've ever been around. What year is it?
It's a 2004 645 CI. Not a lot of cars are done like this for the 645 CI. Right now, as much as I've researched, this is the only one that is built like this with the swap, wide body, and I just wanted something different.
Yeah. No, it's radically different. And like we were talking about before the camera started rolling, like I know there's certain communities of people that are very curious about their vehicles. BMW guys don't dig when you pull BMW power out. They don't mind if you go from like this engine to that engine within the family.
Right.
We don't take kindly to folks that don't take kindly around here.
They just don't want the BMW going away. You've gone way away from that.
And I did. I got frowned on and kind of removed myself from that. I figured performance in a car is performance in a car. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah. Dude, I couldn't agree more. It's an LS, right?
It is a LS 5.3. Of course, this is my very first swap. It is currently still running stock bottom end. They are good for up to 20 pounds of boost. It has the Truck Norris camshaft. It also has the full trunnion kit from BTR. A lot of motion raceworks, upgrades, valve covers, you know, the list kind of goes on. We're looking for a ProCharger setup. I didn't want to have to go in and hack into the exhaust and everything else. Wasn't looking for a crazy amount of power, but wanted to give it some more kick. So I went with the Torque Storm. It done the trick for me as far as, you know, the power wise.
What do you make? Do you know? Did you
It's doing 630 to the wheels.
Wow, dude.
It's close to 700 to the crank. It is on E85.
Yeah.
It's running two 340 pumps. One is surge. One is a inline with a fuel cell. Currently, the car is set up on air suspension. We'll probably swap over to like a QA1 suspension. It will transition over from show car to the track. But we're going to try to keep it clean.
Right.
So we will keep the wheels on standby for like show car quality stuff to bring it out like this. You know what I mean?
And then have a different setup when you're going out to track.
Right. Yeah. Because you know if you're gonna do speed, man, go to the track.
Yeah.
You know.
Dude, I love that you said that. I couldn't agree more, bro.
Definitely.
Seriously, man. You did all the work yourself on this car?
It's never seen a shop. I've done everything to this car at the house. I'm not a mechanic. I've learned a lot of stuff from just YouTube. Countless nights of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, just kind of watching videos and just learning.
What'd you run on transmission?
First, I had the TH350. It couldn't handle the power we were putting at it. The input shaft went out on it, so I went with a power glide. It does run a 1.69 straight cut gear, planetary, Circle D, torque converter with a 3600 stall. That seemed to be like the perfect stall. You know, those guys over at Circle D, they will ask for everything you need to prioritize. That way they can dial it in to know how much stall you need to get into the power. When we put this in here, I didn't expect for it to do what it does. There's no hesitation. It's either one, you're going to go or you're going to spin.
Hey, you're a paint body guy. That's what you do for a living, right?
Correct.
Yes. So obviously then all the paint body work is you.
Yeah, I know that some people would actually frown upon like if something's not done in the controlled paint booth, climate controlled and everything else. This was painted in a 2-bay build. Came out very clean. We hit it on, you know, not a real windy day, and it came out fairly clean. We done some water sanding and polishing on it. This is actually Honda white with a 2-stage pearl over it, which is a purple to green. So it is a tri-coat color.
Now the body kit, it's not a custom.
German engineers created a way to multiply your garden hose pressure by 15 times without using a single drop of power. With a green.
So it is a tri-coat color.
Now the body kit, it's not a custom one-off kit. Is this something you bought?
All right, man. I searched and searched, dude. Okay, so this is from Croto. It took me 6 months to get this thing. Did I think the quality was going to be bad when I got it? I did, man, because the price was really cheap. At that time, it was actually only $1,300
for fenders and quarters.
That's everything. The over fenders, side skirts, they actually came in a 2-piece, and the rear over fenders.
Really?
So I one-piece the sides and something with that gap in the middle. You know what I mean? You want it to be a full piece.
Yeah.
We fiberglassed that in and just kind of finished it out the way it is. It was a battle to get everything up there. I can say that.
I'll bet it was like tons of body work.
Yeah, it was a lot of cutting, trimming to make sure nothing's going to get, make sure the wheels are going to clear.
Yeah, man, seriously. You're not quietly showing up in this car. You got no hood on it. You got the crazy wide body kit in it.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, you seem like a fairly mild-mannered dude. I mean, that's the part that's cracking me up. Is it's like, it's really
back to some of the mechanical stuff. Sorry, I started getting thrown off by the body, but like as far as besides the air, is it still stock suspension or is that all been changed
The
out?
only thing that is stock suspension are the control arms, the trailing arms. It does have an M6 solid front sway bar in it. The rear still has a active sway bar in it, which it's been deleted. It's going to get a solid sway bar. Everything is running on air-tech suspension right now. Everything else is stock. And I get up things like, man, that thing's probably slow. It looks so beautiful fast. No, it will go. And that's one of my big things. Don't make something look good and then it's not.
Yeah, man, seriously.
Cover all your
bro.
angles, you know?
No, dude, I'm with you. Now I'm starting to see too. I know you were talking about your splitter up here. It's not just a front lip. Obviously, you can see more. I mean, that's a big chunk there.
Yeah. This is a full chassis mount. You can use aluminum. There's a lot of really nice ones that are made out of wood. This one is actually made out of lightweight wood. And I use a carbon twill and resin to overlay over it to give it a nice finish look. And plus, who doesn't like carbon?
Yeah, no doubt. But then it's a chunk of wood under all that is really wild to me, man.
Some people don't even know, man.
But chassis mounted, you said the same thing for your side.
Those are also chassis mounted too.
Rear?
This on the rear is actually a 2014 M6 rear diffuser.
Oh, really?
They don't make a lot of things for this car, man. And I call it Frankenstein. There's so many cars out here that have like these cookie cutter where you can just go out and buy this and go out and buy that.
Yeah.
Man, I struggle to find everything that I've found for this car and make it work. So I got the rear diffuser, which I paid around $450. Carbon isn't cheap. Winded up having to cut it down, man, and making it work to where it looks like it will fit the car. And I think it turned out well.
It looks great.
Not being able to find parts for this car.
The whole car looks great, and I'll be dead honest with you. Typically, I don't know how else to say it, the Liberty Walk, right? That world of car.
Yes.
Maybe I'm too old or something. But it's just never been a style that really moves me. I don't knock it because I know it's, you know, for some guy that did it to his Honda, he's stoked. And you should be, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's radical, but it's all done tastefully, in my opinion. It's very class.
I tried to keep it clean, man.
Yeah.
You can go overboard with a car easily. Although it does not look like a 645 CI anymore, it does look like a BMW.
It does. You didn't lose it.
Right.
I'm curious exhaust-wise. I forgot to ask that before because the car sounds really, really, really good.
Okay, so this is. I've only done the rear muffler delete. I have also done X pipe. It has no cats on it, so that's pretty much where you get the true LS sound. The X pipe comes across and it kind of kills some of the rasp in it, but you also get that nice crisp, you know, LS cam sound. You know what I mean? So it is factory BMW exhaust, but we'll change that here.
Little tweak here.
Little tweak here and there. That's about it.
What's your wheel and tire setup on here? Because it's another great look on this car.
The rears are a 20x14 Evo 61. They are a 3-piece wheel, negative 53 offset. The fronts are a 20x10 and a negative 43 offset to get it to fit these over fenders. The first thing that people really notice if they're behind me is how wide the car is.
What tire sizes are you running?
This is currently, I believe, a 305 on the rear. The fronts are, since the last time I believe they're a 285. When I first wide bodied it, man, it was, you know what that feeling that you get whenever you modify something and you don't know if you're going to be happy or if you're going to be dissatisfied. Once you cut that car, there's no turn.
Committed, man.
You make that first cut, you're committed. 3-year build, man, it's more than happy with this car, dude.
Yeah, you should be. Let's look, I want to see your interior, because I'm guessing you've done stuff in here as well.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe just a little bit.
Yeah.
Our plan is to make you keep yours.
Look, I want to see your interior, because I'm guessing you've done stuff in here as well. Yes, maybe just a little bit.
Yeah.
Holy cow, dude, you went. So what all have you done here, dude?
So on the door cards, these were actually a normal leather door panel. I wanted to go a little bit more wild with it, so I was like, I'm always painting something. So I wanted a base coat finish on these. to. I handmade the boot for the emergency brake in the Alcantara, and we put the B&M shifter in here, trans brake, and it also runs on a Hall Terminator X, so it's a pretty much a standalone.
Yeah. And then seats.
The seats are actually from Braun. I went back and forth with about 4 different style seats, man. Want to keep most of them this color, you know, your gray, trying to keep it like the factory feel of a BMW, right? We were actually strolling through Joanne's Fabric trying to figure out what we were going to do with the headliner. She came up with a pretty crazy idea, the girlfriend, and
I just saw the headliner for the first time.
Yeah, dude. That's kind of where we went with that, and I was all for it, so.
It's fitting because the car is just kind of radical at every friggin' look. I mean, literally at every look. It's you got your harness bar in here.
Yeah, the harness bar is actually from Braun too. Back there behind the seats, that's where I ended up mounting the surge tank in the center of the car. I try to do everything as proper as possible, so once we do actually take it to the track, you know, we can pass certification. The harnesses are also certified too, so they will pass.
I like that you didn't just go crazy and radical and just build something for the sake of it, but you know, the idea that you're trying to enjoy it, you have plans of now taking it to the next stage,
right,
which is going out to the drag strip and running the car with a different set of wheels and tires.
Correct.
Because there's a lot of times, and I'm sure you've seen it or plenty, you know, where you see a car that might look really good, but there's a lot of things you see where you go, that's a little bit probably sketchy going down the road, you know?
Right.
You get a header running right next to a green line.
No.
It's like, you know, I don't know if that's the smartest place to put that.
We actually ran the fuel lines exactly where the stock fuel lines were, so that we're away from any moving part, anything that, like, such as exhaust.
It's smart of you to trust that, you know, BMW engineers might have done a thing or two when they put it all together,
They
right?
do, man. They are brilliant.
I mean, I'm not a hardcore German car guy, but I've always giggled whenever I've heard somebody go, oh, I don't like it because they're over-engineered. It's like, wait a second, you're going to get something. You're going to go fast in it, and you've got a problem with that it's over-engineered? I'm sorry, I can't agree with you on
Right.
this one. So, dude, another one that, like, you guys might have missed this, but if you catch on here, your front lighting on this car is bonkers, and yet it's, again, you making stuff, right?
This is a factory housing. The lenses are from a M6. They do not make a replaceable lens for the 645, so I had to wind up cutting down these to make them fit on the 645 CI housing. Overall, the headlights are not cheap at all. The lenses, which are the honeycombs, those actually came from eBay. I wound up inserting those into the factory housing. We didn't modify the internals of the headlight. It still works as factory. It still has factory HIDs. I think that might have been one of the best moves for the headlight.
Yes. So and explain what you did here, because you were telling me off camera your marker lights. I mean, you guys, what this guy did on these marker lights alone is
we struggled to find an idea. Like, the girlfriend plays a lot of part in this car. It's coming up with ideas. I went with the plexiglass. I got it from Amazon, and it's like, well, let me cut it to the shape of the bottom. Just comes square. I wound up cutting it with a jigsaw and water sanding the front portion of it to give it the frost, and put the controllable LEDs behind it so that you can actually use your phone to change the sequence. I can change the lower portion to whatever color sequence or whatever you want to do. We kind of just left it to, if you unlock the car, then it will let you know that it's locked. And then you can transition. You can unlock it, the lower portion comes on.
and then that's your running lights and your turn signals.
Right.
Yeah. This is a wild car, man. And I gotta tell you, bro, I mean, it's my first time ever coming to an LS Fest event. I assume I'm going to see, obviously, a lot of GM-based vehicles, right? And LS-based cars and stuff. This is so not expected, and I'm really glad you happened to drive by at the time that you did. It was really, really super cool. By the way, you guys, his girlfriend, this is how cool his girl is. She took off for about a 45-minute drive to go get E85 so he could be fresh and full on E85. And then we'll go do some driving.
That sounds good to me, man.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas. We're gonna eat one that is.
It's got salt.
hear anything. One thing that's really insane about this is when you're at highway speeds, and you put your foot on the gas to get around somebody or something like that, the power is there. And that is what is the big difference to me with the 5.7 just regular setup versus the supercharger setup, is there's always power available at all times. The truck is ready to go. So like 50 miles an hour right now, and say I need to get around somebody, 40% throttle. It's just there. It's just so much fun to drive. And everybody has that same issue with it when you're going to spend the money up front. You know, $7,000 plus another $1,500 to $2,000 to install. It's a big investment. It's a big investment. If you're someone who's going to have your truck for a long time, this isn't something you're going to want to trade in. You're going to want to have this for a long time. You know, and it's worth it to you. If you love your Tundra and you drive a lot, it's maybe something you want to check out for sure. It is not the cheapest thing in the world, like you said. But one thing I will say is that there are a lot of companies that are coming out with supercharger options for the Tundra right now. But I'm all about Magnuson. Magnuson is a nice, reliable car. The reason we even did this project to begin with, to get the supercharger and shell out $7,000+ was for me to show you guys that, you know, it's a reliable car. You know, forced induction is never the greatest thing for an engine, but there are some companies out there that do their due diligence and take their time to do it right and put out a great product. I feel like Magnuson has proven that with this truck at this point. There are roughly 15,000 miles on this truck. Never had any issues with it. When I first got the thing installed,
on how you live. Whether you're a casual streamer, a tech forward super user, racing news, today we are talking about the newest product from Magnuson Superchargers. The Magnuson TVS 1900 kit for Toyota Tacoma is now available for 2023 model years.
Sandstorms engulf every inch of the city. Humans build their last barriers to try to survive this desolation. They must get out of their shelters and find supply.
Okay, so seriously, 100 men versus one gorilla. Why? Why?
500 pounds, super strength.
You're talking about 100 units at one time. No, we couldn't. Okay, answer this one. 100 women versus accountability.
And we all know who's winning that one.
Would you rather have a base runner or a 5-pounder? 5-pounder. Why? Because I want the base runner.
Okay. There are probably two reasons why that show up on your page. One, you like to mini girls. Or two, you have a small compact lady. A lady boy. A lady boy. A lady boy. A lady boy. A lady. They have a lady boy.
I can tell them apart, but that's a dangerous game to play. I'm gonna end up whooping somebody's ass.
What's the biggest age gap that you did some recreation activities with? 40-year difference?
And if you thought that was bad, wait till you see this next clip.
It's the oldest and youngest you would date.
The oldest, not really a limit. The youngest, I'll be 35 in May, so the youngest about 27.
Oh, you wouldn't date me?
How old are you?
23.
Date? No. Put your ankles behind your ears, absolutely.
My ankle behind my ear.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, there's no way I would have let him say that to me. Not a chance. Not a chance.
Are you guys gonna separate the together?
Are you gonna eat my flame? them together.
Oh, no, she didn't.
He don't say, keep going. He say, come by.
And another thing, make sure before you get your BBL, you factor in $2,000 extra to pay for physical therapy, because tell me why, I now have to get regular physical therapy that costs me $2,000 because my back went out and I couldn't even fucking bend down, put my fucking shoe on, because my ass cannot carry it. My glutes are not strong enough to carry the 7 pounds that they took from here and put to here. If you want to be a dumb bitch with a fat ass that you didn't work for, make sure you factor in the extra cost of physical therapy.
Yeah, the worst thing about the women too is they want something for nothing. If they just squat for like a year and get the proper diet going, they can get ass no problem at all. Damn near all of them. But they gotta try to do the BBL, and it's just like, and if you aren't used to working out, you gotta work out to maintain the BBL. So I mean, what are they doing? What are they doing?
Excuse me. You from Holland?
No.
It's Amsterdam. He's so stupid.
Judging nobody. This truck driver, no, he wrong, y'all. Trifling. Ooh. No place like home. No place like home.
My goodness, what these women get themselves into. Try not to listen to no man. She's a lot lizard. Hey guys, if you're looking for the wildest police videos YouTube has to offer, you gotta pay us a visit over here at Freeze POV.
Everyone underestimates me, but then they turn their back and I'm like, boo, and they're like, what?
One of my childhood favorite cars, the red one, the Carmagia. Gotta love the Carmagia. Let's go.
Let's go.
Excuse me, man. Interviewing all these successful people in public every day, and you ask them how much they make. What's the most you ever made in a single month? $600,000. How much of that is designers, manufacturers, influencers? If I do a brand deal for $100,000 with a company, you know how much of that money I make? How much? $100,000. You make 100% of the money you make off of like brand deals, ad revenue, depending on what you want to do. But the margins in the media business are insane, and that enabled us to make some crazy money over the last couple months. Yeah, so you have 10 million followers across everything. I have 100,000. What's the advice you're giving me so I can get into your position? Going viral is like hitting the lottery. Creating consistent content is like investing in your future. The number one reason why content creators fail is because they get discouraged about what other people think about them. I never got discouraged, no matter where I was in the world. Going on a plane, a train, a cruise ship, I posted every single day, 3-4 years. How do you stay motivated to keep pushing even when a video does bad? That vertical line that we draw with God keeps me going every single day, because at the end of the day, none of this really matters. The relationships, the money, the possessions, nothing. That's all that we have. And I believe that everybody was put on this earth to do more than go to school, get a job, pay bills, start a family, and die. So I've just always thought way bigger from an early age. Everybody thinks in a box. I think way outside of that box. Was your goal to get famous? No. What was your goal? It's just to build an empire, man. Do you think this space will ever get oversaturated? Not for a very long time. I think as long as you're creative and you're an innovator in whatever niche that you're in, you'll become successful. And as arguably the best interviewer in the space like yourself, how do you stay creative? Take the risk or lose the chance. I went up to Mark Cuban, cold approached him, and did an interview with him. That was the first big dog that I actually ever interviewed. You can't be afraid, man. You can't be feared. And who do you think's the richest person you've been in the room with? The guys that own the biggest banks in Miami, the biggest banks in Dallas, that worth probably $20 to $50 billion. What's the biggest thing you learned from being in the room with a billionaire? Never talk about work. Humanize them. Get to know them as the person that they are. Show them who you really are. And how old are you today? 22 years old. What do you think's the worst investment you've ever made? Going to college. Where can I find you on social media? School of Hard Knocks on all platforms. Nice to meet you, man.
And I want to get a shout out to this channel, man. I have a lot of fun watching this guy, and well, he's been on his grind and he's really perfected his craft. So He really interviews some smart people, and there's always a good takeaway from damn near every interview that he does. So go follow him, go check him out.
If you've been using a regular pepper fry all your life, you have no idea what you're missing. This is the hex mill.
Alright y'all, let's see what I got for you today. Man guys, I want to encourage you to follow your dreams, I really do. Every like 5 years, I put stuff into place and it takes years for them.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so there was a woman. There's a video of a woman telling her husband that when he gets off work, yo, you can't be laying down. You don't get to go to bed after you get off work. Because there's still stuff to do. There's laundry, there's trash, there's kids, there's all kinds of stuff going on. And you don't get to lay down. She said because when she comes home from work, she don't get to lay down. And I'ma say this. Some of y'all red pill Renaissance ravens is gonna be mad at me, but she ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. She not wrong. I am sorry. Under normal circumstances, listen to what I'm saying. Under normal circumstances, fellas, when you come home from work, especially when you have children, I know you're tired. I get it. I'll be tired too. I'm not gonna go lay down and go to sleep and leave my wife in the house with these kids running around. Laundry to do, things to clean up, you damn.
Tell me, why are you here?
I'm here because I have a dream. I was born with something called neuromuscular scoliosis. My spine.
No, don't stop. This is not your one-woman show. What do you do? Editorial, runway, fitness. What do you do?
I want to be on the cover of Vogue.
Oh, sweetie. Just because you're the prettiest girl in Hog Scrotum, Indiana, doesn't mean you have what it takes to be on the cover of Vogue.
I'm from Iowa. Davenport.
Walk. Walk!
Is that alright?
You know, it really doesn't take that much talent to be a model. I mean, not really. But to be a supermodel, well, it takes more talent than anything in the world. And not the kind of talent that you can teach. It's star quality. And my dear, other than Linda Evangelista, you have more of it than anyone I've ever seen come through that door.
Really?
Oh, wow. Miss Client, you have no idea what that means. I really wish I could sign you. I do. Good luck to you. I mean it.
But I don't understand.
What are you, a size 2?
4?
Sweetie, a 4? You're too fat.
Are you okay?
I feel so stupid. God, how embarrassing.
She told you were too heavy.
No, she said I was too fat. Are you says a thing like that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I will show her. She has no idea what I'm capable of. Profiles? Give us a twirl. I think you look fantastic. I'm signing you.
Oh my goodness, really?
We'll make you the ittiest it girl ever. Vivian Finch! Tell me, why are you here?
I thought he was taking a nap.
Today we got a bunch of things that we want to run through.
22-year-old Allison Ducro and her mother Stacy return from breakfast to their home in Sydney, Ohio. As they near their door, an unknown vehicle pulls into their driveway.
Boy, in the house.
A few seconds later, the driver of the vehicle approaches the house. Through the Ring camera on their door, Allison recognizes the visitor as her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old James Rail. At this point, James has been standing on the Ducro's porch for about 3 minutes.
James, she doesn't want to talk to you. James.
While James never responds to Stacy, he soon leaves the porch.
He just disappeared. He just faded out.
Quantum left.
Yo, that's crazy. He just
disappears from the view of the Ring camera. James walks around the property. A few minutes later, he's spotted again, returning to the door.
Wait. Hey, he's coming back. No, I'm calling. James, she doesn't want to talk to you.
On the other side of the door, Allison calls 911.
911, what's your emergency? Well, there's some guy on my front porch.
Nah, that's disrespectful. If I'm your stalker, you can't just call me some guy. You know why. Yeah, you know why. I'd be at your place more than anyone else in your life. Why are you pretending like I'm just some guy?
When I listened to voicemail on my phone last night, he's trying to lock. I'm sorry, he's trying to door. He's to the dad. Get off the porch. Oh my God, can you please hurry? Do you know who he is? Hello? We have time.
I will say, an old white man says, get off my porch. And then he says, I have guns.
You get off the porch.
James, no. Get off the porch.
Three shots are fired and James stumbles back and off the porch. He doesn't make it far before he falls. All that is visible in the Ring camera are his feet, where he's now running in the driveway in front of Stacy's vehicle. As the Ducro family reels from the sudden and horrific event, one of their neighbors, Jeff, who heard the commotion, heads over to see what happened.
Okay, he's fine. He don't have nothing. He don't have no gun. Don't do anything. Did you shoot him?
Yeah.
I thought he was taking a nap.
Okay, he ain't going nowhere.
That's got to be one of the best neighbor reactions to a shoot.
That sounds.
That's a good neighbor.
Yeah. State Farm is there.
Oh, yeah. He was like, oh, I'm just going to go mow my lawn now, I guess.
Introducing our two guests. You guys have never heard of these people. Oh, that came out disrespectful. I meant they're very talented. They do a lot of cool stuff. But for our audience, they may not know who these people are. So I figured let's introduce them because I never introduce. Hey, listen.
Have you ever introduced people before? Like, no. What the fuck is going on?
Hey, listen, I'm
Our lunch last week.
All right.
You never heard about these people because they do nothing. What the fuck was that, bro?
From the left, we have Ava here.
How's it going?
On the right, we have Wasim. Some of you guys might recognize Wasim.
Yeah.
If you're real fans, OG fans, me and Wasim actually did a few collabs when we were thinking of kicking out Preach. And it didn't work out, but Wasim is back now.
I'm stronger. I love the fact that you specify on the left and on the right. The one with the mustache, Ava.
The fainter mustache.
Quickly, guys, where can they find you if they need to find you and stalk you?
Eva Alexa found me on Instagram.
My Instagram is, you never heard of me. It's at Wasim's okay.
Well, both of them are stand-up comics. They travel, tour, so you guys tune into their stuff. You guys like them, maybe you'll see them live in person.
He broke through the door and I got shot at him.
Ma'am, you shot at him?
Yes.
Do we know where he is?
No. Where is
This information. There's been a shot, but I'm still getting further.
Can you please hurry, please? I don't know where he is.
Did he run
run, or is he still there? I really don't know, ma'am. I'm hiding. Okay, where is your dad? He's at the front door. I'm hiding. Okay, where is your dad? He's at the front door.
He's at the door for holding it shut. Seeing the situation unfold the way it did, I don't know how y'all feel. Unless she invited him and said, please break through my front door.
Wait. You don't know how we feel? This ain't a thing.
This ain't a thing?
This ain't a thing. Move on.
Not a thing?
Nothing happened.
What about you guys? How do you guys... Okay, I know how he feels about guns and self-defense. How do you guys feel about America and self-defense stuff?
No, it's how I feel about someone that used to go out with my daughter trying to break in my house. That's how I feel about that. Freak the gun thing. What you trying to break into my house for, my girl there? You're not together. The rest is nothing.
But for some people, like a reflection of true love is how much you're willing to try.
Yes, let's have a discussion. Fuck you.
You know what? That text, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely heard some things.
You're all talk. And he's like, I'm gonna stay silent and just go right to the house.
Hold on.
It's just another angle.
He's like, hands behind my back, no words.
Pops are like,
I was taking this for myself. Girl, you not on a date. You on a food run for your family.
She went up to the date with an appetite, not for the man, but for a to-go plate for her kid. You're taste testing restaurants for your kids on his dime. Fellas, y'all ready?
We're done. Now get up in my car.
Go on, kid. Why would you be going to stay at your baby daddy's house?
Alicia to me is too superficial.
How do you know that? You don't even know him yet.
You regular black women are never gonna get a husband. Today's video is wild. From women who think dates are delivery services to baby mama drama, cheating dreams, $1,200 maintenance bills, and a full-blown red pill sermon at the end. So shut in. If you ever walk...
Kidding me right now? You gotta be doing it, man.
I can keep it if you want to, but I just figured my mind.
Why would I keep it? It's mine.
But you said you didn't like it being well.
So I'm gonna have them cook it a little bit more.
My son did well. Girl, now why you trying to pick up his plate like you the manager of the leftovers?
You just loading up the loaf bread? This is ridiculous.
You mean to tell me she goes on a first date and takes a take-home bag for her kids and even tries to take the date food? You can't make this up. Watch what happens next.
I'm not even paying for them right now. She's up once she's loading up all the food.
No, my daughter, she loves this bread. I can never bring her here because it's a little expensive, but she loves this bread.
You can never bring her here.
She really treat this man like a DoorDash driver. Girl, this is a date, not delivery.
You do better on the choices of men that you have. How the heck do you get this? Are you kidding me right now?
First of all of my baby daddies are involved.
All of your baby daddies are involved?
All of them.
How many are we talking here? You really gotta count this?
Girl, you not on a date. You on a food run for your family. Prioritize.
That woman ain't on a date. She's on a food run for her family, and she can't even keep up with how many baby dads she got. But that's just the beginning. This video is going to get worse. Hit that button. Let's get to the next one.
Tell y'all something for this summer. I am not the friend that's gonna come in between you and your man, honey. I would never tell you to leave your man because I'm just as delusional as you. I would sit there and listen to you talk about him like he died.
That's just the beginning. Watch what she says next. And ladies, pay attention to this one.
Cause honey, I be sitting here talking about I'm standing on business about my man and the business be standing up in me. So I don't know how to, I ain't no good candidate to help you out. So
these are signs that the tides are starting to turn whenever women are not supporting other women leaving relationships because they all are desperate for one. You can't make this up.
Being a single working woman absolutely sucks. It's the worst thing ever. I hate it. I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
And that ain't even the worst part. Watch this next one.
You just went down there and you fell in love with her using Nicki Minaj's address.
Keep in mind, she's talking about a dream she had, not reality. Watch what happens.
You had a dream, and I don't have time for this. I have to go to work because I have to make us money because unlike in your dream, we're still together and we still have to pay rent. So I'm gonna get ready and go to work. Dreams over. Start smoking. I smoke. I don't have no dreams. Knock it off.
And this is what men have to go through all the time, battling women's hallucinations
hallucinations, their delusions, with their emotions getting us to adapt to it. And if you've made it this far, go ahead and hit that button. This is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button and keep watching to see if I earn your subscription. Watch the next one.
This June at Renewal by Anderson, you can have our award-winning windows and doors right now, and you don't have to pay us a dime for 2 years. You can try to pay us during the first 2 years.
But if this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button and keep watching and see if I earn your subscription. Watch the next one.
So we're done. Now get the fuck my car. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? I was really joking. This was just a prank. You pranked me too damn much. This ain't no prank no more. I didn't even do it. You got me. I'm sick of you. I want to be single. You wanted to break up? You thought it was a prank? Well, you brought it out of me. So we're done.
Are you serious? You're really gonna leave me?
Yes, he's going to leave you. You ever notice that women get bored and just decide to pick on their boyfriend, their husband, whoever's standing them around for fun just to get a good laugh? And 9 out of 10 times, the man is not in the mood. Watch what happens next.
Is that how it's gonna be? Seriously? I was actually pranking you. This is literally a joke. I didn't think you were gonna react this way. I thought you were gonna try and freaking fight for me. Not freaking agreeing me and say you do want to be done. You
Stop testing men by trying to break up with them first to see if they're gonna fight for you. Do you realize telling him you want to see other people or break up is a sign that you don't like him?
Get up my car.
Ladies, you have to understand, men are no longer playing these games that you're playing with yourself.
Where you going, kid? You went to Florida with your baby mama and your son. You remember? Y'all stayed up there for 3 days. You going to take the tat on some bullshit? I stayed up there with my kid.
stayed up there with her. Didn't answer the phone when I needed you or nothing.
And you could never do something to a woman and think that she has forgiven you. She's just waiting for that moment to get you back. But that ain't even the crazy part.
So what you
I was busy with my son.
Nah. You was busy, alright, but it wasn't with your son.
So now you don't trust me?
Of course not. Because why you couldn't answer your phone?
I was taking my son out. And you should understand that. Don't you pick out kids with me? No.
I do have kids.
So if you're busy with your kids, then you should understand that, right?
I have kids with my baby daddy. He wouldn't have never done that to me.
It's why you really don't want to deal with single mothers. There's always another dude that she can go back, clap her cheeks, that's willing to clap them. Especially if he ain't got no woman.
Ever. So I'm going to go stay with him for a while.
Why you need to go stay with him? You can't go stay with your mama?
I don't want to go in over there across town to my mama's house.
But you rather go to your baby's father's house because he's the one you trust.
Of course. I can't trust you.
What the?
I can't trust my own.
Yes, but you mean you can't trust me?
These are the excuses that they're going to come up with. She's using old situations to make new moves. When they start bringing up the old stuff, it is over, my man.
You have given me every reason to not trust you. What? Going to Florida for 3 days and not answering the phone with your baby.
I did answer the phone. I called you back.
Once. In 3 days. I talked to you one time in 3 days.
Do you expect me to be out with my son and answer the phone? No, you're tripping over nothing, bro. You're tripping over nothing.
My son is 9 years old. He'll be alright for a few seconds.
We was busy.
Right, and I'm gonna be busy. So how about you?
See, that's that tit for tat yes that you're doing.
She's gonna do that tit for tat, bro. That's why you can never do dirt and think that you are forgiven. It's because they're waiting for that moment just to go back into the streets.
Hey, bro, I'm just waiting till my birthday.
No, it is like you could go somewhere else. You ain't gotta go to your baby father's house. That's weird. I slept on the couch.
I don't care about that.
You know who's wrong or right in this situation because he got caught first. Do you think she deserved to get back, or is she just being petty?
That's about $180. Hair products, $150. Makeup, $300. I do go to saunas, $55 a day, and then I'll get a massage once a month, and that's $120.
Now, when they sit down, women be making a lot of this up when they're sitting in front of a man who can possibly pay for it. Because when they pay for it on their own, they walk around looking raggedy. They don't get this type of treatment. Watch what happens next.
Hey, wow. That's a lot of money on upkeep.
What's your grand total?
We're at $1,205.
So what do you think?
You tell me.
This is a mom helping her son pick out a wife.
Alicia to me is too superficial.
How do you know that? You don't even know that, man.
I'm looking at the conversations. I'm looking at when they came in.
I guess you don't think.
A girl with that much maintenance is superficial, my dude. This you gotta start waking up when mommy start being real with you.
Still in the streets. It's crazy. No, she is.
But and definitely share the video and get a woman superficial or not. We're not even halfway through the video. Let's get back to it.
Would you rather have me or $1 billion?
What do you think? $1 billion? I would never talk to you again. Bye-bye. I would be a billionaire.
Sorry, but if a woman gives you the option, her $1 billion, take the $1 billion. At some point, she's gonna come back in your life.
I could buy whatever I want. I would never talk to you again.
You're choosing $1 billion over me. Hey!
Yeah.
Me?
Worth $10.
I'm worth at least $500,000, okay?
$1 million is not $1 billion.
Okay, so have $1 billion and then you have nobody.
Yeah.
You could have $500,000 and have me.
I'd rather have $1 billion.
Trust me, with $1 billion.
And then you have nothing, zero zilch, except for all the stuff that you bought because you're not very smart and you're not very finding out some money and a happy life with your beautiful wife.
I'd rather have $1 billion.
Guys, you let me know. You taking a pretty girl or you taking $1 billion?
Like, what is going on, man? Like, men don't put money to the side to take girls. Single men don't put money to the side for girls no more. You gotta charge that shit to the game. For girls no more. You gotta charge that shit to the game.
But this is why. Only in America, an American-European country with a European tradition and customs, only in America is a man expected to have one woman.
And those are facts. When you travel around the world, especially when you get into like the Middle East, India, parts of Asia, most of those dudes have multiple wives. And most millionaires and billionaires have wives and girlfriends that know each other. That's what he says next.
Every nigga I know in a relationship with one woman seems unhappy. That's why him and his woman a lot together. That's why a nigga don't rush home. Every nigga I know with one woman die early, don't live long. I ain't bullshit. Every nigga I know like that, nigga, they don't live long. Nigga with one woman, every nigga I know a woman trying to be faithful or get mistreated by his woman.
And I think that's the problem why a lot of dudes age out is because they stay in a relationship dealing with all the stress just to make everything easier.
Because he can't pursue his goals. He can't pursue his aspirations. He better not have no plans outside his woman. She gonna get upset. What you mean I ain't included? He can't have no for himself. Everything has to be of his woman. And that's what the black men live and die with when he with a woman. It's about her feelings. He ain't never about his feelings. It ain't never about his pleasure. About his pleasure. That's why when he come home.
He's right. When you stop to look at most black dudes, not all black dudes that are in relationships, they're with women that are bigger than them, that talk down to them, that scream, that loud mouth. And he's always timid and emasculated. If you agree, hit that like button. This is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. We still got more. It ain't even got worse yet. Let's get back to it.
Dear black women, I'm trying to admonish y'all and warn y'all, because what's about to happen to y'all has already happened to us. And I felt it happened to me.
This is an important one, ladies. You can't make this up. Pay attention to what he says next.
Let me give you an example. When the media was vilifying black men, movies, TV, news, as a black man with no criminal record, who was a school teacher doing right in this world, I suffered. I was vilified, looked upon as a thug, a low-life profile by the police because of what the media did to the black man's image.
Facts. This was round that. Facts. This is exactly what a lot of black men have been going through everywhere they go that looked at as the villains.
No, the media ain't destroying black women's image. It's black dot whore destroying black women's image. Now what's happening is, you regular black women are never gonna get a husband. You regular good black women are gonna be single. Why? Because these are destroying the image of a black woman, and y'all decent women is sitting back ain't saying a word.
Now, those are facts. Because you sit back and at some point, even the good black woman backs up the ratchet woman, then tries to be her, then becomes their enemies. Watch what he says.
So the way men look at black women is this. Black women loud, obnoxious, whores. And we know that ain't all true. But guess what? You good women gonna suffer. You gonna suffer. You good, and I love it. Oh no, to speak out against these dirtbags. I'm sick of black good women. I've been talking against these dirtbag lowlifes that make me look bad as a black man forever. Why won't you women step up and vilify these dirtbags?
Because they low-key look up to them, because them dirtball girls are not afraid to speak their minds. A lot of these good women, they want to be the dirtbag girls, and you start to learn that over time.
Because when we look at black women, we look at the them. We think about them. When you mention black woman, the good, upstanding, wholesome woman don't come to mind. It's a dirtbag selling puss out, buff draws face come to mind. Y'all gonna suffer. Y'all gonna suffer. It happened to me already. Everywhere I went, I got profiled and looked down upon because of these dirtbag ass streets.
I'm saying, and if you think he's making a lot of sense, get in the comments and let me know why.
Pay bills or pay all the bills?
Pay bills. Pay bills, no thanks.
I don't think a lot of women are qualified for paying to pay their bills. Like, y'all don't bring enough to the table for us to pay our bills.
Oh, Lord.
They'd rather say I am the table than rather say than what they bring to that table.
I
So
miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up. Protect, provide. Nowadays.
and we miss when women used to be feminine, fit, and friendly.
Whoa, that last part.
There's always sassy black women like this that be talking, that think they're on Love and Hip Hop or Housewives, which are that want a black woman. So for a black woman to make that her standard is kind of an oxymoron, because have a history of having kids with those type of dudes, marrying those type of dudes, or even being around those type of guys.
It's too many women that have help from their bait.
A Swiss engineer might have just solved one of the biggest problems with air conditioning, and big AC companies are not happy about it. This new portable...
There's too many women that have help from their baby's father and maybe his family and refuse to take the help. So then you raise these children thinking and have them thinking that my mama was always there for me. My mama was always there. My mama did everything. Thinking your mama's a strong, independent woman whole time she has to be. Whole time y'all didn't have to be struggling over there because your daddy had money.
I have to agree. A lot of guys out here that have good fathers, and black men don't meet a lot of deadbeat fathers. We meet fathers that have been separated from their children through the baby mother. Watch what she says next.
Your grandma had a nice house you could have stayed. Whole time you had family to help your mama, but she was so ahead of what the child needs. So whole time you thinking that your mama, your daddy just ain't nothing. And your mama had everything. My mama was strong, independent. She always had me to stand there, all because that's what your mama wanted you to think. Your mama manipulated you into thinking that that's it.
Man outgrows the manipulation of his mother. That's when he actually becomes a true man. And I tell every guy that you have to stop and look into your life. Your mother is special, but she may not be as special as you think she is. The same 304s you're talking about have been it's your first time watching, hit that button, share the video.
And then my idiot father is, why can't you just be with a nice white boy? You know why, Dad? I had a vision of my son who came to me, and he was smiling at something next to me, and he was smiling so hard I couldn't see what his eyes looked at. Like, yeah, but I saw his hair, and I saw his skin, and he was half black. So if you really want to know, Dad, that's why I can't be with the white boy. So yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say this based on these 10 seconds. I don't know you. Okay? I just know these 10 seconds. Whoever gets you pregnant, he must love problems. Because it don't look like your elevator go all the way to the top. That is some crazy sword to be playing seeds in.
Which one of you used my strainer? It smelled like fish. How did you guys even do that on the strainer?
If your straightener smell like fish. Oh. Oh. Y'all be some fade, his mindset and change. It's gonna be amazing to see. Same dude that you want Sims, same dude 10-inch heels, those gonna be the same ones that you begging for.
Yo, can I call later? I don't feel good. I don't feel good. I'm laying down in the bed. Can I call later? Later. Bye.
And I don't think I would ever change that. I like having it for someone to do. I like when my man says, go take it off, man. I don't know.
There's some ladies that are very toxic and purposely do things so they man can tell them what. I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't like that, bro. I don't like having to repeat myself. You know, one of my famous quotes is, you should know better. And my lady don't like when I say that, but the truth be told, some of the things we argue about, they're like, nigga, you should know better. Why are we even going down this path? You knew I would have a problem with that. And even if I wasn't going to have it, you knew that that's a problem. Common sense should have told you. Then I think that's, you know what I'm saying, that's what she like. If I say you should know better, that's like an attack with the common sense. And let me tell you something, and it's the truth. My lady is very book smart. Y'all know it's a lot of book smart people out here that ain't too experienced in the common sense department. You doing a live video? Yeah. Yo. Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. Yeah, you're all good. Okay, can you turn around for me, please? Okay, you just put the bag down, please. Okay. Way to go. Attack on stream. Video right there. Speak to this officer over here, okay? I was live streaming. I did. So everything, so I know it's I know it's a few of y'all that's police on here. Is this standard protocol? If I call the police, is it standard that I get treated like isn't that an illegal search and seizure? Violating, was that 4th Amendment, right? Is he not violating his rights right now? What is he doing? Come here, go pee. I'm just curious. I just want to know.
So did y'all see that post that's going around where this guy said that he cannot attend his wife's college graduation because he's going to be attending his daughter's pre-K graduation? Yeah, let's talk about it. So he basically was saying that his daughter's mom let him know that her pre-K graduation date is the same date as the wife's college graduation to get her master's degree. Now he texted the wife telling her no, that he cannot attend her event because he needs to attend his daughter's pre-K graduation. Now I'm all for showing up as a father, but we are talking about a pre-K graduation that this little girl may or may not remember, and she'll have many more graduations to come over your wife's college graduation to get a double master's degree.
Yeah, good, huh? So ladies, I support y'all accomplishments. I support y'all 100%. But most don't do about you. Niggas don't give a fuck about y'all. And this coming from a married man. My wife have a bachelor's, a master's, plenty of research papers that are probably
I got it.
DC.
Good.
You know, because she used to work for CDC. She used to be in the parasitic diseases department. Okay? So she used to go to Africa. She used to collect samples and come back in the PCR machine. I forgot. Hey, don't sleep, bro. I brag on her every chance I get, but I want y'all to know that even without those degrees, she would still be my wife.
For a macaroni necklace ceremony? It's crazy work. You will be good and divorced.
Alright, so personally, I can see where this could be a problem. I can see the wife feeling as though you still choose your ex over her celebration. She's not thinking about your daughter's pre-K graduation. She's not thinking about that. She's thinking about the fact that your ex lets you know, hey, your daughter's thing is the same day as your wife's thing. Who you gonna choose? So I can see your wife feeling as though you chose your ex over. The crazy thing is, I can see your ex using that against you.
You know, when you first went to school and you had your pre-K graduation, you know your daddy chose his wife over you.
You know, depending on what type of woman your ex is.
My teacher's mom lives in Nebraska.
Yeah? Oh, cool. Go ahead and get some rest, buddy. It's real early.
Okay, my mother had a boyfriend at one point that I lived with, and my dad, he has a boyfriend. And I can recall certain situations feeling as though my biological parents were putting their spouse over, and I know how that made me feel. So, with that being said, personal reasons, I'm choosing to go to my daughter's birthday graduation. Those pictures and those memories are gonna mean a lot for years to come. Honestly, your wife shouldn't make you choose. Your wife should definitely understand. And then on top of that, you gotta think about it too, bro. His daughter is always gonna be his daughter. Things don't work out with his wife, he can get another wife next week.
It's not rough on the pizza.
What do you mean wrong? You got the bunions. Bunions.
That is called a bunion or like a corn.
Oh, so that's how awkward.
Struggling to trade? We'll trade for you and get you a prop firm payout in under 30 days. You don't pay us for anything till you get paid. And that's how confident we are. Here's how it works.
Onion or like a corn.
Oh, so that's how popcorn gets made.
No, it's not. Go to bed. You know popcorn is not made like that. Bye.
It be your own kids, bro. Listen, it be your own kids. Them folks don't got no respect. They just come out and say whatever's on their mind. No filter, no nothing.
Yeah, I was hungry and the Holy Spirit told me to come by this window and y'all might got some free French fries. Excuse me. The Holy Spirit said you're gonna give me some free food.
Boy, you gonna use the Lord's name in vain like this to get you some free fries? You are despicable.
You can't hand out free food.
Excuse me. Hey, look at you. I love that nose ring.
It's a fake compliment.
Oh my God. And you got all your, girl, you is beautiful. Can you do me a favor? Can you give me a French fry? The driveway is busy. My mama said if you had not, wait a minute. French fry? Thank you, baby. Hey, beautiful. Oh my God, you're so cute. Girl, y'all going on the Bobby Holiday experience today, okay? I love you. I love you. Yes, I'll come back.
When you finna get the girls fired and not free food like that. What was your scheme to get extra food? When I was younger, it's me, my cousin. 14. How old were you allowed to drive in Maryland? That's when I used to go to Maryland. So I think he was either 14 or 15, but I think he was 14. Anyway, what would you do? Go to McDonald's, you get your food, whatever, take the fries, put the fries someplace else and drive back around. Hey, so I got all the burgers, I got one fry, it's missing a French fry. How they gonna know? I got everything else except for this French fry. Bro, now that I think about it, there was really no need for us to do that shit because half the time, that extra French fry never got eaten. Like, we would be so full off of eating our regular meal that we wouldn't even touch that extra French fry. I'm telling y'all, bro, sometimes niggas be scheming just to scheme.
If you book an appointment with me to do your hair
share or retwist, whatever it is, please understand that it's not going to go any further than my studio. I'm not going out on a date with you. We're not going to go hang out. We're just not doing any of that. I am your hairstylist. You are my customer. You come, you get your hair done. I'll see you in 46 weeks. And that's all it's ever going to be. Please don't put me in an awkward position like that where I have to question whether or not I want to continue to service you as a client because you're trying to hit on me. I'm serious about my work, I'm serious about my craft, and I need you guys to respect that.
Some of y'all know, some of y'all don't know. My wife is an esthetician. And like that's part of the rules that are set forth for male clients. And you know what's crazy, bro? Folks be like, yo, bro, you really, how you feel like your wife rubbing on men's faces for a living? And I'm like, bro, you know, that's what she want to do. That's her passion. And the crazy thing is she's nice. She's nice. When I say she's nice at what she do, she's nice at what she do, bro. I've seen her turn this shit that look like seal into swans. I'm talking about they came in their face all bumped up, discolored. After a few sessions, face is smooth and a mother. She's nice at what she do. You feel me? So I support her on that. But yeah, dog, some dudes do take it too far. It has been a while. You know what I mean? Like the last dude that took it too far was like he's a social media influencer, some dude on Instagram. He tried to holler at her in the DMs, it didn't work. So he figured he'll try to book an appointment, come in and try to slay something. It didn't go as planned. He got embarrassed and then he unfollowed her on the gram. But look, tell me, bro, I get it. You know what I mean? I hush it. Because what it be too, I'm gonna tell you what it be, bro. Sometimes dudes will book, I've seen this happen firsthand, bro. So book, that's my lady on YouTube. I see her on Instagram, right? But like when dudes see her in person, they be like, oh. Some dudes really probably come in genuinely to get a facial, but when they see her in person, attitudes change. You feel me? So, listen, man, it's a business. How this lady look? Because I guarantee you that. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Come on. That's what be happening, bro. Come over there, they see that wagon. Let me go ahead and try to see. Let me see what type of time is she on. See if she let me slide up in. So, imagine you watching all my videos, laughing your ass off, but you still ain't subscribed.
If you're comfy and you know it, do a dance. Cause your pull-ups feel soft like underpants. New skin essentials.
3 years ago, I thought I had everything figured out. I thought I was going to travel the world, live for cheap, date a bunch of beautiful women like you saw me do. And I thought I was going to live the dream forever with no consequences. But nobody actually taught me, or maybe some of you in the comment section did teach me what I actually would learn and come to realization. And that is mentally, emotionally, and financially, living this sort of lifestyle would be taxing on all stuff. And today I'm going to describe to you everything I got wrong and what I learned about dating women around the world and what the consequences have been. You guys don't know me already. I'm your only friend, Austin Holland. And hit the like button and subscribe. Let's get into it. So, number one, if you guys go look at my previous videos, I thought foreign women were a lot more traditional. And the truth is, cultural expectations are changing, and the entire world is being affected, not just the United States, due to feminism, which was one of the worst things that could have been ever invented. social media and Western influence is even creeping around the world from people like myself traveling and bringing their Western habits, and even women from Western countries, of course, will influence women directly in other countries more than I can. Sometimes women in Colombia or Brazil can present a traditional person online and even in parts of Africa. But once you start to date them, you can find that it was just a persona.
Yeah.
Yes, women in other countries have been easier to communicate with and been easier to get along with. But to be honest with you, living in a country, like for example, I live in Nairobi, Kenya right now, right? And some of you guys are a lot of you guys are very delusional. And I've been trying to tell you this, y'all think that, oh, if I come to Africa, Kenyan women are wise. And I'm not saying that they're not. But a lot of things that you guys are running away from, you will not get away from coming here. It will just be in a lighter format, which is the reason why I say places like Nairobi have 5 years for you to enjoy it before maybe. I'm not sure, I can't predict the future. Now my experience will never be yours because I got a lot of clout at this time, especially in Nairobi, so it's probably never gonna get bad for me. But for you guys that are actually looking to travel to find something, expectations should be set differently in certain parts of the world. At some point you may need to go to a Muslim, you may need to convert and go to a Muslim country. Then the next part is I didn't realize how much my own culture, even though I was getting away from it, shaped my own expectations of women around the world. Very often, American men often project what they want to see onto women in other countries. And a lot of you guys do this whenever you guys go to Thailand, right? Just one example. You guys go to Thailand. You guys remember Kate? Okay, so that's basically an American woman in Thailand. And a lot of you guys do replicate that part around the world, and you do bring these same issues to other countries that you were running away from in the first place. Now, I didn't think this myself, but I did notice that some men thought submissiveness meant being a woman being passive, but in reality, many women in these other countries are strong-willed and expect leadership in a relationship. Now, I did not have an issue with this. The reason that Austin Holloman cannot keep women right now is because I don't want to keep one woman at the very beginning.
German engineers created a way to multiply your garden hose pressure by 15 times without using a single drop of power. The secret?
Halfway for the day.
and sawtooth drill bit. It features an interlocking
moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back.
What if I told you there's a secret apparatus that's about the size of your forearm that only requires some basic fab skills that you can implement into any exhaust system to make it sound dramatically better? We've been using this design in most of our popular exhaust systems for over a decade, and in today's video, as to what gives our exhausts their secret sauce. But before we do that, it's that time again to self-reflect and see if what we're about to tell you might be worthy of a subscribe, a like, or even both. So hit those buttons and let's get into the nitty-gritty of exhaust design. Alright, 2016 S65 W222 chassis, the long-bodied S-Class. Now, this car has the same derivative V12 that the Makani Huayra has, twin turbo, making 621 horsepower. Now, a request we get a lot of the times is, why doesn't this car sound more like an exotic when they do the exhaust? We're going to go over a few of those things and what we at FMU would do to improve upon that. But first, a caveat. Now, anytime you take an exhaust and stick it through a turbocharger, you're going to have some sound restriction going through that turbine in order to make the horsepower. So with that said, extracting a V12 sound ends up being a little bit more difficult. But on this car, the customer was looking for just that. I did some stuff to my exhaust and I'm not happy with how it sounds. I'm going to take it to some professionals right away, putting this car up. What do we see here? We've got aluminized mild steel pipe on a close to a $200,000 sedan. And a big problem here, we go from a factory 3-inch down to a modified 2.5-inch. Although they were right on with the thought process of putting the X in here, the execution leaves a lot to be desired. The way the X merges, how it comes out to the crushed beds, are all just going to work in conjunction with an exhaust that already, from the factory, is a bit restricted. Now, I've talked about our rule of thumb here at Exhaust Building, and I got some kickback online. Basically, 1 inch per 100 horsepower. Now, I'm not saying that's the optimal way of doing it. There's a much better calculation. But 1 inch per 100 horsepower will get you in the range where you're not fighting exhaust flow. And it's just a good rule of thumb. It's not the most optimal. But this at being at 3 inches or 600 horsepower shows that we're already underneath that, which means we probably could gain some power just by stepping up the exhaust diameter. So that's the goal here. And on top of that, the goal would also be to incorporate something that would increase the pitch while going through this area underneath the vehicle over the cross braces in order to get out to the rear muffler. So that's the idea here. This just isn't going to work, and like I said already, you have some areas where it's crushed bent. It's not going to produce a sound issue with the car that has a heavy muffler system on it. It's not going to create a clean tone if you were to just, let's just say, cut the resonators out and cut the mufflers out. Any bend you put in there becomes a restriction. Airflow always wants the straightest, shortest path out of a vehicle in order to produce the highest flow. And if you step the size down, if you put a bend in there, if you lengthen the pipe, all of that will have an effect on its maximal flow. So our plan is to try to fit the largest diameter piping in here while getting out of the back of the car, incorporating an X pipe, and maybe incorporating some sort of megaphone in there to enhance the V12 sound. It's always more challenging than I put it, but we've done these cars before. We have excellent results on it. And our work speaks for itself when I say that we do extract a more exotic tone than a lot of the truckish exhaust systems out there. But we also, by fitting that 3.5 in there, can support upwards of 700 horsepower, which is really just a tune and some exhaust work away. And that's exactly what we're going to do on this thing. Even today, with easy access to CAD modeling and finite element analysis software, creating a great sounding exhaust isn't a simple task. When it comes to making power, the biggest factor is rectifying undesired pressure waves within exhaust tubing. As a hydro exhaust pulse travels through pipe, they generate pressure waves that can impact flow of hot gas that exits and circulates back into the cylinder. These waves mess with how the gas flows in and out of the engine. The configuration, dimensions, and curvature of the exhaust manifold have an effect on these waves. Given that each exhaust runner differs in shape, curvature, and length, synchronizing these exhaust pulses facilitate a lower pressure zone for the subsequent firing order, which means it becomes problematic. Optimizing this is what I believe led to the gains that we saw on our Aventador 180-degree square project. But in practice, unless it's a special edition or an exotic vehicle where all aspects of performance are aggregated into the high price, most manufacturers don't even bother. They simply create something cost-effective that does a decent job of directing the exhaust and meeting emissions within the constraints of the vehicle, as long as it's not an obvious detriment to performance. And if it is, well, that's what the aftermarket is here for. Building parts like turbo manifolds, headers, systems to maximize performance that the engineers weren't given the budget to extract. Now in an NA vehicle, exhaust pressure waves encounter another hurdle at the collector. Inadequate collector design can actually impede performance, as Helmholtz frequency waves induce pressure fluctuations that push the exhaust upstream and back into the cylinder, hurting power. However, at different RPMs, these wavelets travel upstream and rebound off the exhaust valve and can actually aid expelling more exhaust air, therefore enhancing horsepower. However, on a turbocharged car like this Benz, the process is changed. The effect is still a factor because the air is forced into the cylinder, but it becomes much smaller to increasing performance.
One of these lunches has a peanut lover's favorites. The other has a sunflower butter you packed for your son. You do your best to help them avoid food allergens, but accidents can still happen. Xolair is an FDA-approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions from accidental food exposures. Taken once or twice a month, it focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you ever had anaphylaxis.
But it becomes much smaller to increasing performance. What matters more now is the pressure and expansion against the turbine wheel. So timing these fluctuations has less of an improvement compared to optimizing the flow, velocity, and heat. What all that means is that on turbo cars, while both are beneficial, time for designing for flow yields bigger results than time spent optimizing for the pulses. You can already hear it. Yes, you can do both, but development is time, time is money, and to spend weeks or months and materials to yield a 1% you need to focus on the big stuff. So now that you know the psychology of why exhaust designers do what they do, where does sound come into play? The short answer is it usually doesn't. The sound is always going to be first and foremost the result of the power plant used. You can't make a 3-cylinder Prius sound like a V10 Carrera GT. Sorry if you're here to do that and I burst your bubble, but it just won't happen. Manufacturers are tasked with making a vehicle that will sell, so they need motors to use to make power that consumers will buy. Once they have decided on that, they then have to fit that into a vehicle. So whether they use an existing power plant or build the engine for the chassis, or in some of the available hypercars, build the vehicle around the engine, it has to fit. So most of the time, the exhaust configurations are built after this fact, meaning that optimal exhaust design is not possible like it would be on an open-framed race car. But not only does that exhaust have to fit, but it has to meet regulations for emissions, sound levels, etc., etc. Oh, and did I mention it has to be for as low of a cost as possible to maximize profitability? How good the car can sound is usually the last thing addressed after all these requisites are met, and in some instead of that. Even then, they're usually only reevaluating if they think that the initial design will cause the consumers not to want to buy it. So that leaves an opening for guys like me. The aftermarket can spend the time and the resources massaging out what the manufacturers left on the table, building systems that unleash horsepower, make the car louder, sound better, and sometimes all three. And that's just what FMU has been doing for the past 16 years, building thousands of custom exhausts on a multitude of vehicles ranging from economy to exotic. Our experience with sound and performance is pretty unique, which brings us to the Megaphone, which looks exactly as it sounds. We first started experimenting with them on our infamous Gallardo exhaust 13 years ago, and through trial and error, we've gotten pretty good at using them to create unique sounding exhausts and massive horsepower gains. But how do they work, and what can you learn about using them on your vehicle? Well, traditionally, megaphones are used on performance naturally aspirated vehicles and motorcycles to aid in expanding air volume and projecting pressure waves upstream, facilitating the expulsion of exhaust gases. However, these pressure waves are only effective within a particular RPM range, aligning with peak horsepower RPM in exhaust theory. Of course, engine configurations vary significantly even in similar power plants. Even with access to someone else's dyno data, it may not offer much guidance. Disparate factors such as intake manifolds, camshafts, piston profiles, cylinder head port volumes, they all influence horsepower and torque outputs differently, which means different results for individuals looking to employ a megaphone. This all just really means that you need to experiment with numerous use iterations before discovering the optimal match for your engine. Exhaust harmonics present a formidable challenge, even for seasoned engineers, meaning builders like ourselves or even a DIYer would have to undertake painstaking trial and error. Identifying ideal megaphone configurations means that considering variations in length, size, angle, just to eke out that extra bit of horsepower. And when talking about using them in the constraints of a car, the challenge is even more difficult. It's crucial to understand that reverse megaphones aren't a plug-and-play power solution promising a 10% increase.
God.
Are we supposed to drink this? Is it too late to get a refund?
Combinations, backward compatibility, and customization.
Let's take a
Available
break.
only at Harbor Freight.
Alright, 6 hours of driving, 5 more to go. Let's take a break.
Bummer. All right, so now that we got all that information out of the way and you know how to use megaphones to make power on naturally aspirated cars, what about just trying to make your car sound a little better, maybe a little more exotic? Well, like I said, that process is going to take a bit of work. It's not just a straight slap it on and see how it sounds. I suppose it could be, but we do things a little differently here at Fluid. So that's been done. We're happy with how the system turns out, but in our experience, and I'm sure you guys at home would probably agree, the S65 motor typically doesn't sound that exotic, even though it's actually used in an exotic car like the Pagani Huayra. So how do we get a more exotic tone out of the V12 that Mercedes uses that typically sounds truckish? Let's start at the front here. Like I said, we've got a megaphone. Now, when we're doing this, we want to try to fit the largest diameter opening megaphone that we can that's not going to stick down too far below the car and become an obstacle that will hit on things like speed bumps. We want to try to pack it up inside of the vehicle, and we want to get the length. The length is going to be important for us extracting the sound. It tends to pitch up the vehicle just a slight bit. Now, placement typically on a naturally aspirated car would help with power. Turbo cars, it's a little bit different. So because we're not really looking for power, we're looking for sound here, we can be a little bit more forgiving on the placement. But again, as I keep alluding to, it all depends on the constraints of the vehicle. We can't just make a straight pipe and run this back and forth. We're limited to the sections on where something like this would even fit. So looking here, we've got to navigate down from the turbos and get us this straight line. So our first option would be this section here. We could have fit the megaphones in this section, and that's what we tried first. We put this on the car, we fab up roughly what we're looking for, and we start it up and we rev it. Because at the beginning you're not 100% sure how it's going to pan out as you move further down, you kind of got to play along as you go, paying attention to the noises it's making, pay attention to the pitches it's making, and continue on with the build. So basically, it's just trial and error of finding a location that'll take these, putting it up there, roughly. We're not trying to weld it in place yet. We do want to take care of any of the gaps before that, so we're not listening to a hiss or some sort of turbulence, but we are listening as we rev this up. This process is pretty painstaking, and it's partially why when we do these exhausts, they tend to be more expensive than other aftermarket off-the-shelf available systems. So put it here. Wasn't thrilled with it, still sounded quite a bit truckish. I was figuring that we'd have to move it further back. The next section would have been here, which you can see the straight section where we had the placement of it. Again, listen, notice that moving it further back, and you got to be thinking of things like a organ at a church, right? The longer pipes have different octaves, different tones, different pitches than the shorter pipes. So that placement is going to dictate how that sounds. The further back you go, that changes the sound. And where you put the megaphone will also have an effect with the length of the pipe. So again, this is really just trial and error of us moving here, finally getting to here where you've got a good amount of room, coming back out and noticing, hey, I hear a little something. I hear a little something that sounds more like the Pagani Huayra, which if you look at some of their exhausts, what are they using on there? Megaphones. So this isn't some little random process. People are using it to do the same thing, to extract a higher pitch out of the systems. And again, this is something where performance kind of follows form. People started doing this to extract performance in naturally aspirated cars, but using this, you can affect how the vehicle sounds within your system, while at the same time fitting back and keeping that power gain. So what I was starting to hear there, we were kind of out of options. I'm usually not a big fan of running them all the way back. If I'm going to be running a megaphone in the system, we want to try to keep it out of the last section, because in that last section, you run into the potential of creating a very weird drone residence. The further back you go with either a chambered muffler, just a big space that...
2-4-5-7 or $9 upscreening spots only at Taco Bell.
Just a big space that the exhaust pulses end up bouncing into, the greater the chance that you're going to run into a drone issue. So you want to close it back down before you get out there with some pipe, the pipe diameter of the system. That way you minimize the drone of that system. But with all that said, we ended up in this section, we got a pretty good length out of where the megaphones are placed, and we've got some of our old systems to compare the sounds of this car versus the old ones, and I think you're going to notice the difference. On to our little secret, and you know a lot more about megaphones. What do you think? Are you guys going to try to use one to enhance the sound of your ride? What started off as a turbo back exhaust and custom tune and surging more power has now turned into a whole list of other potential mods that we're going to be adding to this car because the customer heard our exhaust and was so excited by the sound. So you'll be seeing lots more of this car coming up here, so stay tuned. But as always, guys, make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment about anything you might see, anything going on in the videos. And until next week,
unaware that the storm has brought not only destruction, but also
now that we got this thing all pressure washed and it's pretty much paint free, it's time for it to go in our rust removing acid bath. As you can see here, we're lowering it in the rust removing acid bath. It's going to spend a few days in here. And as you can see, that acid is very clean. In the middle of shooting this video, we ended up having to replace the acid. So this car actually sat out for a little bit while we did that. So up front here on the firewall, you can see it's basically in perfect condition. There's barely even any pitting on here. All this metal finished up so nicely. And you can see the roof, there's no warps or anything in it. The floors are basically spotless. Maybe a few pinholes coming through, but that's about it. Come down and we're gonna have a look at these rockers. They're very solid. And this quarter is the one that had all that filler on the side, but it doesn't look too bad. Come back here, and you can see around the rear windshield, we have that brazing, and there was a decent amount of pitting and rot around where the brazing was. You can see on that pillar there. We'll have a look at the rear end real quick. You can see we have a little bit of brazing down there too, and a little bit of rust holes coming through. There was some filler in the back here. I think that whole quarter was replaced on the passengers.
A $6 can of WD-40 can quietly prevent repairs worth over $3,000 if you know where and how to use it. But here's the twist. Some of the most common spots people spray it are the ones they absolutely shouldn't. Today, we'll break it all down and at the end reveal which version of WD-40 actually delivers, and one unsuspecting place it should never, ever touch. First up, a way to use WD-40 that even your mechanic might not want you to know. Diagnosing vacuum leaks. Ever had your engine idle weird, sputter at red lights, or throw a random check engine light? Most people don't know this, but one of the most overlooked causes is a vacuum leak. It's small, hidden, and wreaks on your air-fuel ratio, costing you fuel mileage, engine performance, and eventually, real money. Here's where WD-40 actually shines. If you spray it near vacuum hoses while the engine's running, a sudden change in idle tells you where the leak is. It's being sucked in, temporarily sealing the gap. No scanner, no guesswork. Just you and a $6 can, potentially saving a $150 diagnostic fee and preventing engine damage that could run into the thousands. Here's a tip. Unlike carb cleaner, WD-40 won't turn your engine bay into a fire hazard, and it's safe around plastics and sensors, which makes it the better call for tight spaces. A famous mechanic by the name of Scotty Kilmers used this trick for decades, and he bet on it. You fix the airflow, now what about the signals? At number 2, protecting electrical connectors the right way. Electrical issues are the kind that sneak up on you. One day, your sensors misfire, and next you're quoted $700 to replace a corroded ECU connector. The root cause? Often just moisture working its way into electrical contacts over time. Here's the deal. WD-40's original formula was designed to displace water, and that's exactly what makes it so effective at preventing corrosion inside your vehicle's connectors. Just a light spray on clean, powered-off terminals forms a moisture barrier that stops rust before it even starts. A $6 can here can save you from shelling out over $1,000 for a full wiring harness replacement. Here's a tip. Standard WD-40 works in many cases, but if you're dealing with sensitive electronics or want a zero residue finish, switch to WD-40 Specialist Contact Cleaner. It evaporates fast, leaves no film, and gives long-term protection without buildup. At number 3, protecting weather stripping before it cracks. You ever yank on your car door in winter and feel like it's glued shut? That's your weather stripping quietly breaking down, and the fix gets expensive fast. Leaky seals lead to soaked carpets, mildew, electrical issues, and even a $2,000 repair if water reaches your wiring. Here's the deal. WD-40 Specialist Silicone Spray is designed specifically to keep those rubber seals soft, water-resistant, and functional, unlike the standard formula, which contains petroleum that can actually eat away at rubber. This one preserves flexibility and prevents dry cracking. Just a quick spray every few months on clean rubber keeps your doors sealing tight and your interior bone dry. Here's a tip. Don't just spray and forget it. Wipe off the excess with a clean cloth. That thin layer is all it takes to resist water and stop sticking in cold weather. And when your cabin stays quiet, sealed, and mold-free, you've already saved hundreds in hidden damage.
30 years ago, in 1995, Anderson scientists invented a game-changing window material that was better and stronger than anything else on the market. They called it Fibrix material. And Renewal by Anderson was born. Here we are 30 years later, and the quality of our Fibrix material is still unmatched. It all started 30 years ago, and this month, we want to celebrate with you. Get 0% interest for 60 months. That's 0% interest for 60 months. Our design consultants, measure techs, certified master installers, and customer service staff are all local. And they're ready to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever right here in the United States. Our 30th anniversary
Removing tree sap without wrecking your paint. You ever notice a sticky blob on your car that just won't budge? And then a few weeks later, the paint underneath looks dull or discolored? That's not dirt, that's tree sap. And it's not just annoying, it's chemically eating through your clear coat. Here's where WD-40 quietly earns its stripes. Its solvent base helps soften hardened sap without scrubbing, letting you wipe it away before it bakes in and starts causing real damage. All you need is a cool surface, a few sprays directly on the sap, and a microfiber cloth. Let it sit for a minute or two, then wipe gently. Follow up with a proper wash and fresh coat of wax, and you've just avoided a $500 polishing job or a $2,000 repaint. Here's a tip: always wash the area afterward to remove any oily residue, and never let WD-40 sit too long under sunlight. Used right, it's a budget-friendly fix for a problem that creeps up faster than most drivers realize. Here's something people see every day, but rarely think to clean. At number 5, restoring faded license plates in seconds. Ever glanced at your license plate and thought, when did that get so dull? Between UV rays, road salt, and years of grime, plates fade faster than most people realize. And in some states, an unreadable one could actually get you a ticket. Here's where WD-40 earns its keep. A light spray on the surface lifts built-up dirt, grease, and even rust from the edges, giving it a cleaner, sharper look almost instantly. That dull gray metal, back to looking roadworthy in under a minute. No sanding, no repainting. Just wipe it down and you're done. Here's a tip: remove the plate first for best results. Clean it with warm water and dish soap. Then finish with WD-40 and a microfiber cloth. Just don't expect it to bring back reflective shine. It's a cosmetic touch-up, not a full restoration. Still, for the price of a sandwich, it's one of the fastest ways to make your car look better and dodge the $50 fine you didn't see coming. At number 6, loosening rusted bolts without breaking them. There's nothing like the sound of a wrench slipping on a rusted bolt to ruin your day. And if you've ever snapped one mid-repair, you know it's not just frustrating, it's expensive. Here's where WD-40 Specialist Penetrant can be a game changer. Unlike the original formula, this version is built for this exact job. It uses capillary action to slide deep into tight threads and rusted seams, breaking corrosion from the inside out. In controlled torque tests, bolts that took over 500 foot-pounds to loosen when dry dropped to 238 after using WD-40. That's real pressure off your tools and your patient.
Get the flat claw clips. If you like to lay back with your hair clips in, get the flat claw clips. If you want a more stylish look other than your bulky hair clips,
Brittany Renner's love life reminds me of a horror movie. It's scary, it's bad, and dies in the end. And typically the main characters die in a movie, but Brittany Renner decided that it wouldn't be her. She would die in her own horror story. In fact, she would somehow get herself out of it. Brittany Renner was determined not to make the same mistakes she made in the past with many men and rappers and even a younger baby daddy by the name of P.T. Washington. And she decided that she understood her self-worth.
I didn't understand my value, and they were just mirroring back that lack of knowing. Yeah. I can't blame them for taking advantage. It was like I marked myself for clearance, and it was me trying to connect. Like, sex is better when there's meaning, when there's substance, when there's an understanding.
Charlotte May Lee from South London was arrested May 11, 2025 at the Colombo International Airport, Sri Lanka. Authorities discovered 46 kilograms, approximately 101 pounds of potential synthetic drug known as Kush. They saying it's originating out of West Africa. She said it wasn't hers. She left her bags unattended at the hotel. Somehow, 101 pounds just jumped into her luggage. But she's being held in jail right now until they figure out if those bags of Kush, the 101 pounds, actually walked into her bag. Because 101 pounds, that's a small child. So yeah, well, we'll figure out if them things got legs or if she just packed them. Well, maybe she's a mule and somebody packed her bag for her. Oh yes, and yes, one little small Casino, Avalon Theater, 6/6/2025. That's this month Friday. Don't miss this Friday. And also, you can always catch me at the Sax Theater, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday if I'm in town. Welcome back to NNN, where we give it to you straight, no chasing. There's allegations against Zion Williams. The boy finally got in shape, and I think that's the problem with that porno star girlfriend of his, that is attracting some cuties, some non-hoes. And this hoe has just gone to the police. Now she's saying that they're choking her, throwing guns at her, and you taking her across state, raping. How you gonna rape the Willie? You're a porno star, you for a living. There's no rape, sorry. You get the fuck out of here. Got dinner, your money grubbing. She's looking for punitive and emotional distress. That mother, the one with emotional distress, you fucking nasty stink at. They're trying to do a Cassie, y'all. That's what I think. Zion's girl is trying to do a Cassie. Cassie got 50, shoot for at least 25. Her body don't look as good as Cassie, so it's got to be a discount there. For a saggy ass. It's longer than my mother's middle finger. Yeah, that's 10 million off. You down to 5 now. And then, crusty ass lips. You look like she's been kissing powdered donuts for a month. That's another 2 million. You down to 3 now, goddammit. Yeah, you might just leave with $2 after that weed and a fake ass eyelashes looking like you're waving at it across the street. We'll be right back after this commercial break. That's a raggedy. She's gonna ask for $50 million. Bet you ain't got it. Take $100 million just to make you a new body. Your collection of body parts, a Franken bitch. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. Keep them numbers coming. Looking good. And family.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes, and uses 98.7% less energy than your AC. It was invented by a former NASA engineer from Houston, and it's now taking the U.S. by storm. Steve designed this device after a citywide power outage left him, his wife, and elderly mother without AC in the searing summer heat, with inside temperatures reaching 90 degrees. Steve took matters into his own hands. The result is an ingenious invention that's destroying the $5 billion AC industry, helping families around the country. Having worked on cooling systems for deep space rockets at NASA, he reverse engineered the existing aircon unit in his house and was able to build a more efficient cooling device. It sucks in the surrounding hot air, passes it through.
Dug himself a goddamn hole by handing out some pink cocaine. story on it, but I'm quite sure it happened somewhere. I'm sure. We'll be right back. After this commercial break. I'm just sure. Probably 2 of them getting shot right now. Welcome back to NNN. The Purple Eye Club is at it again. Elon Musk stepped down at the Trump administration with a brand new black eye. Yeah, I think they told him, reaching too far, come with us. They hit him in the eye, he joined up, waking him up. He'll be back in SpaceX, heading to outer space. So, yeah. We'll be right back after this. I ain't got no black eye. It's a motherfucker. Perfect. More and more men are crying at their weddings.
Lord, thank you, Jesus. You are beautiful.
Yeah, the same men are getting softer. It's a whole lot of estrogen in the water supply. It's got to be estrogen in the chicken. It's got to be estrogen in McDonald's. Every fast food restaurant, they pumping estrogen because these sad weddings crying as they pick is walking down the aisle. I mean, you've been for at least 3 or 4 years. What the is you crying for? Because you got on the white dress? And that white dress is supposed to stand for purity. But you know that you ain't the first one to hit it. That's probably why you crying, because you still ain't the only one hit it. They down these bitches got side pieces now, nigga. You can't trust them, is all I'm saying. Lord help us. These crybaby ass tear jerking mother. Welcome back to NN. I thought Donald Trump had taken care of the transgenders, playing girl sports, but California, they land the line. They always doing shit their own motherfucking way. So anyway, check it out.
A transgender athlete took first place in 2 out of her 3 events in California State High School Track and Field Championship. A.B. Hernandez's participation sparked a national controversy and triggered a last-minute temporary rule by the California Interscholastic Federation, the body that governs high school sports in the state. They added an extra slot specifically for cisgender girls in events in which a transgender athlete qualifies, as well as giving them an extra medal. This compromise came after President Donald Trump threatened to pull federal funding from California.
Now look, what's still gonna give them an extra medal in the female sport? Just create a transgender in the sport. Just like the Special Olympics, create them up for the chicks with dicks. That's all you gotta do. Let the girls go on and play sports and compete. And this motherfucker just won 2 out of 3 medals, and he got 2 balls in it.
A Swiss engineer might have just solved one of the biggest problems with air conditioning, and big AC companies are not happy about it. This new portable cooling system can drop the temperature in a room by up to 30 degrees.
So he's supposed to win them all. So he's really a soft, bitch-made motherfucker for real, because he let a bitch beat him in one of the sports.
She was able to compete, but it was not enough for some protesters.
It's ridiculous. We had to fight for our space so that we could compete and have our...
Right.
This is for women. This is for girls. He is a biological boy.
In an interview, Hernandez's mother responded to the criticism and defended her daughter's ability to compete.
That ain't her daughter, that's her son.
This kid is being herself,
being himself.
Come out dressed as a girl that we shouldn't have
You turn that motherfucker to that, call me her. That's a him. Oh, they dripping by the parents. I told you, you got a sick child, and then you got a sick parent and all. This okay and this bullshit. Look at it. We'll be right back after this commercial break. 6 bitches. Welcome back to NNN. We'll give it to you straight. Tracy Burkina Faso's President Ibrahim Traoré declined the Nigerian star Burna Boy's free concert hall, prioritizing national focus over entertainment. I think the mother is focused. Yeah, it's time out. He's trying to make sure it happens nice with one kind of people. I mean, yeah, like the union over there in Europe, European. Yeah, the same. Gotta have it. And have our own goddamn money, backed by our own resources, and we can break the world. Look, I have been, you know what, man, goddammit. And I'll see you next time on N&N. Give it to you straight. No tricks. Let me in. It's my yeah.
Does the trailer need to be washed out?
Coming up, how bad can timing chain guides be? Look at that. I operate a pipe. Oh no, it cannot come out. Shut up! And another bigger one. Transformation. And I just came back from a very, very short drive, and guess what? I am on what seems to be an impossible quest to get the V8 heart of this X5 to stop leaking oil and other fluids. Having removed 14,000 parts in the previous episode to access the upper oil pan and the rock irons, which we promptly replaced, now we gotta access the timing chain guides, replace them, and reseal the leaky N62 engine. To get the lower timing cover off, first we have to remove the crank bolt that's been torqued to 7 million unit meters. To do that, we need the upper oil pan reinstalled and the timing tool kit. Say aloha to the timing tool. Yep. To lock the crank, we need this tool, that, and the using the bolt dumper. This.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on Rogue and Pathfinder, so you can get the car you want, for the price you want, at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
And now the crank is 100% locked, 27 mil. Are you ready? Here we go. Oh my god. Oh, will this be the first time that Milwaukee is defeated? Remember, I took quite a lot of these bolts on the Alpina engine. We were doing rebuilds. Whoa, shit. That's not good. I think the socket is starting to let go. Yep. Here's the socket. One. See. That's all it was. Just a bad socket. Yes.
These are my impact sockets, and this, you can see, has removed a lot of these bolts and has the points on the. And this is the one that I didn't use before. Really nice. So when I put this one on the knee hook, it has a lot of play here. This one doesn't. It's like that, and that's why.
The bolt came up now. There it is. Massive, massive bolts. Now you gotta unbolt the AC compressor and put it to the side. First we're gonna remove these 4 bolts. Side. Before we pull the lower timing cover off, let's set the engine at VDC and lock it. Now we're gonna remove this oil sprayer bar so we have sufficient space to place the timing tools. So this is special bolt that allows oil to flow around it. Just dropped it. So clip the bar. To get it to top dead center, and we'll know we're approaching DC once the cam lobes pointy bit on cylinder number 1 on the intake side, which is this side closer to the intake, is pointing diagonally down, and on the exhaust side, this bit here, it's pointing diagonally up. So I reinstalled the vibration bumper because we need that to set the engine to DC. Bolt. So turn it over till we get all onto the vibration bumper to line up with the whole tank cover. There. All is coming up. So let's see here. So let's overlap these. These are called rotation. And our approach. There it is. That's it. And now you can see that the pointy bit, the cam lobe on the exhaust side is pointing diagonally up, and on the intake side it's pointing diagonally down. Now we're going to loosen the Vanos bolts, aka cam adjuster bolts, and first thing you need to do is grab a 30mm spanner, put it here on the intake cam, and we got to make sure that the Vanos is in its initial position, and you got to turn it counterclockwise. See, this one is in its initial position. For the exhaust cam, you got to do the same thing, except here you're turning clockwise, and it's set in its initial position. So now we can loosen it. Sorry about the squeaking noises, it's the sport bar, you know? Grab a breaker bar with a 16mm socket, counter hold cam, and release the bolt. Like that. Must you squeak like that? Yeah, the cam will want to snap a little bit forward, not a big deal. And now you gotta do the same thing back. Wanna hear something fun? I actually loosened these bolts last night, well, a bit leak deprived, and realized I forgot to turn on the microphone. So this morning I retightened the engine, worked on the bolts. So I can show you how to do this without you. No matter how many years I've been doing this now, I still forget the crucial thing like checking if the microphone is on. Alright, we'll remove the bolts a few minutes later. Turn our attention. Lower that. Remove the locking pin, and now let's see if I can pull out the hub together with the crank pulley. Probably not, let's try. Moves. Sometimes, just sometimes, these slide out easily. In case one is wide, bit of a steer, but it's coming. There it is. Fine. And finally remove the lower timing cover. Don't you snap. You gotta remove this clippity clip. Also gotta remove this bracket here. It's blocking this over there. Okay, that's removed.
Hey everyone, big heads up, Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat sticks right now. You get 30 sticks for $36, which comes out to $1.20 per stick.
I think that might be old. There we are. Say good tag, time chain guys. This is the notorious crank seal. Now we're gonna remove this diamond chain tensioner. It's 27mm. Will this now hit the chassis that you will? Well, look at that design. What shall we do now? Twist the handle and raise the engine more. Now I'm gonna remove this chain guide here. I think I already this. Now we can remove the Vanos unit. So bag and tag this. This is bank 1. Forward, because remember, on Alpino and bank 2 I swapped them around and then I was chasing my tail to grab it. Copy paste on bank 2. Remove the So at this point, B&W will tell you that you have to remove a cylinder head to get the guides out. I think this one should come out somewhat easily, but this is a problematic one. So this is the tricky one, and I remember an old pin I wrote this piece here, and now they will extract it, and also I gotta back out this start here. So let's do that. First I'm gonna remove the screw here. Oh, it's stormy. So I'm gonna start backing out this stud here. Oh, no. These are the original guys. You can see the date code from 2007. The car's 2008. I think that's about max. Try to break it again. Oh yeah, it's starting to crack. You see it? Do it, man! Crack, damn it! See, it's breaking. Broke. There. It's out. So yeah, this stud here is a bit too long. We need to shorten it after. I was afraid I didn't destroy the threads here. A bit tricky and not very clean to take it out, but it's better than taking the head off. This side is much easier. Actually broke. Yeah, that's not good, is it now? Yeah, just snapped. They were actually not. Oh my god! Wow! I was just about to say they don't look that bad. Look at this. They snap so easily. Sheesh! Look at that. Such a brittle plastic. Now I'm definitely glad that we are replacing them. Oh shit! It was a time. I was literally just about to explain how they don't look too bad, like almost no wear here, minimal, but it's still 17-year-old plastic. So yeah, even though they look good, this one's taking time off. I'm sure this one is this. Yep, look at that. Garbage. So brittle. But these would go kaboom very, very quickly and suddenly. Anyway, let's get the coolant pipe out. Okay, let's see if you're gonna have enough room to pull out this. Make sure. Turn it, and I'll pull it out. Oh! Stupid seal, get out. What sounds red? Oh no! It cannot come out. Shut up and figure it out. I think I can raise the condenser all the way up. So, if I raise you all the way up, good sir. Oh no, but now we're hitting. No, we're good, Look at that. Ain't that beautiful? That's the coolant pipe out. Yeah. I bought an aftermarket coolant pipe, but upon inspection, I didn't like the design or quality of it and decided to go with the stock one. It'll still last a very long time. It cost me nothing to go with temperature thermostat. If you want to go with an aftermarket pipe, go with the one design. Okay, I'm going to clean up all of the leading surfaces here, put a belly pan cover, O-rings, and then put a front pan cover as well. No wonder this gasket here was leaking. It's just destroyed. The gasket is no longer gasket, it's plastic. So this is what I'm talking about here. Look at this. This is why it was leaking so badly. This is no longer rubber, it's just pure plastic. 100% plastic, fantastic. And that's why we're doing all this. This old seal. There it is. So this is a vent shop black, so I can suck in some coolant. Ah, beautiful. I'm gonna plug these openings here to the block. You gotta start cleaning the surface there. Cleanliness is kind of important. Like when doing this big job with the engine sitting in the car, even outside, if you don't take it apart completely, you're inevitably gonna get some crap inside of the engine. But we are trying to minimize that, and we're going to immediately change the oil. First one. Once we get this stupid thing up and running again. So this is gonna be tricky to clean up because of crystallized coolant, so I'm going to use a Brillo pad, slow speed. Once I'm done scratching up the surface with those discs, I use fine scotch brite to kind of smooth out scratches, make the surface flat again. But we are, because it started to eat into aluminum, we're going to have to use some sort of sealant aid. Let's see, gasket aid. Yeah, that's nice. And now we just need to thoroughly clean that area. So, spray cleaner into every single bolt hole. That's going to be full of crap. And then hooking it up. Gotta make sure that this area is thoroughly clean where the boring sits. This is all nice and clean now. Here you gotta make sure that it's really, really clean and that the surface is not rough. That you remove all residue from the boring. On the timing cover gasket surface, I only used the finest Scotch Brite, and this is nice and smooth. This is just staining here. It's not gonna interfere with the sealing surface. And then this is also nice and smooth again, just staining here. So this is the only way we can delete the groove in the back. Get a while. Cleaning my N62 engine. Nice. So, a part of the head gasket sandwiches here between the cylinder head and the lower timing cover, and we gotta carefully clean that. There's a lot of sand here, just from like oil collecting there. So carefully cleaning that. Don't go too crazy here with spray cleaner. The number one main bearing is here in the front. You don't want to wash that oil from there, but you don't want to clean it gently around it because we dust and stuff. New O-ring gummy. Carefully pop in. Make sure it's not twisted. O-ring grease from Olicote. A bit here as well. Gotta lift up the condenser again. Timing chains on any engine, it is vital that you use the highest quality components. In our case, that's going to be original/OE, and that's exactly what we have here. Our friends from Ivy sent us a complete timing chain kit for this engine, and in here we have everything we need to complete this job. It's beautifully, beautifully packed, and what you need to know about Ivis is that they are OE manufactured. They make all of these components for BMW. If you take any of the old guides, you will see here it says it has a BMW part number, BMW logo, and then it says Ivis. Here as well, BMW logo, BMW part number, Ivis. So these are OE parts at a much better price point, and you're gonna get the exact same part you normally get from BMW, but you're not gonna need to pay. So thank you very much, Ivis. I'm gonna leave part number to this kit on the screen and their info in the description. But what you need to know about them is that they make timing chain components for pretty much any BMW engine, like even back to M70, M73, S85, S65, S62, just name it. It's from them, so they're good quality components. So let's install this. Really is beautiful packaging. I have no patience for this. Give me my guides. Now I'm gonna replace this oil squirter for the timing chain, because right here it's expensive. So there's a little check valve in there. So now they're terrible. Replace it. So here's a brand new one.
If you're living with severe area, it's time to grow out loud. With FDA approved lead food
taking Litfulo saw significant hair regrowth that
Then we have brand new horns here. Okay, first the guys at the chain for bank 2. There's no torque speculation for this bolt here in the repair manual, so we're doing it right. That's right. Fogging oil for men from Liquid Moly. Spray here, especially on the main bearing. The chain sprocket. The chain. And now the lower rail. So sneak through. Chain in place. Start level. Click, click. I shortened this stud here for the guide. Gotta make sure that it goes in smoothly. And here you needn't worry. It's really not necessary for this thing to be as long as it was, because once this is in, it cannot come out. Even if it comes undone, physically cannot pop out because of the front time cover. So now you're gonna see if this is enough, or if I need to shorten it a bit more. Here, let's see how this is going to work. And you mustn't forget the timing chain here. It actually goes through this stud here, the guide. Get it in there. Got in. Let's see. So the tricky bit here is to start this stud without cross-threading the threads. I'm also going to put a bit of thread locker in those threads. Just as an extra measure. There, let's struggle. As long as it starts in visibly, which, yeah, it's very good. Yes. See, why did you have to make that stud so long? Why? Why? Yeah. Just guide through where it needs to be, which is there. Grab the bolt. I've mentioned this many times in the videos. When you're working with bolts that are inside of the engine, you gotta make sure your sockets are clean. So I use the sockets for everything. So whatever you're saying, there's dirt in them. So before I even think about touching these bolts, I use a crap and a brake cleaner, clean all the sockets, extensions or whatever, press there, and I know that this is clean. And then I gotta trust bolts and go. Now the lower guide. Okay, I got it in from underneath. Just gotta be careful not to damage the O-rings. And everything is dandy. The lower timing cover, this is what's left of the crank seal. Let's lock it out all the way. Didn't even need a hammer. Remove this guide here. This is in case the timing chain slips. This bracket is gonna stop it from snapping all over the place. And you know what we need to do now. First we need to remove the old gasket. So this is the old gasket. It's just shocking. And I wonder why it was badly well. And now you know what we need to do, don't you? No, you're not mistaken. It is Fix and Surface Treatment's Aqua Blast 1215 Air Blast Cabinet, better known as the machine that turns ugly metal parts better than brand new parts. And that's what we like to do. And that's what you can expect here. XCP rust blocker, gotta protect this finish. So I'm only gonna use it on the surface that's exposed to elements. Wipe it off. Now we're gonna pre-install the front crank seal. This is a brand new one, and it comes with this white plastic holder. That's because of this lip on the back. If it doesn't come with this, then you can't use the seal. This lip, extremely sensitive. Even if you touch it, you risk damaging that thing, and then you may end up with a leak. So don't touch that. It's double stacked. That's what it comes from factory. There's a special tool to install this from Finalization, which naturally I don't have. As we don't have that tool, I'm simply going to tap it into place until it bottoms out. The seal needs to sit flush with the surface here. So we're going to start tapping it in. And then once you see that it's about there, we're going to stop and make sure it's flush. And that's it. So I'm going to use a bit of oil to damage the gasket. So this plastic here is pressing up against the firm surface of the seal. Here's the special tool. So make sure it starts flat. Okay, so I actually found a suitable cup that goes around it. You hear it changing sound? Once you've sufficiently tapped it in, you want to turn it around and make sure that this inner seal, because that's the one that matters, is sitting flush on this side. To report that it is. Don't ask me why, but apparently I bought a brand new bracket here. Completely unnecessary.
Sandstorms engulf every inch of the city. Humans build their last barriers to try to survive this desolation. They must get out of their shelters and find supplies. That's when the search squad notices a red dot.
So, clean bolts, fresh gaskets, and we're also going to use flexible sealant from Loctite 5923. I've explained in detail how that thing works when we built the engine for Project Marseille. You can find that episode. But it's basically a liquidy pliable sealant. It's temperature resistant from -50 to 200 degrees Celsius. It can also withstand pressure up to 350 bars. And basically what it is, it's an aid to make sure we have a nice tight seal. It's not going to come off like RTV and have like small chunks floating in the engine where you can plug up the oil pump or whatever. This is just liquid. So if you have any imperfections in the surface, like scratches or oxidation or whatever else, that thing is going to make sure that you have a nice tight seal. And as I also don't want to be doing this job in any foreseeable future, I'm going to use that on every single gasket and make sure everything seals really, really tight. Okay, so first I'm going to apply this stuff on the head gasket here. So you have a partial part of the head gasket that seals between the head and the lower timing cover. This does not affect compression or anything, but it could potentially have an oil leak here. Okay. Also going to use it here. This gasket here, it's rather tricky to position correctly and then keep it in place. So I went to the software store and got some M8 studs I'm going to use here, and then we're going to slide the gasket with them. That's going to keep it in place. And then we can slide it. Stay exactly where it needs to stay. See, ain't that brilliant? We have the dowel here. Top. Don't forget the oil pump chain. Get that. Put the timing cover back on. And after putting the timing cover going in, the most important thing here is not to damage the front crank seal. Just your studs. Just roll
Springs are probably the most often overlooked component for a build, but get this part wrong. Fancy $10,000 quadruple bypass shocks will still ride like a dump truck. Many folks often blame shock brands for these rough riding issues, when the core of the problem is usually the spring rate itself. The challenge here is deciding on spring setup when you might have various stages of your build plan that changes its weight significantly. So it's hard to justify swapping the springs with every mod. You'll just have to use your best. Do you want to save some time by buying a spring that's a bit stiff now, but will be perfect in 12 months when you finish the build? Only you can answer that one for yourself. Either way, just don't overlook the importance of final weight, spring rates, and shock valving for the best possible ride and control. While there are a lot of off-the-shelf spring options for the Tundra, since we're going to be on the upper end of payload capacity, we've decided on a fully custom-built spring from Alcan Spring. Our target payload in the rear will land around the 700-pound mark with the drawer system, canopy, and our usual toolkit and miscellaneous gear. But I'm also planning for the future with a rear bumper, awning, fridge, and fridge drop slide, while keeping in mind the skid plates and sliders, which also somewhat affect the rear payload. With nearly 300 pounds of ton weight from a fully loaded expedition trailer, we've asked Alcan to build these springs with 1,000 pounds of extra capacity over stock and 1.5-inch lift over factory. We also ordered their adjustable shackles that'll give us flexibility with another 0.5 to 1 inch of additional lift. Something that surprised me about this particular Tundra is that even being a 2021 unit with less than 30,000 miles when we bought it, it has a surprising amount of random rusty and crusty connections. I'm assuming this is just from the Utah winters, but it seemed to be happening faster than I would like. This particular bolt was corroded into the factory spring and required some creative persuasion to come loose. Consider doing the swap yourself. I'd recommend buying some pizza and inviting a friend or two over to help. These nearly 100-pound chunks of steel are awkward and heavy, so smash fingers are just a matter of time. I'm going to speed this part up to cut down on all the excessive groaning and eating. You're welcome. Let's go higher. Winters are proving to be a bit harsh on this undercarriage from the salt spray, and we went overboard on lubrication with some silicone paste to keep this hardware from seizing in the future. With the new shackles, my jacking abilities had reached their limit, and so I had to get creative to make the springs fit into the new perch. So, the handy-dandy ratchet strap was called into duty to bow the spring just enough for fit. I've also opted for the Alcan Spring U-bolt flip kit, which comes complete with its own upgraded bump stock. Basically, this helps with the ground clearance by flipping the U-bolts upside down, putting the threads and studs out of harm's way, when that unexpected rock will stick with the axle. So the driver's side done, it was time to tackle the passenger side. Thankfully, the second time around always goes faster once you've had a taste of the process. Got a little more interesting on this side since the new spring and shackle collided with the tailpipe. So the reciprocating saw came to the rescue, and I was able to say goodbye to yet another piece of chrome. bump stops from. This. In case you didn't know, bump stops are the last line of defense when it comes to a fully compressed suspension. And while I have no plans to launch this truck and test the full range and motion of the suspension, accidents happen, whether it's an unexpected washout or a deep pothole. Since the Alcan spring U-bolt flip kit already has bump stops integrated into the design, all I needed was a little help up front using these timbering units. This might be the easiest upgrade yet. Alright, so just really quickly, I'm installing the front seat covers. I did that in the last video, but I'm just impressed for the money. I mean, from 10 feet away, you can't even tell they're not $17.94. That'll work. And with the dogs and the kids, it's going to save these seats for somebody down the road. Alright, so there's the before. So you actually have real suede leather here. Here's the after. So this is kind of a different tone. It's not suede. But man, for the price, I mean the fitment is decent. These wrinkles will hopefully work out. The headrest was a pain, but I'll take it. Fuel tank, just a Alright, from what I can tell, I think this is going to be a pretty fast and easy swap. We just got to take these straps that had no bolts for skid plates, replace them with Toyota straps that have studs. The skid plate, raise it up. That seem to sneak up on you. 20-minute task can turn into a 2-hour or even 2-day marathon with just a few missteps. Just as I was finishing up the last strap, using power tools to speed up the process, but everything backfired and I cross-threaded the last strap bolts. Well, that was about as close as it gets. I almost turned into a real problem. They're on a weird angle, so I don't think the straight in is right. It's actually tilted towards the tank a bit, which is just weird. And yes, I don't have my safety glasses on because I couldn't see. They're fogging up so bad. I'll have to try a different brand. Little did I know at this point that my camera's autofocus had left the chat. So here's a better shot of this steel 38-gallon fuel tank skid along with all the other RCI skids in action. Finally, it was time for the upgrade we've all been waiting for, the Magnuson Supercharger. The first step for this upgrade is a fresh oil change, which was perfect timing anyhow since we'd put about 5,000 miles on the grizz with a few trips and shakedowns. While my oldest daughter Caroline is usually busy with school during the weekdays, I've got her in the garage this weekend to spend some quality time together while learning a few practical skills. She was also excited about the prospect of earning a few bucks for detailing the interior.
It's hot.
If you've been around Toyotas in the past decade, then you know oil changes are a bit tedious and messy compared to the old days. Removing the old factory skid and changing the filter is a pain, so I was stoked to try out the access port in the new RCI skid. Oh no. Funny mostly pristine skids had taken a tiny hit on the last trip and perfectly tagged the very bolt I needed to remove. Nothing a drill and small grinder can't fix though. After a few minutes, we were back on track.
It's one of the most breathtaking places I've been.
I invite you to a cleansing of the mind.
Oh God!
How are you supposed to drink? That fits. Sort of graceful. That was easy.
With my mechanic apprentice standing by with the parts and tools I needed, we wrapped up this oil change in near record time and without making too much of a mess. After topping off the grizz with our preferred Mobil 10W20 synthetic, it was time to dive into the monumental task ahead of us. To say I'm a little bit excited about this mod would be the understatement of the century. I've wanted a supercharger, well, probably since I was old enough to know what one was, and definitely ever since I heard the first one in the wild. So, me and the girls carefully unboxed my very first supercharger and went through the packing list to make sure everything was here and ready to go before we started tearing things down.
Oh my God.
That's what you get.
What if you open one and you say, look inside?
Since we've got a new RCI bumper waiting to be installed, we made ourselves some extra room by not only removing the grill, but also the factory bumper as well. We've got many hours ahead leaning over this engine bay, so every spare inch is going to help. It was time to begin the tuning process by activating the tuner, then pulling the data from the truck's ECU to send back to the engineers at Magnuson to create a tune file. Now that the ball was in their court, we could start disassembly on the grizz. Lefty-loosey, always imagine the top of the bolt. So the top of the bolt goes left, it's loosening. The top of the bolt goes right, it's tightening. For those of you who don't know how supercharger works, the concept is actually pretty simple. Engines convert the energy of controlled explosions from fuel and air mixtures within their combustion chambers. To create more power, you either have to make the engine itself larger to create a bigger explosion, which, by the way, is a monumental task with most modern engines, or you can force feed more air into the stock-sized combustion chamber, which allows you to mix more fuel for an even bigger boom. This is what's called forced induction. Turbos do this as well, but they rely on exhaust gases to create pressure on the intake side, which means you end up with a little lag in throttle response, which isn't great for trail driving at lower speeds and RPMs. Superchargers, on the other hand, are driven directly from the crankshaft via a serpentine belt, so the slightest increase in RPMs means an instant change in pressure and resulting power. The downside to forced induction is that you will have to use higher octane fuel, since the compression process creates extra heat, which can ignite lesser octanes prematurely and cause detonation. Basically, this is like trying to step in and push someone on a swing before they've completed their backstroke. Those forces from a premature explosion will reverberate through the engine and cause extensive damage over time. High-octane fuel is more stable under these conditions, but it can also unlock more power since the engine can be tuned more aggressively. So there are more benefits beyond just ignition properties. Installers who frequently drill holes should try the popular steel 4-blade sawtooth drill bit. It features an interlocking Maybe by now you're wondering, why do we, the Lifestyle Overland family, need a supercharger? For starters, it's not a necessity. The V8 in this Tundra has more than enough power to do everything we want. If you've been following us, and you know we've towed and traveled with much smaller displacement engines in our 4Runner and GX460, and we get the job done just fine, as long as you aren't in a hurry. Truthfully, this is an unapologetic want for our own enjoyment, and hopefully something fun and entertaining for you as well. Since overlanding is not only our family pastime, but also our day job, we like to have some things to keep us excited, interested, and challenged after 10 years of trail life. We're also very curious to see how 46% more horsepower and 40% more torque performs on and off road while towing and also solo rig from time to time. I know this seems like a departure from the Toyota reliability mantra that we've preached for years by modifying what's been proven several times to be a million-mile engine in the Tundras. But on the other hand, a better engine push even harder if you're going to enhance performance than the one that's already proven. One reason that had us at ease on this decision was the fact that Magnuson once partnered with Toyota to create a supercharger that met Toyota's OEM reliability requirements. Not too long ago, you could order a TRD supercharger and have it installed at a dealer for a performance upgrade that was covered under the Toyota warranty. Knowing that these are the same folks with a track record of reliability makes it feel a lot less like a science experiment, considering the engineering history behind the design. Now, for complete transparency, while this supercharger was already in our shopping cart, quite literally, when Magnuson found out that we were headed this direction, they jumped at the chance to partner on the build and sent us this TBS 2650 to install, test, and share our experience with you. We're super excited to share thoughts on this upgrade, put it to its paces to see how it performs in the long term under some heavy use. While we were offered to have the unit installed at a Magnuson certified installer, we instead opted to do it ourselves in our own garage so we can share the entire process. I'll go ahead and let you know, while it's not an overly complicated installation, the very detailed instruction manual has 289 steps. So you're going on a long weekend and maybe a buddy or two around at times to do this yourself. For what it's worth, I spent about 4 14-hour days installing and filming every single step for a detailed how-to video, which we'll be sharing as part of the Tundra Masterclass build series coming to our Patreon page. So, if you want to follow in our footsteps, you'll be able to do it step by step over there. Anyhow, let's keep moving through the abridged installation and show you some of the process behind nearly doubling the power of a 5.7 V8 engine. Several days grinding away on those 289 steps, it was time to drop the fuel tank and upgrade the fuel pump to keep up with those big injectors you saw installed just a few minutes ago. A few more steps to check off, and I was going to be driving this beast soon. But this project was about to come to a screeching halt. I'm not sure what caused this ring to be locked in place. Maybe the Incredible Hulk spent a day on the assembly line, or maybe the plastic somewhat welded itself chemically. But one thing was certain, this lock ring wasn't going to budge without some creativity. Well, this guy just isn't strong enough, so I'm just going to weld the sucker.
Talk to your healthcare professional about Ozempic, like I did.
Oh, baby. Oh, the whole thing's spinning. What? Are you freaking kidding me? No way. As if things couldn't be worse. Now the whole unit was spinning, which meant I would have to consider cutting this outer ring off. And who knows, maybe I was going to need a whole new fuel tank if there was more damage underneath. Well, yay! This poor, cheap fuel tank ring tool wasn't holding up to my efforts. So, with my temper beginning to steam, I decided to try and shore up its integrity for what was about to happen. That is some high quality metallurgy right there. Son of a biscuit. Not a spare. I texted my contact at Magnuson for some ideas. Noel gave me a call within a few minutes with some info. It's not going good at all, my friend.
Hey, so did you spray it?
world, farmers catch and release millions of tons of animal meat. Hunting and balanced diet, including hay, fresh grass, and minerals. Farmers often spend time monitoring the horse's behavior and conditions in order to reduce stress, which in turn enhances the flavor of the meat. Horses sold for meat production may be transported directly to slaughter facilities or spend time in feedlots to be fattened before slaughter. The slaughter process begins with a swift stab to the main artery to ensure a quick death. The horse is then hung up, skinned, and eviscerated. The meat is cleaned and properly preserved before being brought to market.
Does McDonald's use horse meat?
Horse meat is divided into portions based on consumer demand. It is then distributed to markets and can be processed into products like sausages. China raises over 1.6